Chapter 51. Last Rites. Yo. 6. Ori subduedly greets the Merc as he approaches, already finding the man standing before a large bit of disturbed earth with a shovel in hand. You already buried him? 6 gives a small nod before stabbing the shovel into the dirt. He didn't have a place in mind for when he died. He won't be disturbed here. It's good. Peaceful. Ori offers sincerely. 6 had picked an area near the Tama viewpoint, south of Rancho Coronado, which overlooked the whole of Night City. While the area was completely devoid of most plant life due to the sun perilously beating down on it, it was also one of the least traveled areas in the region, despite the nice view. Ori did take notice of the lack of any gravestone, however, but discards it thinking 6 did it on purpose. An unmarked grave suits him? I doubt he'd have liked people gawking at him. 6 huffs. He hated people, despised them, barely tolerated speaking with most. Ori crooks a brow at him. Max didn't seem like that to me. He liked you, for some reason. 6 shakes his head almost mirthfully. His name isn't Max, either. He trails off, taking a glance at Ori. Bailey Rice. Bailey Rice? Ori parrots. Doesn't suit him at all. He remarks. It doesn't. There a reason he used a different name? Solos like us don't really need it. Though, I can't tell 6 ain't yours either. He questions. To protect? The Merc steps backwards and moves towards the cliff overlooking the city. I've said my piece. I have something to show you when you're done, he states, leaving Ori on his own. Ori looks down at the disturbed earth and rubs his arm anxiously, feeling the area where the Smart Link implant had been installed under his skin. With the nanites, surgery was only as harmful as a paper cut. That didn't mean he wasn't left with phantom pains. After all, you needed to be awake for my cybernetic installments, to make sure it's hooking up with your brain and interface correctly. He shakes his head, forcing his mind not to drift. Hey Max, or is it Bailey? He pauses. I got you killed. I've gotten a lot of people killed. Not scum like Maelstrom, but innocents, family, friends. He sighs. Guess I'm just waiting for when it's my turn. Wonder what you'll say when I see you again? Something sappy like it ain't your fault? Something resentful? Uncaring? He lets out a shuddering breath, only now spotting the glint of metal coming from the ground. Old coins? Had 6 put them there? He shakes his head and smooths over the dirt, burying them from view. All I want to say is sorry. Sorry for getting you involved in my personal shit. Sorry for relying on you. Sorry for getting you killed. Not like it means anything now. I'll look after 6. Who knows what he'll do without you there keeping his head on. See you later. Rest in peace, Max. Ori glumly walks over to 6, sitting himself next to the Merc, who presents a cig to him. He takes it, releasing a few puffs before letting out a long sigh and admiring the view. You done? 6 asks after a couple minutes, the almost full Borg look at him. What did you want to show me? 6 grimly nods. You got your car? Yeah, why? We're headed somewhere, the Metromed Center. Ori awkwardly follows 6 as they make their way through the sprawling hospital, the sparkling clinical white walls making it almost impossible to tell where you were, with only the small glowing signs atop each door indicating the general area you are. Honestly, he felt like a map was required to navigate the place. It was as big as Mega Building but condensed, leaving no room unused. He almost headbutts 6 back when the Merc abruptly stops in front of a door, using an access card to gain entrance to the room. Inside, lay a gaunt-looking child hooked up to 2 mini-machines to count. She looked dead. The heart rate monitor beside her bed was the only indication to the contrary. She must have been, what, under 10 years old? In a world where you could replace your entire body with cyberware, why was she confined here? Who is this? Charlie Rice. M. Bailey's daughter? Ori chokes out. So he'd not only killed the man, but ruined the life of his daughter. It sounds about right for how well he is at destroying everyone around him. Adopted daughter. 6 sits on the edge of her bed, taking one of her pale hands into his own. She's been here for 2 years, no sign of her waking up. What's wrong with her? A genetic disease. They say the neuroplasticity of her brain is stunted. Her nerves aren't developing properly, and even if she did wake up, she wouldn't be able to learn anything. 6 trails off. There's no cure? No official cure. There's cyberware in development in Japan designed to fix this. Somehow, there is a reason Bailey never installed cyberware. All of his funds went into this, keeping her stable and saving enough to buy a prototype. Ori wets his lips. And you spent yours on yourself, I'm guessing? 6 nods. I thought it was better to keep us both alive, instead of putting everything on the prototype. We can't work if we're dead. That ends now, though. She's my responsibility. That why you brought me here? To help you out? Ori questions, not really knowing how to respond. He was barely keeping up with shit himself. He still had Kat to find, and he didn't have the time or eddies to look after Max's kid, as much as he wanted to. 6 shakes his head. For now, no. I just want to ask, If I die, will you look after her? You aren't planning to anytime soon, right? I need to find my sister. How much is the prototype tech anyway? 100,000 eddies. 100 dash. He stifles his shout. That's too much. How could they charge that amount for anything? Let alone some cyberware? They have a monopoly on the tech. The corp decides the price. Anyone who needs it is desperate enough to pay anyway. Six explained with a severe scowl. Why am I not surprised? Ori mutters before firming his expression. Forget being dead. I'll help once I've found my sister. Okay, I owe him Bailey that much. Six lets out a sigh and acknowledge him with a small nod, not seeing the need to verbalize his thanks. Ori could tell the guy was grateful regardless. Chapter 52. Stalkering. A week passed since Max's death, yet things didn't seem to have changed much. While Max's absence was dearly noted, Ori continued to attend gigs with Six as a two-man team, sometimes doing small jobs for the Mox with Rebecca to repay the debt they owed. Honestly, it was less of actually debt and more of a collaboration. They were still getting paid after all, and it wasn't like Susie was sending them on suicide runs or anything. The gigs mainly consisted of odd jobs around Kabuki, patrolling the borders of the Mox's turf, checking on bars and clubs under the Mox's protection, and occasionally providing extra security whenever a known name decided to visit Lizzie's bar. A considerable departure from what Ori had been doing with Max and Six. He'd not gotten into a fight since, not unless you count getting his ass beat in a fistfight against a couple unruly bar patrons. Yeah, Six had started giving him basic hand-to-hand combat lessons after that. Ori was half tempted to buy one of those introduction to fighting BDs that taught you martial arts. Maybe when he had more time in eddies. On another note, his upgrades via the nanites had continued. His lungs had been upgraded, and he was now looking at enhancing his skeletal structure. After that would be his tendons and ligaments, then muscles themselves. As much as he wanted to just skip everything and get gains, having muscles too powerful for his bones and ligaments would cause him to literally tear himself apart. Definitely not something he wanted to experience. Beep beep. Ori crooks a brow from the couch he was laying in. If it's Quentin again, I swear I'm a dash. He mutters before noticing who it was. The Corpo had been calling him on a semi-regular basis to hire him into a security team. Seems like he trusted Ori far more than anyone else after that incident with Sasha. Not that he was complaining. It probably paid well. But he wasn't going to lower himself to working for them, his past experience aside. What they'd been doing with Charlie Rice was despicable. Monstrous. He shakes his head and focuses on the call. Receiving call. Judy Alvarez? Finally. He'd been waiting for this call for days now. He and Bats had sold off all the cyberware and asked Judy to arrange a meeting at the afterlife. The lines for it were long, of course, which is probably why it took so long. But late is better than never. Yo, Judy, good news I hope? He questions eagerly as the holocall opens up. Yeah, very good news. I've got you a meeting with Miss Afterlife herself. Roga Mendiers, she excitedly states. Really? No shot? You aren't lying to me, are you? Course not. I wouldn't lie about something like this, Ori. You better be free tomorrow morning, otherwise I'll dropkick you across Kabuki. You have no idea what a pain in the ass it was getting this far, she remarks while folding her arms. And you have my eternal respect for that. Really, you have no idea how much this means to me, he says with gratitude. He'd originally tried to get Bats to organize the meet, but they quickly realized how underqualified the Ripperdoc was for it. It lacked any connections, any proof of his identity. Hell, most didn't even think Bats was his real name. Thankfully, Judy had been all too eager to help. Really, if that girl wasn't into women, he might have fallen in love with her. Even then, he admitted to himself he was conflicted. No problem, Ori. I'd do this for anyone that asked, let alone you. Let's just hope your sis is all right once we find her. She smiles but pauses. I do have a request for you, though. If you'd hear it? Ori nods. I'm all ears. I need you to tail a friend of my home. She works as a joy toy. Yeah, I'm not happy with it either, but she's got to make a living somehow. She sighs. Apparently she's been receiving requests from someone she blocked a week ago. Something about him asking to marry her. Must have been good at her job. Ori jokes, getting a small glare from Judy. He gives a mock cough into his fist. Please, continue. These requests have increased from 1 a day, to 2, to 5. Yesterday night she received 30. That creep's probably gonna blow anytime soon. And I'd like to have someone I trust be there when he does. Can you do that for me? Ori crooks a brow. Wouldn't the Mox be better suited for this? I'm not exactly the best merc around either. He admits, knowing his limits. She scoffs. You know how it is. Mox can't spare anyone for something as small as this. Can you do it? He nods. Yeah, just give me the time and place and I'll be there. Thanks a lot. I'll send you the debts. Got it. Call in. Ori lights up a cig and blows some smoke up into the air. Looks like I've got a date for tonight. He grins to himself. Hey Bats, we've got a meeting at the Afterlife set. Really? Fuck yeah, we do. Later that night, Ori leant against a lamppost overlooking an alleyway where his target was stood. Hazel, a cute-looking joy toy with short brown hair and a tight latex dress that barely ended below her upper thigh. He could see why she was being stalked. That girl had an ass that didn't quit, and boobs that despite being so large seemingly defied gravity. Was there a cyberware that made your tits perkier maybe? She was idle waiting on the corner with a cig in hand, posing sensually to the men and women who walked past, attempting to goad them into hiring her. Thankfully for Ori, it seemed she was having a slow night. At least he wouldn't have to wait outside her hotel room while she was getting reamed or something. Finally, giving in to the chill air and lack of customers, she lets out a sigh and begins making her home, prompting Ori to follow. He flicks his cig away, but just as he starts moving he notices someone who had the same idea. A relatively handsome Mexican man with short-cut hair and a trimmed beard, as if he'd seen a barber. Had he dressed himself up to meet his wife? Whatever. Time to move. Chapter 53, Get Some. Ori follows Hazel and her stalker all the way to her home, a mega building which housed thousands of apartments. They head up multiple stories until they finally reach an apartment door, and that's when the stalker decides to strike. The man walks over and attempts to act surprised when he spots Hazel, but the fear in her eyes clearly communicates how suspicious his presence was. "Oh, Hazel. Weird that I'd catch you here." "Emilio, I thought I told you. I want you to stay away from me," she states, stepping backwards towards her door, likely to get inside before he managed to do anything. Babe, I thought you were joking. Why wouldn't you? I definitely felt that we had something special." "Special?" she mutters in confusion. "You pay me to let you screw me and jizz on my back. If that's special, then most of Night City has something special with me." Don't say that," he angrily spits, taking a step forward which is matched by Hazel who backs away. "None of them have what we do. It makes me sick that you have to do this work. I'll protect you. You'll never have to serve one of them again, I swear." "I don't need your help. Stay away or dash," she stutters out, trying to think of a threat. Her latex dress didn't exactly come with pockets, nor would her clients appreciate her bringing weapons. Ori takes this opportunity to step forward, cocking his pistol. "Or you'll have to deal with me." He glances at Hazel. Judy sends her regards. She breathes a sigh of relief at that, feeling as though the situation was handled. Emilio, however, wasn't so happy, turning an angry glare at Ori. "Who are you to come between me and her? You don't know her like I do." "No one does," he shouts, but shrinks slightly when Ori points the gun at his head. "I know she doesn't appreciate your presence. That's enough for me. I'll give you 3 options. First, you promise to never come back and leave. Second, you don't promise and I shoot you. Third, you attack me and I shoot you. Many, many times." He notes both Emilio's and Hazel's stiffened expressions, both clearly horrified. "So, what'll it be? Just remember, I'm not the one who has to clean up afterwards. Don't kill anyone." Hazel gets out. I'll be ruined if you do. Word'll get around." Emilio's eyes soften at that. "Yeah, see, she doesn't want me dead. That's love." Ori sends a glance at her. "You serious right now? He knows where you live. He'll be back, and he won't ask this nicely next time." She grimaces at that. "I know, but killing him is too much." Emilio grins, stepping forwards towards Ori with his arms spread. "Yeah, so why don't you piss off and leave us alone?" "Leave? No way, bozo." He steps towards Hazel, and before she can escape into her apartment, wraps his arms around her shoulder, pinning her to his side. "What are you gonna do about it?" "Huh, kid?" Ori scowls and tries to aim for the guy's leg, only for him to position Hazel in front of him. He holsters his gun with a scowl and cracks his knuckles. "Fine. Have it your way then." "Huh. A punk like you wants to fist Fifwa." He chokes on his words as Ori punches him in the face, separating him from the unwilling joy toy. He hadn't trained with 6 for long, but it was enough to beat the average gonk like this guy. Emilio steps backwards and grips his bleeding nose before shaking his head and throwing a haymaker at Ori. Ori blocks it, headbutting him and breaking his already damaged nose before following it up with a punch to his throat. GHK. Emilio grips his throat and gags at the attack, and isn't able to resist the next few punches, sending him sprawling to the floor in a heap. Ori stomps on his knee. "Will you stay away from her? Or do I need to give you a lead castration?" Fuck dash. Click. Ori points the gun at the man's groin. "Just give me a reason. The sooner I can get home and sleep the better." "Why yes. I'll leave her alone." "All right. Happy?" Ori nods. "Yeah, that'll do." He holsters his gun and walks to Hazel, making sure to keep an eye on Emilio as he runs off. "You all right?"
Yeah.
"Thanks for not killing him. There's a list on the net of girls who've led to guys' deaths. No one approaches them, scared of getting chopped up and sold to scavs or getting robbed. You should ask the people who handle this place's security to watch out for him. Buy a gun too. Never know if he'll come back." She smiles. "I'll do that. I need to thank Judy too for sending you. Who knows what might have happened? She opens her apartment door and leans on it slightly, showing her curves. I want to thank you too, for saving me. I don't have any eddies on me though. She smiles lasciviously. I think you're mistaking this from a crappy BD. He waves her off. I was doing this as a favor for Judy anyway. I don't know if you know this, but most girls like it when a guy takes charge. You just beat my stalker to protect me, so this ain't all for a reward, you know? She smiles innocently. I mean, he trails off, conflicted. She sighs, well, if you don't want to, then there's nothing I can do to force you. She goes to head inside but finds herself followed by Ori. If you insist. She snorts and grins at him, cupping both sides of his face and pulling him inside. I knew you'd see it my way. She drags him into the central room of her apartment and notices his slight nervousness. This your first time? He shrugs. Never really had time for stuff like this. He says but lets out a tight squeak when she cups something sensitive in his groin area. Then we've got a lot to try before morning comes then. He was going to regret this? Right. No. He watches as she slips out of her dress. Definitely not. Chapter 54. Rushed. Beep beep. Beep beep. Ori's eyes shoot open, but as he tries to sit up he's stopped by the dainty hands wrapped around him. His head was pounding and his mouth was drier than the Badlands. The scent of alcohol mixed with whatever those incense sticks Hazel had used was still thick in the air, heavily mixed with the smell of sex. He glances to the side at where the notifications were, and his eyes steadily widen as he reads through the texts Judy was sending him, along with the history of last night. Hey Ori, just wanted to know how the job went. THX. Judy. Seriously, I'm getting worried now. Did something happen? Judy. Ori. Answer my calls or I am calling your crew. Judy. VID sent, Ori. Ori, Hazel. What the fuck? Judy. Ori stares at that, wondering what he'd sent to her. He opened it up and the sound of sucking and slurping immediately sounds out in his head. It was a 10-minute recording of Hazel deep-throating him, and he'd somehow sent that to Judy. Did Hazel spike his drink or something? Or had the blowjob sucked out his brain too? The job was not to fuck her. Whatever. Just don't send me any more of that. I don't want to see it.
Il talco tomorrow.
Judy. K. Ori. Then came the morning texts that were now beeping in his ears. Wakey wakey lover boy. You got your meeting with Rogue soon. Judy. Ori. Are you getting ready yet? Judy. Ori. The meeting is in an hour. Judy. SHIT. He exclaims. That text was sent 15 minutes ago. He'd left his car at home, and he had no spare clothes here. So warm. Hazel softly mutters beside him, increasing her grip on him. He pries himself out of her arms and quickly throws on his clothes, inwardly grimacing at the thick scent of alcohol and sex that somehow clung to them too. Even his socks. What's the rush? Hazel sleepily questions, his haste waking her up. The pillow talk was that bad? Or is it my morning face? Nothing like that. I've got a meeting at the afterlife in half an hour, and I'm not getting there late. Oh, why didn't you say anything? I would have set an alarm, she states, knowing exactly how prestigious the afterlife was. I couldn't exactly think with everything you were doing last night. And not that it was bad. He shakes his head and sighs as he puts on his jacket. Thanks for the sex. Maybe we can do this again sometime CY. He says and quickly rushes out the door, only to come back again when he realizes he'd forgotten his gun. CYA again. OMWRN. Ori quickly texts Judy. Yeah, I know. Hazel sent me a pic of your white ass rushing. Idiot. Judy, you are the one who delivered me to a succubus. As in, able to suck a bus through a straw. Ori. Okay, first gross. Second, I never said to screw her. That was all you. You better not miss the meeting now, or so help me. Sad face. Judy. I know. Hazel's place isn't far from the afterlife anyway. I'll make it, Ori. We will see. Judy. Ori leaps down from a staircase and rolls as he hits the ground, sprinting through a busy street and jumping from one sky bridge to another. Thank God he'd upgraded his endurance, otherwise he'd have never been able to run this far this fast. Hey, is it weird to ask how it was? You are first time, I mean, Hazel. He stares at the EXT for long enough that he almost runs headfirst into a wall. He twists around and gets back on track while sending her a response. AY. Looking for tips to improve your game? Ori. No. Imperfect. I just want to know if I scared you off or not. Last night was pretty intense. Hazel. Yeah, he understood that. It was mostly thanks to the nanites, to be honest. Their self-replication protocols conveniently included sexual activities. Basically, infinite stamina plus the nanites directing him to her sweet spots made a very effective combination. It was nice. If you want to practice more, let me know. Ori. You gotta buy me dinner first? Or pay for my time? Last night was a freebie. Hazel. Joy Toys giving tasters now? Ori. Only for you, cutie. Winky face? Hazel. He moves his mind from that and focuses on what was currently important, sprinting through Night City and trying to not die in the process. By the time he reaches the entrance of the afterlife, he had 5 minutes remaining, allowing him to breathe a long sigh of relief. He'd honestly thought he was going to miss it. The public elevators in Night City dearly needed some upgrades. They moved slower than an armless, legless, headless kid in a foot race. He walks past the numerous mercs standing around the street outside and down the stairs, eventually reaching the doors of the club where 2 heavily built bouncers were on guard. Haven't seen you around before? Need something, kid? I've got an appointment with Rogue in 3 minutes. I'd rather not be late, he states. HM, the bouncer remarks as his eyes light up. Yeah, she's waiting for you. Head in, but be quick. People like you don't last long here. Ori shrugs and steps inside, walking to the bar where a brown-haired girl was serving drinks. She sends him on his way towards a seated area in the corner where yet another bouncer waited. He just looks Ori up and down before ushering him in. Inside he found Rogue, an older woman with blue hair and black marks on either cheek, wearing typical punk clothes that were uncommon for a fixer of her status. She was currently wearing a BD headset, but didn't seem to be all that focused on it judging by the cig in her hand. She slides the device off when she hears Ori approach, tossing it onto the table as she looks at him. Sit down. I've got something on in 15, so let's be quick and get to biz. What do you want, Ori Quadrano? Chapter 55. Rogues. What do you want, Ori Quadrano? Ori drops into the seat opposite her. Don't you already know? I doubt you would have met me here if you didn't. Not to mention the background check you did on me, he states, knowing well that his full name wasn't available anywhere but from his banking and maybe his hospital records. If his dad ever bothered to take him? She scoffs. Of course I do. I just want to hear it out of your mouth. It doesn't seem all that important to you with how you're presenting yourself now. Wearing old, dirty clothes, smelling like a low-spec whorehouse, and almost arriving late. She gestures over some other places in the club. Folks usually know to show respect when they come here, especially if they are here asking for something. Well, sorry, I wasn't told that this was a suit and tie thing. Ori irritably retorts, it doesn't matter either though. I have a job I want done. I have Eddie's. I'm assuming you have the means to do it. She takes a puff of her cig and crosses her legs. Credibility and respect are worth more than Eddie's is this biz. You could have all of Saburo Arasaka's finances at your fingertips, but without his name to go along with it, you're at best a high-priority target. You don't gain either coming to meet me dressing like that and smelling of shit. I'm surprised my guys even let you in, she derisively remarks. Respect aside, I like to think I've kept to my word during my time as a merc, he argues. Rogue chuckles and holds her hand. Ty. Alan Precher. Marvin Kellogg. She lists off, her smarmy grin getting wider as his face falls. Cleveland Fabrosi. To that dash, he starts, but she interrupts him. Let's not even mention the many other people you've murdered as a merc. I don't know about you, Ori, but to me this is less the work of a professional mercenary and more a psychotic serial killer. The only credibility I can see, if your remarkable ability to murder those unrelated to you or your work, even those who provide said work, who would want to hire, even be seen talking with you. Someone who killed both his fixer and the client he was working for? Ori lets out a cold breath and folds his arms. To know what you're talking about. Taxian attacked me during a job. Marv was a personal thing. Everything else you listed wasn't done by me. Please, she scoffs. I like to know what goes on in this city. I'm not an idiot. Alan Precher goes missing after accepting a job from Cleveland Fabrosi. 1 you and 2 others accepted. Precher ends up dead with his head cut off, and not long later Cleveland Fabrosi gets zeroed in a parking lot. All while Quentin Fabrosi deposits a large donation into you and your friends' accounts. That's not to say I don't sympathize. Precher was an insufferable bastard, and Cleveland's insistence to alter the deal he made with you would have angered most other mercs. I'm just saying, it doesn't look good on your resume. Ori sighs and irritably scratches the side of his head. What's this about anyway? I doubt you interrogate everyone who comes in here with a job. Rogue shrugs, dabbing her cig in the ashtray on the table. As I said, I like to know what goes on. You are an unstable, if predictable force. What do you mean? He questions, not sure what she was referring to. He hadn't been a merc long enough for her to find patterns, nor had most of his jobs required intentional action on his behalf. I mean, you're not all there, she taps her temple. I have no idea if you're halfway to Cyber Psycho Town, or if you're just naturally sociopathic. As far as I've seen, you have only 2 sides to your modus operandi, passivity and violence. Your gigs always end in one of those 2 categories. Can't say I'm surprised, though, given your associations. He quirks a brow at her. I kind of like to get paid, which means I have to take action if someone tries to screw me, he retorts. MMHM, I understand your actions against Marvin Kellogg and his crew, but Cleveland Fabrosi could have been handled rather easily. He wasn't stupid enough to get himself blacklisted by refusing to pay. You're just lucky only a few people know. or suspect you of killing him. So what? You want me to cut down on killing and vow myself to nonviolence? No, while I am judging you, it isn't my place to tell you how to work. Either way, you'll die eventually, maybe even get yourself a drink named after yourself too. She shakes her head. Doubt it though? She lights up another cig. Now on to biz. You want to find your sister, correct? Ori, still kind of reeling from the interrogation, just dumbly nods. Yeah, I have no fucking clue where she is, but I'll pay whatever you want if you can find her. Rogue nods, her eyes flashing as data flitters across them. Katerina Quadrano, missing during the raid on Ksenia by multiple factions. She focuses on him. And you are sure she wasn't killed like the rest of your family? Ori grits his teeth at the memory of the mass grave site. Yeah, she wasn't there. He pauses. Wait, do you know why Ksenia was attacked? He questions, wondering if she knew anything about the old man who was responsible for it. The side of Rogue's lips twitch as if she was remembering a funny joke. I do, but I assume you'd rather find your sister? I doubt you can afford both. She nods at his silence and continues. Possible locations of Katerina Quadrano, Maelstrom, animals, tiger claws, or perhaps the Skav groups that took advantage of the situation. To be honest, I have no idea if she will ever be found. 43,000. We'll decide that after I've run out of eddies. Chapter 56. Clubbed. The meeting with Rogue soon came to a conclusion, both agreeing that they'd use the eddies Ori had provided to search for Kat until it ran out. If they found her before that, he'd get whatever is left of the money, apart from the finder's fee, obviously. Ori couldn't really he was happy, to be honest. The fact that Rogue had so much information on him and the secret shit that should have been kept hidden, yet knew nothing about Kat's location rubbed him the wrong way. Using her resources to act like a smug bitch doesn't seem all that efficient. There was also what she knew about Ksenia. He wouldn't touch it for now, but when he had the chance he'd buy whatever information she had. Even if it was just a confirmation of what he knew already, it'd be good enough, if only to settle his mind. Beep beep. Hey Ori, you get to the meet okay? Judy. Yeah, made it just in time. Rogue is on the case now, hopefully she will find something. Ori. Great. That good to hear. I don't know how I would be in your situation. At least I can help. Also, Ty for helping out yesterday, smiley face. Judy. No probs, happy to help. Hazel ain't someone who should be stalked. I get why you wanted to help her out, Ori. Yes. I was gonna pay you, but seems like she already did. Look, I'm not gonna tell you how to live your life, but you should probably stay away from girls like Hazel. Just some advice, Judy. And why's that? She didn't seem all that bad to me. Ori. Ori, forgetting the obvious risk of getting the clap. Hazel ain't the kind of girl to give for free. She's expecting you to come back with wallet in hand. Who knows, you might turn into Stalker Boy 2.0, Judy. Ori inwardly grimaces. He had been thinking of renting her time again, but he held back because of Kat. Still, Judy wasn't wrong. Alright, Mom. They'll stay away from the big bad Joy Toys. Happy? Ori.
Niño tonto.
Whatever, it's up to you. Also, QS been asking for you. Check your texts. She got an important job apparently, Judy. Got it. Thanks, Ori. He steps out onto the pavement and calls a cab while flicking through his texts. And look at that, Susie needed him for a job tonight. Maybe he'd get a full night's sleep tomorrow? Ori enters Lizzie's bar freshly showered and with a new set of clothes. He spots his crew, sitting in one of the booths in the corner. Rebecca and Six were sat opposite each other and seemed to be bickering about something. The Borg Merc tuning the girl out as she speaks. Still, he could tell Six wasn't in his usual dour mood due to his foot bobbing up and down. It wasn't following the music, but it was close enough. Who knew he liked techno-rap? Yo, Susie tell you what we're here for yet? Ori greets and he sits next to Six, his eyes focusing on the guy's hands and neck. You get new cyberware? Six shakes his head. Had to sell some to pay for the upkeep. He states meaningfully, not wanting Rebecca to know what they were talking about. I replaced it. No loss of combat effectiveness. It really costs that much? Ori questions, slightly shocked. You guys just gonna ignore me? Rebecca grumpily asks. I get that from the sad metal giant here, but you Ori? Are you still mad at me or something? The jobs we are doing for the Mox do not pay as well as the ones Max got us. Not as many either. Six responds, ignoring Rebecca. It's fine, I will manage. If you're sure. Rebecca huffs. Susie said she'd be down soon. Say, you guys do anything outside of gigs? You're always so serious. Ori shrugs. Not really, almost never have time to myself nowadays. She hums thoughtfully. Maybe I should take you about the town? A boring guy like you needs a push to do anything at all. Why do you think of shooting ranges? Waste of bullets. Partying, she continues, unwilling to give up this avenue of discussion. Overpriced drinks. He states, truly the prices bars sold drinks for was ridiculous. You could buy a whole bottle in a regular supermart for the same price as 3 shots. And don't even mention some kind of cocktail, mostly mixer shit that somehow quadrupled the price of the drink. Those synth lemons and limes weren't worth the space they took up either. Seriously, you're almost as boring as my bro. Your bro? You have a brother? Yeah. Name's Pilar, massive douchebag. Forgot to pay the rent for our apartment and ran away for a while. Reason why I joined the Mox in the first place. She scowls down at her drink. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have gotten this sketchy cyberware. I thought your stuff was pretty preem though? She scoffs and points at her pale arm. You think I wanted to look like a snowman? I needed something to stop me getting flatlined, so I got some prototype subdermal armor. Problem is the trash screwed my blood vessels, almost causing all my skin to rot off me. Got it fixed, but this is the result. She mutters with a sigh. He hadn't thought she was upset about her white skin. He thought she'd modified herself. She always acted like the world could explode and she still wouldn't care. Personally, I think it's pretty cool. White skin and pink tats. Makes me wonder if you taste like bubblegum. He grins. She looks up and her frown twists, matching his grin. Ooh, that's so? You choose the color of your eyes too? Or were they prototype as well? Rebecca shakes her head. She rubs a finger on her bottom eyelid. I chose the pink, but the green is part of my smart systems. Couldn't get rid of it without trading out my eyes, which ain't an option with how much they cost. Why? You looking to chrome up? You were a skin about my cyberware back in the warehouse, weren't you? Maybe not my eyes for now. Some armor would be good though. Not like yours though. No offense, but I doubt I could pull off the same look. He offers, but she just snickers back. Chapter 57. Broker Brook. So, what's your bro do? He a regular working Joe or a solo like you? He's a solo. Dunno why anyone would hire him, but that's how it is. That's enough about me though. I want to hear from our junk man. She leans forwards, looking at Six. No offense, Ori, but hearing more about your past is a major downer. He shrugs. Fine. Not like I want to remember it either. Rebecca sends a dull look at him. Ugh. Even hearing you talk about not talking about it is making me feel bad. She turns back towards Six. So, let me guess. Your mom was a princess and your pops was a sentient janitor bot? Six folds his arms and frowns at her, not responding. No one likes quiet emo guys like you. She huffs into her drink. Not everyone's as extroverted as you, Becca. Ori pauses. Heads up, cues come in. He says, prompting everyone to look over. The Mox leader strides over. Good to see you guys having fun, but playtime's over. Time to start some real biz. She states as she slides a shard onto the table, which Rebecca immediately snatches up. Her eyes glow as she plugs it into her port. Afterwards, turning to Susie, geez, you aren't lying about real biz, huh? She slides the shard to Six. Weren't you the one saying you didn't want a gang war? Now you're sending up into the tiger's den. If you'd take the time to look through everything, you'd see that I'm not sending you on a suicide mission. I looked at it. Rebecca snootily folds her arms. Looked at doesn't mean read. One of the many reasons we kicked your whitest out. Susie S. shakes her head in exasperation. Kuroda Yasushi, data broker who likes to play neutral, worked with us occasionally. Ori inputs the shard and looks through the data provided. It showed the basic map of Kabuki, specifically the eastern part near the shore where a small shantytown sat. It was separated from the other parts of Kabuki via color shading. On the side, the meaning of the colors were displayed, turquoise for Mox territory and red for Tiger Claw. Looked like the entire shantytown belonged to the Tigers, which surprised Ori given how close it was to Lizzie's bar, the headquarters for the Mox. I'm guessing you want us to capture this Kuroda, unless you're saying you want the shantytown burned? That don't sound like a rejection. She mutters in consternation. But no, that slum can stand for now. I do want that broker captured though. Piece of shit sold us lies which got some of my girls killed. You sure it was intentionally malicious? Ori questions. She nods firmly. Oh, definitely. Girls got ambushed the moment they went anywhere. So either he is sketch, or his data is. Either way, I want him brought here in chains, maybe with his legs broken if he struggles too much. So, you want us to march into Tiger Claw turf, kidnap one of them, and drag him out without flatlining him, or getting zeroed in the process? Rebecca drawls skeptically. Yeah, why? You not good enough? She rubs her fingers together. I'll pay the guy's weight in eddies. She incentivises. Rebecca just responds with a half-lidded glare. You're asking a girl with full-body Mox tats? Susie blinks couple times. Oh, right. She shrugs after a moment of pause. Just wear some more clothes then. If you get caught, it's your fault for just wearing a jacket over underwear. TSK, you know that stuff rubs me the wrong way, she retorts. The job or the clothes? Both. Susie rubs her face and turns towards the Ori and Six. You boys up for it? Since it seems Rebecca's getting cold feet. I never said I wouldn't take it, the pale chibi exclaims. Ori glances at Six, specifically the lower quality cyberware he'd been forced to install. We'll take it, if it's worth the pay. Susie folds her arms and leans against the wall of the booth. How's 7K each sound? Ori's eye twitches. Sorry. I can't hear you over the sound of us getting shot to death by an army of angry tigers, he drawls. Funny. 7.5. Susie neutrally responds. 9, and we've got a deal. We get the broker back alive and hopefully not implicate the Mox as we do it, he states with finality. Susie holds her arms up while showing her palms. Fine, but if you bring back a corpse you get 3K each. 2 if the tigers come knocking at the door. Sounds good to me, Ori says while glancing at the other two, who nod in acknowledgement. Right, guess we'll get on it then. He stands. There wasn't any point of headed back home to get extra gear. This was an infiltration in and out job. No need to bring the big guns. Indeed, it'd probably just make the job harder. I'll see you then. Try to not die, or if you do, don't mention the Mox. She gives a brief wave and walks away. Hag. Rebecca quietly spits at her back. So, first things first, let's get you some actual pants. Ori states, looking at her. Slong as you're buying. Did you have to pick these? Rebecca complains, pulling at the old, itchy jogging bottoms he'd bought for her. You said I'm paying, I paid, bare minimum. Ori sniggers as they walk towards the shantytown. You really don't know how to treat a girl. This was like the perfect opportunity to get your flirt on. No, otherwise I'd be trying to get your pants off instead of on. He counters, eyes scanning her face for the usual redness. If you think that's enough to get a rise out of me, you're dead wrong. Slap. He palms her ass, causing her to skip forward with a big blush spreading across her face. What the fuck was that? She pauses, staring at him. What? Ori questions innocently. Chapter 58, Tiger Shore. What? Wasn't me. Ori offers innocently. Her eyes widen as she points an accusatory finger at his face. You got laid, didn't you? She suddenly shouts. What? Ori utters in response. You heard me. You're acting like my bro the morning after he sticks it in a joy toy. Thinking you're big shit. Where'd my wimpy lamppost go? She questions, stepping forwards and gripping the lapels of his jacket to shake him. Did one of those hoes steal you with her beef curtains? Quit it. He tries to brush her off to no avail. Yeah, I got some, but it isn't anything dash. You got some, she squawks, pushing him at 6 while relinquishing her hold on him. Whatever. Like I want to hear about you and some bitch slobbering over each other, she states before quickly stepping down the street. Ori glances at 6. You gonna bitch at me too? The Merc shrugs. Fuck who you want. Not my business, he remarks before following after Rebecca. Ori lets out a sigh and sweeps his hair back. Hard to tell if she's playing around or actually mad. The trio stop in an alleyway just outside the shantytown. So what's the plan? Ori asks. Usually Max was the one to decide this. 6 took charge during the Marv hunt. But that obviously hadn't gone so well. Not to mention his usual reticence to speak at all. Come to think of it, Rebecca probably wasn't a good person to ask either. He blinks erratically. Was he the one in charge right now? Ignorant of his thoughts, Rebecca just shrugs at him. Thought Q would have written one up before we got here. That bitch is like a control freak +1. No, I've met an actual control freak and she isn't it. He retorts but continues after she challenges him with a glare. Susie, ever do a full background check on you? Bank shit? Birth certificate? Probably even knew where you took your last dump? Wait, you met someone like that? Was it the hoe dash?
No.
And I'm not gonna name her either. The chances of it summoning her like Thulu aren't zero. Rebecca snorts at that before seemingly remembering that she was mad at him. Got a plan, Metal Man? 6 shrugs. Go to Kuroda's house and take him. Do we even know where he lives? Rebecca questions. It was in the shard Q gave us? Ori retorts before shaking his head. Besides, we're trying to do this hush-hush, remember? Rebecca, check his home. Tigers will be less suspicious if a girl goes asking around for him. 6 head to the bar. See if you can overhear something. And what are you gonna doing? She asks.
Orshruds, 16.
Who knows, we might get lucky. Maybe walking around alone in this place wasn't the best idea? Ori inwardly remarks, doing his best to ignore the scathing glares sent his way by most of the population. His clothes weren't torn and hanging off of him, so he didn't look homeless. He wasn't Asian either, prompting suspicion from the Tiger Claws who patrolled the area. The gang members who belonged to different ethnicities heavily tattooed or modded themselves to fit in better, leaving Ori a regular-looking person in a crowd of freaks. He'd heard casual comments about robbing him multiple times already, plus the few calling him a reckless kid. Seems like his age was throwing them off a bit, which he wasn't complaining about. Still, 6 must be having a hell of a time. Or maybe his size and cyberware would scare most off. Seriously though, the shantytown was shittier than even Ksinya was. An alleyway wasn't complete without a corpse attracting flies, and he swore he saw a rat the size of a dog earlier. While he'd like to leave as soon as possible, the job was turning out harder than he'd thought. He'd visited most of Kuroda's haunts, yet hadn't spotted the man. 6 and Rebecca hadn't found him either, leaving them with few options. They might even have to come back tomorrow, making their presence more suspicious. Sighing, he meets up with Six and Rebecca in an alleyway, both looking fed up with the situation, even if Six was doing his best to hide it. This sucks. Rebecca complains as Six wipes off what is presumably someone's spit from his shoulder. Can we go yet? I've had enough of old creeps coming on to me. One more and I'll shoot their itty-bitty nuts off. I've checked every public area, so either he's hiding inside somewhere, or Ori turns and gestures down the road to where the river was. He's on the shore for some reason? The other two look at him as if he was stupid. Why would their target be on the shore of the beach? This wasn't a tropical island after all. The only thing you'd find there is discarded plastic, toxic water, and probably a few bodies if you looked hard enough. I'm just saying, it's better we check now than have to come back tomorrow. Fine, but I'm burning these things as soon as we're clear, the chibi states, scratching at the jogging bottoms he'd bought her. You just want me to buy you something better? He drawls. Duh. Is that the guy? Rebecca wonders aloud as they step onto the boardwalk overlooking the beach. Not far from the water they spot a man laying next to an old boom box which was blaring old summer music at top volume. He was singing along at the top of his lungs. Two women passed out next to him as he drinks a beer between breaths. Yeah. He's supposed to be one of those super serious brokers, right? Yeah. Did he have an identical TW dash? Look, that's him. Stop asking me dumb questions. Let's just bag him and get paid, all right? Rebecca nods. Not gonna say no to that. Might be a bit difficult though, she states, eyeing the few tiger claws sitting around enjoying their own drinks. Don't worry. I've got a plan. Ori reassures her. Chapter 59. Credit where it's due. This is a stupid fucking plan. Rebecca quickly whispers under her breath as she and Ori walk towards Kuroda with bottles of hard liquor in their hands. Ori ignores her, instead taking a swig of his drink and purposely stumbling slightly. Hey man, there enough room for two more? He questions, causing the drunken man to lift his head from the sand to look up at them. His eyes circle in on their drinks and he gives a welcoming smile. Ses long as you are sharing. Kuroda likes to the side at one of the unconscious girls next to him and gives her a prod. Hey, do you want another drink? He asks, staring for a long period of time before prodding her again. Eventually he figures out that no, she didn't want another drink. Just one over here thanks. Ori nods, handing the guy his drink while taking the chance to glance behind him, checking if the Tiger Claw members milling around noticed anything off. Thankfully, their acting was good enough to fly by them. No problem bro, always take the opportunity to drink. He slaps Rebecca's shoulder with the back of his hand. Mrs. thinks this shit's gonna rot my brain as if, only thing we gotta worry about is the liver, and I'm swapping that out as soon as I get paid. That's your missus? They make him younger every year? Kuroda mutters under his breath as he takes another gulp. That shit's good. Hey, do I know you? I do right? Ori nods with a smile. Yeah, we're like, best buds Kuroda. Don't you remember that kick-ass poker match we had? You cleared out the whole table and we got kicked out for it. Yeah? I remember that. Totally. Kuroda awkwardly replies, not remembering that at all but just putting it up to the drinks hazing his mind. You remember my name, right? Ori asks, sitting on his heels as Rebecca does her best to fit in, mainly drinking the liquor he'd given her. Why yeah, why wouldn't I? We're buddies, all right? Kuroda gestures his drink at him. No, Peter. That's it. I knew you remembered me. Ori pauses as if he just received a message. Hey, just got word of another party starting up. Why do you say checking it out? Kuroda hums and thought, I was gonna go home with these gals. He glances over, checking once more that they were unconscious. But if you're gonna pull my leg, come on, let's go. He stumbles to his feet, trying to lift the boombox but giving up since it was too heavy for him with only one hand available. As someone else can deal with this? Come on, let's go. Ori was astounded that this was actually working. This guy was either the chillest person in existence, or simply too drunk to tell fantasy from reality. Really? Did he look like a Peter? The Tiger Claws only gave them a cursory glance before going about their usual things, completely uncaring about whatever they were doing. Drunk folks wandering around the shantytown wasn't strange after all, especially not Kuroda who'd been on a bender since yesterday. The guy had apparently been celebrating hitting it big, and a promotion, which he wouldn't divulge no matter what way Ori tried to phrase the question. Other than that he was all too happy to spill whatever he had. It was laughably easy to lead the guy out of Tiger Claw territory, but he seemed to be catching on when Lizzie's bar came into view.
Hey, Peter.
Today party isn't in there, is it? He questions, arm holding his drink drooping anxiously. Six who'd been tailing them stepped behind him, almost causing the man to jump out of his skin. What's the big idea here? Peter. Sorry buddy, no hard feelings? Ori offers with a shrug before Six throws the guy over his shoulder and marches through the doors of Lizzie's bar as the guy squirms. He tries to scream, but Six just gags him. Susie was already at the bar, and her mood instantly brightened up when she saw them arrive. That was quick, not a scratch on him either. She looks Kuroda up and down. The Tigers notice anything? Ori shakes his head. They think he's still partying somewhere. She smirks. Good job. I'll send you the eddies later. She snaps her fingers. Someone lock this asshole up? Some Mox gangers do as they're told, taking the guy from Six's shoulder and carrying him like a big sack of shit to the back rooms. Oh, before I forget, congratulations on your getting your names imprinted. Susie sarcastically adds, sending all three of them some files. Ori opens it up and almost chokes on his saliva when he spots the bounty on his head, courtesy of Maelstrom. He didn't know how they were identified, but Maelstrom certainly had it out for them. 20,000 eddies for each of their heads, a fat sum for any 2-bit merc who felt like getting lucky. Ugh, what the hell is that description of me? Rebecca asks with her face red from the alcohol. Since their software prevented their image from being recorded or stored, Maelstrom had been forced to describe them instead of providing an actual photo. The only problem is, since almost everyone in Maelstrom utilized cybernetic optics, their descriptions were far from accurate, only really describing their bodies since their faces were obscured from their systems. They hadn't been flattering for either of the three. Albino child, bounty, 20,000. Appearance, stark white skin with pink tattoos. Is very small, likely a child. Uses brightly colored weaponry, is very loud and annoying. Big black bot, bounty, 20,000. Appearance, very tall, wears full black body armor, uses camo tech, is likely gay. Small cock merc, bounty, 20,000. Appearance, skinny, overcompensating with big gun, probably abandoned by parents. The fuck? Are they actually trying to find us or just doing this to piss us off? Ori wondered aloud, twitching at the name he'd been given. Chapter 60, Virtual Realities. Hee hee, I knew you guys would enjoy that. Susie all but cackles to herself. I would be too worried about it. But watch your backs, never know if someone will get an idea, she says before leaving. Maybe we should hit him again. Rebecca ponders. Kick the shit out of them until they give us some good names. I'm not letting my merc name be Albino Child. Ori snorts. You think I want to be Small Cock Merc either? Six is the only one who didn't get a blatantly insulting, other than the gay part, obviously. He adds as the merc scowls. Whatever. Rebecca exclaims, the gig's done. Let's us three go do something. Six shakes his head and quietly departs, leaving Ori and Rebecca alone. The girl had finished the liquor he'd given her, leaving her more excitable than usual. Looks like it's just us two. Come on, let's do something. I thought you were still being mad at me, he questions. I still am, but I can be mad and hang out at the same time. Unless you say no, then I'll be super mad, she presses. Hanging out with an angry albino child dash. I will hurt you. She scowls at the name before shaking her head. You're a sad, boring guy with no hobbies. Let me take you somewhere. Maybe you'll like it. He lets out a sigh. Fine. Were you thinking? He asks, allowing a grin to form onto her face. Ha ha ha. Bam bam.
Die you groß green bastards.
Rebecca laughs as she unloads her strange weapon into a crowd of communist zombies, all while Ori standing at the side with a rinky-dink piece of shit pistol. She'd ended up dragging him to an online BD lounge, allowing them to play virtual multiplayer games, something Ori had never gotten the chance to do. But he was finding it hard to enjoy any of it since Rebecca was dominating everything. They were playing Zombie Splatter 2056, an old game that still somehow had a cult following. Two teams and bases either side of the map that were constantly being besieged by zombies, frail rotting creatures that went down rather easily, but would instantly kill you with a single bite. Their goal was to destroy the other team. The only problem was, since Rebecca kept dominating every game, she kept getting upped on the skill ladder, with him trailing along since he was in her party. Since it was a BD, he could use the nanites to assist his aiming, leaving him pretty poor in that department. Plus his lack of knowledge of the game itself left him twiddling his thumbs. Really, what was he supposed to do when there were secret stashes of weapons hidden around the map, all of which Rebecca had seemingly memorized? Wait, someone was approaching in a dune buggy-type vehicle, splattering zombies as it drove. He raises his pistol. Daga-ga-ga-ga. And Rebecca tore it to pieces with her Gatling Zombie Slayer 9000. Did you see that, Ori? How cool was that? She cheerfully cackles, twirling around with that big ass in her hands. Seems like her slightly inebriation had followed her into the BD. Yes, it was very cool, he utters neutrally. She obviously notices his lack of enthusiasm, however. What's with the long face? Nothing, this just isn't my kind of thing. What? This is a zombie-killing virtual reality. How can't you like that? Ori just shrugs. I don't know. I think I would have liked it if my days weren't already about shooting people and getting shot at. This shit just doesn't do it for anymore. It was honestly like a farmer coming home and starting to play a farming simulator. Who the fuck wanted to do that? She folds her arms, letting the virtual gun dissipate into particles. Fine. There's a boring alternative we can try. BZZD. The post-apocalyptic world around them fades away as she takes them somewhere else. Within the black world, she opens up some sort of interface and boredly scrolls it, eventually stopping and looking at him. A or B? Pick one. I'm assuming A is the one you'd rather me choose since it's your first choice, he remarks, causing her brow to twitch. Guaching. So I'll pick B. Her fixed expression twists into a smug grin. Joke's on you, my pick was B. She selects it and the world warps once more, eventually depositing the two of them on some kind of brightly lit stage. Below them were thousands of people, likely just NPCs though judging by the awkward way they moved. What is this? He questions as two spotlights shine over him and Rebecca as they stood meters apart. She just flashes a cocky smirk at him, however, as an interface lights up in front of him, displaying some movements he was probably supposed to follow. Then, some music kicks in, Rebecca immediately beginning to dance as his interface flashes red, signifying his failure to follow it. Really, Becca? A dancing sim? Loser has to do whatever the winner asks. She laughs while doing some kind of Dougie. Fuck it, you're on. And I'll be taking that kick-ass shotgun of yours when I win, he states, quickly and awkwardly jumping into the dance moves. Then a realization strikes him. He'd never actually danced before. You look so stupid. Rebecca taunts, undoubtedly trying to get him off his game. It wouldn't work. Yeah? Well, you look like it's your first dance of prom night. She snorts, unaffected by his crazy burn. Heads up on the next move, wimpy lamppost. His eyes widen as he sees it. Seems like he'd bitten off more than he could chew. He attempts the move but falls onto his ass, afterwards glancing over and spotting Rebecca moonwalking around the place as if she were floating. How the fuck are you doing that? Diane's chip biatch, she chortles, actually having the balls to start moonwalking around him in a circle. He sticks his foot out and trips her, causing her to fall on top of him with their faces mere inches apart. His breath hitches as she just stays there, silently staring at him. Then, she breaks the silence. I win. She grins as his interface flashes red, signaling his failure due to obstructing the opponent. Was this a fever dream or something? All of this felt too stupid to be real. Chapter 61. Unsaid. How did it come to this? Ori mutters in complete despair. Stop being a baby and deal with it. You can cut my ass, but you can't handle this? Rebecca shouts from within the dressing room. You still on that? He questions, slowly scanning his surroundings with a fixed expression. No man should have to experience this kind of humiliation. He'd handled it with his sister when they were younger. But now? The looks other women in the female clothing store sent him stabbed in all the wrong ways. This was like throwing a fish into a volcano. The antithesis to his natural habitat. Be quiet. I can hear you brooding from here. Our deal said that you wanted me to help you pick out clothes. No one said anything about enjoying it. Let's see you enjoy this then, she states, stepping out from behind the curtain in her new outfit, or at least, what she considered an outfit. Since Rebecca's usual clothes consisted of thin black underwear under a jacket, he wasn't surprised when he saw her. Pale green booty shorts and a tank top that barely displayed some underboob. Well, since she was almost as flat as a billboard, it showed the outline of her pectoral. Almost immediately the whispers of nearby women reached him, prompting him to lower his head in a vain attempt to avoid their eyes. Well, she gives a few poses, most attempting to increase how big her bust looked. I think you'd look better with clothes on, he deadpants. She glares at him. What's that supposed to mean? You think my body's ugly? She asks as she steps over to where he was sat. That's a trap question and I refuse to answer it, he diplomatically says. As far as I'm concerned, there's only two answers. You either like my body, or you don't. She leans forwards, almost pushing her chest to his nose. Why we doing this, Rebecca? He questions, resting his head on the pillar-mounted mirror behind him. She folds her arms. Because you lost the bet, obviously. I mean, why did you choose this? He gestures around the store, specifically. He already suspected what it was, but his feelings for Rebecca were complicated. He wouldn't be able to give her an answer even if forced to. Besides, he was still crushing on someone else, Christy. Rebecca huffs at the question. You ain't dumb. You really gonna ask a girl that? He lets out a sigh. So you really dash. Hold it right there, mister, and shut your trap. Don't ask that question because I ain't answering it. She points between herself and him. Right now we're just buds, chums, whatever you want to call it. She then prods him in the forehead with her finger. I'm testing the waters, seeing if there's anything behind this thick skull of yours. So, until you grow the balls to ask me yourself or something else happens, shut up and enjoy the show I'm giving you on what was supposed to be a lost bet, she states, spinning around and heading back into the dressing room. Ori rubs his forehead while awkwardly staring at the curtains. I guess I was acting dumb, he mutters to himself, shaking his head and getting to his feet. Rebecca steps out of the dressing room in a new outfit, but pauses at Ori's absence. She scowls and kicks the floor, wondering if Six would but upset if she found their teammate and put a bullet in his ass. Who abandons a girl like this, huh? That two-bit no-good asshole. Who's pissed you off now? A familiar voice asks as it approaches. She turns and angrily stomps on the ground. The douchebag I came with Lou Dash. What? Get cold feet running off? She questions as she links the voice to Ori. He crooks a brow and tosses a paper shopping bag at her. You're not gonna bribe me, she states while opening it up. Contrary to her words, however, her eyes instantly soften. She pulls out a dark pink jacket and looks it over. This for me? She whispers. Looks like this, but slightly longer and pink. shorterl.at/nx03. Ori shrugs. Figured picking something I think you'd actually like would work better than whatever we were doing. Matches your eyes and tats, and will stop creeps from staring at your ass. Most of the time at least. You already bought it? She asks as she puts it on, noting how it ended below her mid-thigh. Yeah, got enough pockets for all your ammo too, Dash. He pauses when she hugs him, direly aware of the thin underwear she was wearing as his knee brushes past the coat and towards more sensitive areas. His thoughts are drawn away when she lets out a slight sniffle, however. Hey, are you crying? He worriedly asks. And no. Something's just caught in my eye. She wipes her eyes and looks up at him. This is the best gift anyone's ever gotten me, she says, squeezing the hug tighter, not explaining that it might even be the first gift she'd gotten. Pilar wasn't exactly charitable, even to his sister. He opens his mouth a couple times to answer, but finds himself failing. On the fourth try she interrupts him, however. Shut up. Just let me get this out of my system. She squeezes him a couple more times, each one becoming tighter as if a python was trying to constrict him, until finally she relents, stomping on his foot and letting him go before charging back into the dressing room. This don't mean anything. Really? I thought we were chums? That means a lot to me, he says, rubbing his foot, only to smirk when he hears her trip over herself. The rest of the hangout continues smoothly, Ori helping her pick out a couple outfits, underwear sets, before making a last stop at a burger place. After that, they each head home, concluding the not date. Chapter 62, Day of Birth. Bip bip bip. Bip bip bip. Ori groans as he turns off the alarm, tiredly sitting up and glancing at the notification. Oh, it's today, huh? Somehow he was surprised, despite how dumb that sounded. It was his birthday, and the alarm that had just rung was one he'd set up in an attempt to get one over on his dad and sister. They liked to bum rush him before he was even awake, jump all over him before carrying him and tossing him into an ice-cold bathtub. It wasn't like he didn't get them back, though. Last time he'd shaved his dad's beard completely off during his sleep. For his sister, he'd painted her face completely like a clown, which she only discovered halfway through the day. The beating and withheld food afterwards were well worth it. Not like today would be like that. His family was still missing, and Bats barely remembered his birthday back in Ksenia, let alone now. He was 16 now, yet felt like the same kid as before. Close your eyes. Maybe you can sleep through today, he mutters to himself. Six was apparently gonna be busy with a solo job today, and he wasn't sure what Rebecca was up to. He himself didn't have any gigs going, so maybe he could just take a break. Beep beep. Ugh, hi. He groans as he looks at the notification, but his body throws itself into an upright position when he sees who it is. Hey Ori, happy birthday. Just wanted to let you know that I'm free today if you wanted to hang out. Or something, Christy. She remembered. He could have sworn she'd have forgotten. While they were technically friends, he'd always assumed he was the forgettable little brother you only thought about when visiting Ksenia. He smiles to himself and texts back after many rewrites as he wasn't exactly sure what he wanted to say. Sure. If you're available, I've got nothing else planned, Ash. No, that wouldn't work. Made himself seem like a loner charity case. She'd already had to lend him money after all. Sure, what were you thinking of doing? He simply replies, leaving it up to her to decide. Not a minute later, he received a response. There's a nice little coffee shop that opened up downtown. We can meet up there now if you like. Christy, send me the debts and I'll be there. Might take a bit though. Traffic around this time is killer.
Oi.
No probs. I'll see you then. Christy. Wait, did this count as a date? Boy and girl head spend some time about the town alone. No, he couldn't psyche himself out before the meeting. With that said, he grabs his best clothes, which essentially amounted to smart and slightly torn casual wear, and leaves a note for Bats who hadn't even awakened yet, saying that he'd be out doing some chores. After struggling for 30 minutes to find a parking spot, Ori eventually makes it to the coffee shop. Bean's Hub. A stupid name if you asked him, but the place must have been doing something right with how busy it was. He steps through the door and glances around. There were no free chairs or tables, each one filled with an assortment of people, varying from your typical pre-corpo war hipsters, to suits looking for a quiet place to conduct a meeting, to regular families just visiting to check the place out. His eyes do focus in on a table with one person on it, familiar tan skin and pink hair, under a wide-rimmed synth leather hat. That was Christy, all right. She was presumably using it to keep anyone from noticing her. After all, she and her bandmates were getting quite famous judging by the news stories he'd heard about them while flipping through T.V channels. He makes his way over and sits opposite her, smiling slightly as she beams at him under her hat. "Happy birthday!" she quietly yet excitedly offers as she grabs his hand and eagerly shakes it. "Thanks. How'd you know it was my birthday anyway?" "I remembered, obviously." She answers as if his question was a stupid one. He shrugs. "I mean, I'm only a skin. Since you probably have lots of friends, family, even business associates, don't take it the wrong way, but someone like me doesn't really deserve it." Ori trails off and looks up at her, only now noticing the frown on her face. "Ori, don't start talking about other people or deserving it, be it my attention or whatever else. For someone like me, there isn't a lot of people I can actually call my friends. Yes, I have got a calendar for the birthdays of my producer and others, but they only really receive a gift card or whatever." She shrugs. "I like to think we're friends. Doing something as small as this is easy, like I'd be forgetting your birthday either." She smiles mischievously. "Last year you kept asking me if I remembered it. I had no choice but to memorize it." He looks to the side awkwardly. That had been when his crush first started. He was a pile of nerves around her, even more so than now, which he displayed by basically badgering her to remember him whenever they met. Such dark, cringe times. "Dee, did you get drinks yet? This is a coffee shop, right?" he asks, changing the subject. She taps on one part of the table, causing an electronic menu to open up. "Pick what you like. I'll catch the bill." She offers after ordering a latte with an egregious amount of add-ons onto it. Chocolate, cinnamon, coconut shavings, double cream, and a bunch more ingredients that Ori hadn't ever encountered before now. Not wanting to take advantage of her generosity, he picks a basic large coffee, one of the cheapest drinks this place had available, despite its still rather large pricing. "So, how are things?" she asks as they wait for their orders to arrive. Chapter 63, Stardom. "So, how are things?" "They're going, I guess. Still not found a trace of Cat, but I've got people looking into it now. It's only a matter of time," he says, feeling his mood drop from the mention of it. She sighs. "That's a shame. I asked around, but no one I know has any way of helping with this kind of thing." "Sorry." He shakes his head. "Don't be. It ain't your fault. You tried as well. More than I can say for anyone else who survived Ksenia. What are you doing for work? It can't be easy given you lived most of your life underground." She looks him over. "You don't seem to be doing too bad, though." He looks at the window and wets his lips. I've become a kind of cleaner. I doubt you spend much time in mega buildings, but I'm sometimes around those places. Cleaning up?" "Ah, like a janitor," she questions, to which he nods. "Basically," he vaguely answers. "How about you? Got any new songs you want to leak to me? For publicity's sake, I mean." She giggles. "I would if I could, but if the suits got a peep of it, they'd string me up with my contract." She jokes and sits back in her chair. "Seriously, while I'm the one who makes the music, they're the one playing us like instruments." "Really? I'd have thought someone as famous as you would have some leeway. They can't make you disappear as easily as the rest of us." "You'd think that, wouldn't you? What about your bandmates? They having trouble too?" Christy snorts but widens her eyes at her own reaction, holding a hand up in front of her mouth. "Excuse me. Ahem, my bandmates and I don't have the best relationship. We got back together for the Eddies. They're not very nice people, if I'm honest," she admits. Ori hums, his eyes darting to the table as two segments come apart before rising up like a mini elevator. Their drinks rise into view, and they both take them, allowing the table to reset. He sips the coffee, which tastes slightly better than the average coffee you could get in Night City. With how much more it cost, he didn't think it was worth it. "Any good?" he asks her. "Yep. Shame I can't just bundle up whatever machine makes the drinks and drag it to the studio." She looks like she wants to carry on but pauses as her face begins twitching.
Hashi, Ori.
"You tell me if you needed help, right?" He tilts his head in confusion. "What do you mean?" "I mean, like, if you got in trouble, dash." She glances around the store conspiratorially. "With the law?"
Yeah.
How was he even supposed to respond to that? "Never mind. Oh, why don't we take a picture to celebrate your birthday?" she offers, standing and sitting on his side of the table next to him. She holds up her hollow phone and takes a couple selfies, but frowns when she pulls them up. Obviously, Ori's face was completely artifact due to his software blocking it. If Maelstrom security cameras couldn't get past it, there was no way in hell her hollow phone was gonna do it. Must be something wrong with my phone? Ori nods. "Why, yeah, turn it off in one. Might work then," he states, quickly turning his software off to allow the selfie. She takes it and moves back to her side of the table with a big smile, sliding a rectangular box to him. What's this? A present. You mole people accept those, right? He chuckles, obviously. I still have that dash. He falters. That autographed record you sent. It's probably a pile of ash in my old house. He mutters in realization. Has anyone ever told you that you brood too much? Now come on, open it. He does so, opening the box and finding 2 shards, one containing another 5,000 eddies, same as what she gifted him last time, and the other, a complete list of all the songs she'd ever produced until now, unfortunately missing her unreleased ones. This dash. I know it's not much, but I remembered you kept asking me to sing for you. There's more under that. Raising a brow, he lifts the false bottom on which the shards had been laying and spots a ticket of some sort. 2 VIP tickets to the Ensemblerly concert in Haywood. How about it? She asks, grinning. You can bring your uncle with you too. Oh, of course, I'd love to go. You sure it won't be a problem though? Can you really just go handing VIP tickets out like this? Hee, those are the only 2 I'm handing out, so count yourself lucky. He smiles at her, happier than he'd ever been since Ksenia. I am lucky to have a friend like you, Christy. Beep beep. Both of them pause at the sound of an alarm. He looks at his interface but finds nothing, meaning it had come from her. She looks at her holophone and frowns. The studio wants me to redo a chorus, even though it was already perfect, she complains before quickly getting to her feet. Again, happy birthday, Ori. Sorry if this seems abrupt, but dash? No, it's fine. I get it. Go deal with work. Maybe we can do this another time. She nods at that and rushes off, leaving Ori sitting alone, still looking down at the tickets. Was this the greatest present he'd ever received? Yes, definitely. Nothing even compared to VIP tickets to see her sing. He gives a small fist pump, drinks the rest of his coffee, activates his facial obfuscation software, and leaves. Before he gets home, however, he stops by a few shops, picking up some clothes while also taking the chance to check the cyberware he might buy in future. The day had only just started, and it was looking up for him. Absolutely nothing could ruin this day.
Chapter 64, Surprise.
By the time Ori gets home, it's around midday. He steps through the apartment and tosses the bag containing his new clothes onto the couch, before noticing the note stuck to the wall. Hey Ori, when you get the chance, could you deliver my tools to the lounge across Dickie's Diner? I've got an appointment with the guy there, but won't have time to grab my stuff. Thanks. The confused birthday boy reads aloud, his expression drooping as he reads it again. How fucking obvious do you want to make this, Bats? Seriously, an appointment? Who'd want an unverified ripperdoc checking their shit out? Unless they wanted to get scrapped by scavs, that was fucking awful idea. He rubs his face, concealing his smile. Whatever, I'll follow along. See what you've got prepped. Ori walks through the door of the private room that had been rented, and gives no reaction as Bats, Rebecca, Judy, and surprisingly Hazel jump out to try and surprise him. There were a couple other people present that Ori wasn't overly familiar with, but he did notice the lack of 6 presents. The guy probably wasn't big on parties. Not that he could blame him. Kid, we went through all this trouble, at least give us a fake reaction. Bats complains. As much as I appreciate this, you could have at least put more effort into hiding it. Really, dude? An appointment? That's what I said. Rebecca remarks. Ori shrugs. I'm honestly surprised he remembered my birthday at all. Bats has always been shit with dates. He says, causing the man's lips to thin as he looks away, embarrassed. Judy awkwardly chuckles. I'm actually the one who arranged this. I helped though. Bats adds. Heh, keep saying it, it won't make it true. Rebecca says, patting the guy on the arm, comfortingly. Ori sits down at the provided bar and can't help but laugh as Bats fails as making a cocktail Rebecca requested. The guy barely remembered the ingredients, yet he still tried to flip the bottle for flair, only to shatter it in 2 others. His drink-making duties were relinquished by Judy, who didn't want to pay to replace the entire bar. Surprised you're here? Ori states, looking over at Hazel, who seemed to just be vibing. Oh, why? Aren't I the closest girl to you? She grins, hopping her chair closer, only for Rebecca to place her own in between them. So, how'd you 2 meet? Bet that's an interesting story, huh? She questions almost conspiratorially. Hazel looks over the intruder before a gleam flashes in her eye. It is quite the story, dash. She goes on to describe the events of Ori defeating her stalker, then takes great satisfaction at describing what occurred afterwards. That was nasty. Judy remarks as she slides some drinks of them. Ori, did you really have to send me a vid of it? I could have done without ever seeing your equipment. Sorry, I don't remember why that was even sent. I was pretty out of it at that point. He mutters as a blush creeps across his cheeks. That's because I'm the one who sent it. Judy's become awfully prudish lately. I thought that might get her interest. Hazel interjects, causing both of them to gape at her. What? Are you going to say you haven't flicked the bean at the vid, Judy? Or you Ori, you haven't watched it back over for your enjoyment? Hazel questions. And no, I'm not into stuff like that. Especially of people I know. Judy sputters, while Ori just sits there silently. So, you're just a slut. Rebecca states, continuing to glare at the joy toy. Becca. Judy chides. No, it's true. Hazel answers, leaning towards the pale chibi. I enjoy my work. Pleasing men is fun. Or women. If you'd like to try. What? No way. Who knows what I'd catch from you? Hazel continues to tease Rebecca as Bats sits next to Ori. So, what were you doing in the morning? I know you didn't have any work to do. As for your excuse about chores, as you said, put some more effort into it. Ori shrugs, sipping his drink. I met with Christy. HM? Christy? Judy wonders aloud after listening in. Name rings a bell, but I can't put a face to it. That BD star, Christy Clert. Bats offers. Judy's eyes widen as she snaps her fingers. That, I remember now, saw her when I looking into your identities. What?
Ori asks.
You didn't think I'd investigate you after our first meeting? That's basic stuff, she remarks. He shakes his head. No, I meant, what do you mean when you say you saw her investigating me? There shouldn't be any photos of anything of us together. Like, at all, he explains. Judy just crooks a brow at him. No, it was on her page and social channels. Just, wait a minute, she says, grabbing her bag and pulling her laptop out, pulling up Christie's various social pages, fan pages, etc. Ori was shocked, to say the least. Many photos of Christie doing charity work in Ksenia were available, some even including himself, even if he was in the background. Seeing his reaction, Judy tilts her head in confusion. Didn't you know about this? This is like Publicity 101. Do some good deeds, have someone record it, then present yourself as an inspirational figure. This was around the time she and her band split too, probably started because her solo career wasn't going so hot. He just stares at the pictures in shock, dumbfounded at how he'd never noticed this before. Why had she never said anything? It was obvious now he was actually looking at it. Christie was clearly posing for the hidden camera in each shot. He remembered thinking it odd when he used to watch her, taking too long to pour soup, holding a lost child to her chest while smiling somewhere else. Ping. Oh.
Oi.
Bats mutters, eyes numbly blinking as another photo was released, one of Christie and Ori sitting at a table, showing the BD star gifting him something. The title of the post was the worst, however. Christie Clert spotted, looking after orphan boy who survived the Ksenia massacre. The picture was taken from an odd angle, and while Ori wouldn't have been too bothered by this, some of Christie's actions and words made a lot more sense. The selfie, it was to goad him into deactivating his software so his face would be visible. Chapter 65, Loss of Control. Ori slowly slides the laptop away from him and calmly stands up, his expression locked in place. He pulls out the tickets Christie had gifted him earlier and leaves them on the counter before turning and heading towards the exit.
Oi.
Wait, calm down before you do something stupid, Bat shouts, knowing the kid was gonna explode any minute.
I'm fine.
No, you're not. Does this look like a fine reaction to you? He gesticulates towards him. I just need some time alone. That's so hard to understand? Ori asks, his voice turning slightly hoarse as he completes his words. He turns to leave again but pauses when he bumps into Rebecca, who'd stood in his way with her arms crossed. You're just gonna dip now? We haven't even given you your gifts yet. Just forget that, bitch, and do what everyone else does when something shitty happens. He tilts his head. And what's that supposed to be? Drink your sorrows away. He steps past her, ignoring her angry grumble at his actions. Ori, we all get this isn't something you wanted to hear, but dealing with it alone is a bad idea. Bat states before letting out a sigh and shaking his head. If you're gonna go no matter what, at least come back after you're done. Renting this place wasn't exactly easy. I'll come back. I don't know when. Ori offers before finally leaving. He isn't gonna kill anyone, is he? Hazel tentatively asks, but doesn't get an answer from anyone present. Ori calmly steps out of the lounge and walks down the street, his heart thumping hard in his chest as he reaches his destination. He steps through the doors and approaches the reception. An hour in the sensory deprivation tank, please. Once paid, he enters the private room and strips all of his clothing, tossing his gun atop the pile as he climbs into the tank, which seals shut with a hiss as it pressurizes, adjusting to peak comfortability for the human body. Once he was properly situated, he squeezes his eyes shut and finally let go of his emotions. Phew. Dash. You fucking bitch. You fucking play me like this? Treat me like a fucking puppet? I'll few cucking in you dash. R. Dash. Hand me your fucking concert tickets and expect me to sit there for your publicity shit? I'll bomb that fucking building and every cunt inside of it. Years you spent playing me. Dash. Was it you who led those fucks to Ksenia? You who kept fucking posting pictures of it. Weary the gangs therefore you. Cryest tie I. Ha, ha, ha. Ori exhaustedly breathed, his throat torn apart by his screaming, and the only reason he hadn't passed out from tearing his vocal cords was due to the Nanite's intervention. He opens his eyes and looks up at the completely black roof of the tank he was lying in, the hilarity of the shit situation he'd found himself in finally hitting him. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. He laughs, snot and tears still dripping down his face and into the shallow water he was floating in. Really, it was like reality wanted to hurt him. No one in Night City had it worse than he did. Even those guys who get zeroed in the streets get a quick end. But him? Hit after hit after hit. The punches never stop coming. First it takes his family, then his friends. And once he has nothing left, it'd take that too. He would have less than nothing, and the world still wouldn't be satisfied. Mental instability found. Request permission to correct anomaly. Flesh administrator. Haha. Why fucking not? Not like it's gonna matter in the end, right? Ha 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 ha. Ha. R.I. GHD? He trails off, his fluttering as the Nanites go about their work. A profound itchiness digs into the folds of his brain, making him want to open up his skull to scratch it. His arms stay put, however, as he was unable to move them. Unable to move anything, really? Why wasn't he freaking out about that? He didn't know. Well, he knew, but he didn't know why he knew. No, that's not right. He knew why he wasn't freaking out, but didn't know why he wasn't. This was definitely something he should be freaking out about. No, even then, freaking out about something like this was meaningless. He somehow moves his arm up to his face and clenches his fist a couple of times, taking in the sensation of control. He then lets it drop, continuing to just lay there alone with his thoughts. The betrayal he just experienced seemed to push him over the edge. He could see that now, though. Was it even a betrayal? Christy never did anything overtly against him. He'd never asked, she'd never lied, nor had she intentionally harmed him. In fact, she continued to help him even after Ksenia was destroyed, lending him money, attempting to converse with him, even if it was just a ploy for publicity. Why was he thinking about murdering her again? Logically, it was because of his affection for her, which was spurned by what he'd learned. He overreacted. Killing her would be more than pointless. The danger it would bring outweighed whatever satisfaction he might have gained by many degrees. Still, there was the high possibility of Christie's actions being the cause of what happened to Ksenia, though this might just be wishful thinking, attempting to hoist responsibility for it onto someone else. Regardless of his current incredibly lucid state, he wasn't entirely sure if making her the cause was due to his reasoning or internal biases.
No.
He wouldn't touch her, not unless further evidence came to light. He remembered Rogue's quirky reaction at his asking what happened to Ksenia, so purchasing the information was probably best. No point in bumbling to a possibly incorrect conclusion. Was there a reason he'd never done this before? He couldn't think of any negatives. He utters when thinking back to it, wanting to retain my humanity. What did that even mean, though? Humanity didn't mean anything outside of the pre-established moral implications, most drawn from tradition and evolution. The aversion to eating human flesh probably came about due to the deadly prion diseases ingesting human brains could cause. Was there any actual benefit to retaining humanity, however? He didn't know, and that scared him. Scared him? Chapter 66. Back to form. Collective. Return 10% of my emotions, please? He mentally asks, deciding to err on the side of caution and listen to his past self's inhibitions towards the Nanites. Affirmative. Like a jolt of electricity, everything rushes back to him. He sucks in a deep breath and squeezes his eyes shut, simply listening to his rapid heartbeats. This was 10%? How did he even survive earlier?
Man.
Christy, you really know how to break a guy's heart. He mutters to himself, blinking some stray tears away. Status, he asks, wishing to know how much time he had left in the tank. 8:23. Almost a complete hour. He felt exhausted, yet not. Letting out a long sigh, he just closes his eyes and waits for the time to be up, settling his nerves all the while. PSSCH. The tank depressurizes and opens up, prompting him to get out and dress himself, eventually leaving the store after slapping his cheeks to psyche himself up to go back to the party where his friends were presumably waiting. He rubs the bridge of his nose, sighing at the soreness around his eyes that the Nanites were trying to repair. Click. He steps into the private lounge and spots Bats, Judy, and Rebecca sitting at the bar. Everyone else must have left already.
Oi.
You alright, kid? Bats asks him as he walks over and retakes his seat at the bar, cupping the drink he'd left earlier. Better now, he easily answers. You sure? Judy questions, staring intently and watching for anything that indicated otherwise. He nods. Yeah, all good. Can I have a drink? Don't matter what it is. Rebecca slides up next to him, hands anxiously pulling at her sleeves despite attempts to hide it. Huh, it's the jacket he'd bought her. How didn't he notice that earlier? So, what's the plan? We gonna whack the bitch, or what? Ori shakes his head. No, just forget about her. She doesn't matter. Fuck that. You mess with my chum, you mess with me. It's personal now. I said leave it, he says with more force this time. I'm over it. There's no point in bothering with someone who doesn't matter. Really? Really? Huh, you're not usually this chill about things. Rebecca remarks, her combative attitude vanishing as she sips at her drink. I'm not gonna stop calling her a bitch though, she adds. She's a bitch so she deserves it. Nothing more than that though, he says before accepting the strange cocktail Judy had made for him. Bleeding heart, basically a Bloody Mary with triple the vodka. She shrugs.
Thanks.
So, about those tickets. She starts, what are you gonna do with them? If you don't want to go and really want to get back at her, why not just sell them? Have the greasiest, grossest, fattest fan of hers be their front seat to watch her. Both she and Rebecca snickers at the thought. That'd get the message across, and some eddies. A pile if what I'm hearing about that concert is true. Yeah, let's see if we can find the most desperate stalker creep and send him. Oh, tell him that bitch likes him too while you're at it. Rebecca laughs. Huh, thought you were gonna suggest strapping a bomb vest to them. Judy remarks, surprised. I didn't think it needed to be said. It's obvious, isn't it? Revenge plots aside, how about we leave the terrorism alone for now? Bat states. Rebecca folds her arms. Why? Don't you think some payback is due? Bat shrugs. Maybe, but it's up to Ori if he actually wants that. Both of them turn towards him as he takes a long sip of his drink through the pink straw, Judy included. Let's just move on to the gifts? I doubt he wants to hear any more about her after all this. Judy says as she pulls out something from her pocket and slides it to Ori. What is it? He asks, looking it over. It reminded him of a larger-than-average red dot sight. Custom smart scope. Stick it on any weapon system and it'll work. Ori crooks a brow at her. Ain't this expensive? She nods. If you wanted to buy it, sure. But I made this one myself so we're good.
Thanks.
You go next. Rebecca all but orders Bats. Why? Because best is saved for last. Bat shrugs and slides a shard to Ori. I scoured everywhere I could for that. Inside there's a dozen pictures of your parents and anything else about our family. Should have some pics of us with Cat too. Ori keeps it in the palm of his hand, staring at it before quickly composing himself and hugging Bats. I thought everything was burned. How'd you find it? Backups hidden in private stores. Found some of our old vehicles and some lots too which had pictures saved in their databases. Iman's old car had a bunch of them with you. Your mother. He trails off. His car? Forget about it. Didn't have enough to buy it so it got scrapped for parts. Lucky I got to it before then. Mao. How am I supposed to beat that? Rebecca complains as she drops a paper bag onto the bar. Bat smiles at her innocently. You asked for it. She eyes him with a glare before returning to her task, pulling out a black synth leather jacket with a pink hood and inner lining. Looks like this, but with pink inner fabric. Short URL, at/ditar8c. We match now. He takes it and looks it over, feeling the material it's made out of. Pretty high-quality stuff. Could probably take a low-caliber bullet or two too. We can get one for 6 as well if you want. Have the whole crew matching. Call ourselves Air Dash. She pauses, trying to think of something pink. The Baby Rats. Judy offers with a grin. The Pink Panthers? Bats adds. Rebecca just scowls at them. Don't ruin the moment. You come up with something then. Judy states.
No.
Giving the crew a name is bad luck anyway. Rebecca says, unwilling to admit she couldn't think of anything. In the meantime, Ori had slid the jacket on, finding it fit almost perfectly. It was a bit too big, but that was fine given he had room to grow, if not taller than wider. Thanks, Becca. It's great. Better than the other two? She questions, leaning forwards on her seat. Let's not go that far. He peeks a smile at her pout. Chapter 67. Assault Team. Ori shifts uncomfortably as he sits in the back of the van he, Rebecca, 6, and half a dozen other Moxes had been squeezed into. They were on a gig from Suzy Q to raid a Tiger Claw hideout that was apparently being used to hold prisoners from various places, mainly the Mox and those under their protection, hence Suzy's intervention. They found this out after questioning Kuroda Yasushi. The girls he supposedly led to their deaths had actually been captured, most likely kept as prizes for the higher-ranked Tiger Claws. Judy had almost gone on a rampage when she'd heard about it, and if it wasn't for Suzy deciding to take action, Ori was pretty sure she'd hire Mercs with her own cash. He glances down at Max's LMG and lets out a sigh. It had almost been a week since his birthday, and he'd steadily increased his emotional capacity up to 50%. He was finally starting to feel like himself again, but that just brought more troubles with it. Regardless, he was handling it, day by day, little by little. He'd get better. On the upside, while his mental health wasn't doing so great, physically he was better than he'd ever been. The nanites had finally gotten to work upgrading his skeletal structure, enhancing his bones as much as biologically possible. If he had to compare it to something, then it was like he'd been conditioning his bones all his life, while downing gallons of milk constantly. They were so dense that it was actually a little distracting, not being able to move as well as usual since his weight had dramatically shifted over such a short period. The problem would be fixed once he improved his muscles and ligaments, but until then he'd be feeling stiff and unnaturally heavy. On the bright side, he'd probably survive a couple bullets to the skull now, not to mention the small additions the nanites had added after being inspired by woodpeckers. The interior of his skull had been, well, the easiest way to put it would be padded akin to a motorbike helmet. The blood-brain barrier had been partially modified, some of it turned into a sponge-like cartilage that would help prevent whiplash-type injuries, along with drastically reducing the chance of concussions and other similar ailments. He'd honestly probably die before someone was able to knock him out. Hey, what are you thinking so hard about? Rebecca questions him. HM? Oh, nothing. Just daydreaming. He shakes his head. So, anyone gonna tell us exactly what we're doing yet? I don't want to head into this blind, deaf, and stupid. Crystal, one of the Moxes he could actually put a name to, nods. Our main objectives are rescuing the prisoners and eliminating the people who run the joint. We know that 2 of our girls are being held there, Chica Lake and Yelaine G. Stapp, nicknamed Chica and Lola in that order. These are our targets. She holds up her holophone and displays a picture of a relatively handsome Japanese man wearing a suit. He looked smart, wore glasses, and had a straight posture as if he were some rich business owner. Oyakawa Yoshi, the guy charge of this whole operation, owns the building which it all takes place in, and supposedly handles the product sales. Crystal scowls. This slaver piece of shit is gonna die today or I, Judes, and Q consider this a failure, understand? Fuck yeah. I've been dying to kill those tiger choads for a while now. Rebecca grins, gripping her shotgun, guts, tightly. Ori nods from where he was. If anyone deserves it, it's them. He glances at 6, spotting the Merc just staring at the opposite wall with a dazed look, or at least, that's what he assumed. The only part of his face visible was his mouth, which was held open slightly, almost allowing drool to slip out. 6, you alright? His mouth snaps closed as he shakes his head slightly, looking to Ori and nodding, ready to go. Crystal continues her explanation, drawing back Ori's attention. Next on the list is Kudu Yuko. The holophone displays a low-res picture of him. Another Japanese guy, wearing a lab coat with very obvious cybernetic enhances around his body. His arms and hands were black with some synthetic metal. His face was covered with surgical scars indicating some kind of implantation. You could say he's the brains of the operation. He's in charge of the cyberware installed into the prisoners. Crystal's face worsens, including custom doll chips. Custom? One of the other Mox's questions. Doll chips weren't usually tampered with. They were heavily used in the sex industry, temporarily brainwashing the worker and making them act certain ways. Once their business was done, their memory of it gets erased. It was essentially complete enslavement of the mind and body, even if it were temporary. Custom as in, the safety limiters are broken through, allowing them to permanently control whoever is installed with them. She states, causing everyone to pause at that. It turns you into a robot who's only able to follow your master's orders. Keep this in mind. We'll probably have to knock out the prisoners to stop them from fighting us. That's one Mox who appeared to be a former doll mutters in shock. One of the many reasons we're gonna zero these pricks. Crystal finishes for her. The holophone flashes once more, revealing a thin, heavily chromed woman wearing a completely black dress with a large, slit-up one leg, kind of like a Japanese-inspired cheapao. She seemed to be a mix of Japanese and Chinese, sharp, stern features that all but screamed, bitch. Her hair was rainbow-colored and hung at her shoulder blades, and she wore a relatively large katana at her hip. Last on the list, Monica Eru, the chief bitch in charge of the place's security. We don't know much about her other than Kuroda was shit scared of her. Probably gonna be our toughest fight if I had to guess. Be very careful if you meet her, she warns.
Chapter 68, Offensive.
Everyone mulled over the information about their targets Crystal had given. Most were confident in the mission, but a few with more experience were wary. People usually didn't live long enough to make a name for themselves in Night City. Those who did so for a reason, be it their intelligence, skills, or even simply their contacts. There was also their rank amongst the Tiger Claws to take into account. One didn't simply get promoted. From what he'd heard, you had to fight and scrape your way up, backstabbing and conniving all the way. That or have a contact within Arasaka to earn you protection. We got any intel on the building itself? How are we heading in? The NCPD headquarters are only a mile or two away. Ori questions. knowing the cops would be on them not long after the fighting started. Crystal nods, allowing her holophone to begin showing various pictures of the place, displaying doors, exits, windows, and even common guard positions. Most of this would be useless as soon as they got inside, however, their lack of information on the interior of the building all but forcing them to go in blind. This ain't an infiltration gig. We go in guns blazing and kill our way to the prisoners. No mercy, no stragglers, and no surrender, understand? Ori tunes out the rest of the planning Crystal and the Moxes discuss, adjusting the smart scope Judy had gifted him, and checking his LMG's ammo and other parts. A jammed gun in this situation might just kill him and his friends. He checks his pistol another dozen times, chewing his lip as he counts the bullets once more. Eventually, though, they reach their destination. The van creaks as it comes to a stop a couple blocks away from the Tiger Claw building. Area clear. Crystal reports as they begin shuffling out the back of the truck. Keep this thing hidden. We'll need it as a getaway once we're done, she orders, the driver giving a short nod in response. You guys ready? Rebecca asks Ori and Six, stepping between them with a grin on her face. Always. The Tiger Claw building itself was a two-story office building that was placed in a rundown district that had been heavily damaged previously by a riot. The large windows had all been shattered and covered over with planks and metal. The wire fencing around it rusted, tangled, and clipped presumably by scavengers before the tigers moved in. There were makeshift cameras all around the building, along with Tiger Claw guards who boldly patrolled the area. No one else was in the area, most scared of the gangers to risk a confrontation, which was a good thing, as they wouldn't have to risk civilian casualties. Crystal hugs a corner of an alleyway overlooking the building and nods to one of the Moxes holding a sniper. They take aim, everyone tensing, ready for action.
Bang!
A tiger's head explodes from the high-velocity sniper round, punching a hole into the concrete wall behind them. Before the body even hits the floor, the Moxes moved, all running out of cover and spraying bullets at the confounded guards who hadn't realized their situation yet. 2 go down with a spray of blood, while 4 others throw themselves into cover, most having taken damage from the ambush. Sorwa Kuso Midoridisu.
Arto manakasama.
Karara wa bai shunpu no tame and I koko and I amesu, another shouts in response. Shut the fuck up and arigato, you slaver bitches. Rebecca interrupts them, sliding behind a car they were using as cover and sticking guts over the bonnet, allowing it to press its barrel into the face of a frozen tiger claw. Gamanesa dash. The man shouts in complete fear but gets cut off, or blown apart to be more accurate. Bong. His entire head, neck, and part of his upper torso turn to bloody mulch as the shotgun fires, sending both the corpse and Rebecca falling to the ground from the blast. She laughs as her back hits the ground, quickly springing up and firing another shot at the dead guy's partner. The guy throws the car's door open in an attempt to block the shot, but the birdshot penetrates it and hits him anyway, bringing with it metal shrapnel from the door. The guy stumbles backwards as blood drips from his chest, dropping like a rock not long after his Six nails him in the face with his revolver. Hey, that guy was mine, Rebecca exclaims, only for the Merc to run past her, taking up position next to one of the back doors, waiting for someone to come through. Ori kneels next to Rebecca behind the car as cover and notices some of the planks of the boarded-up windows on the second story getting shifted. One's pried off, revealing a tiger claw attempting to get a high ground advantage. Unfortunately for him, Ori's weapon wouldn't be blocked by just some wood. Daga gaga. Bullets tear through the other wooden boards, hitting the guy behind them and showering the room in dust as metal strikes the walls and roof. Crystal and the other Moxes had already breached the front door, fighting their way into the long hallway which the tiger claws were using as a choke point. A couple Moxes had already gone down, but Crystal rectifies the situation by throwing a fragmentation grenade down the hallway. Bong. We're in. Wipe these fucks out and find the prisoners. Crystal reports over the comms. Crash. 2 tiger claws hoping to flank the Mox's barrel through the back door, only to get clotheslined by Six, then executed by Rebecca with 2 quick shots from Guts. Come on. The fun's waiting for us inside. She beckons Ori as she follows Six into the building. Ori takes one final scan of the area before joining them, not wanting to get shot in the back by some sneaky tiger claw ninja. The trio pause, however, as the building's intercom turns on. Chapter 69. Digitless. Zonnin. You Mox have made a dire mistake in coming here, but I am a merciful man. Surrender now and I will allow you to live and not bring another force to that whorehouse you claim as home. A man, presumably Oyakawa Yoshi, states over the intercom. Oh, really? Rebecca exclaims towards a nearby camera. That's a very generous offer. Here's our answer. She raises Guts and blasts both the camera, along with part of the wall into dust. Fucking douchebag. Well, let's hope we don't lose then.
Oriuters.
As if we'd get beat by these furry-ass holes, she remarks as she steps forwards into the hallway. A dozen doors line the wall on the left, but none of them was sure if that was where they were supposed to be going. They checked them regardless, as the prisoners could be being held anywhere. Most had nothing of interest inside, however. Storage rooms, stripped clean offices. They did find a group of passed-out tiger claws who'd presumably gotten too high and drunk during a poker game. Rebecca, in all her sadistic wisdom, tied the group together along with a grenade, meaning once they woke up and tried to separate, they'd join their friends in hell. Not something Ori would have done, but she seemed to think it was justified. Oh, she also stole their cred chips from the table, as if to add further insult to injury. After that, they ran into a few more tiger claws that had been separated from the battle Crystal was waging. They spotted the stairs leading both to the basement and the second floor, but were abruptly interrupted by the sound of something in the vents above them. A blur of speed that Ori's eyes couldn't track later, and someone appeared in front of them. Clang. Six stuck his arm out before anyone could react, saving Rebecca from having her head split in two by a Tonto-like weapon. Unfortunately, the woman wasn't only using one. Rebecca tried to shift away, along the Tonto to skid and scratch Guts' barrel, but it still struck true. CHK.
Aha!
Rebecca screams as she drops Guts, her 4 fingers on her right hand falling to the ground, leaving only her thumb still connected.
Bang! Bang!
Thud. Six tries to retaliate by firing some shots at the attacker, but she kicks off Rebecca's chest and flips through the air, dodging the projectiles. Ori catches his bleeding friend and sends a baleful glare at the woman. Omi wama shinde I are you, she states, flinging both of her Tonto at Six before bursting into motion again, her hand dropping to her katana. Six shoots one out of the air while slapping another to the side with her other revolver. He fires another shot at Monica. She deflects one with her blade but takes 2 to her chest. Unfortunately, her subdermal armor prevented any major damage from being done. Ori raises his LMG and fires a spray at her, but she slides to the left, which brought Six's body in the way, preventing him from continuing without incurring friendly fire. Kill that fucking bitch. Rebecca growls, stepping back from the fight while cupping her mutilated hand. There was no way in hell she could fire Guts with only a single hand. Ori tosses her his pistol just as Monica reaches Six. She slashes at his mouth, the only visible part of his face, but he blocks it by bringing both arms up, allowing the blade to dig into his cybernetically enhanced forearms. Yo way, you face a woman and still lose in strength. Monica growls as she strains against Six. You're a woman? Six grunts in a vain attempt to taunt her. This only brings an eager grin to her lips, however. Ori steps forwards as this happens, firing a shot into the tiger's side. She grimaces slightly and turns her eyes to him, causing him to freeze as a feeling of dread overtakes him. His eyes widen as his arms raise the LMG in front of him, just in time to block the bisecting slash of Monica. What the fuck? She just vanished and reappeared to attack him? Sandevistan. Six exclaims, unloading the rest of his bullets at the woman as she easily dodges them as her form blurs. The fuck is a Sandevistan? Ori retorts, unleashing the full force of his weapon down the hallway, forcing the woman to retreat, kicking off of the wall and sprinting up the stairs. Who cares? That bitch cut my fucking fingers off. Rebecca shouts, gesticulating her pistol at the digits on the floor. Military-tier cyberware makes the user incredibly fast for a few seconds. Six states as Ori picks up and pockets Rebecca's severed fingers. Super speed? He questions, baffled. Why doesn't everyone have one of those then? Ugh. 'Cause most people who use M go psycho not long after. Rebecca explains, that bitch's muscles are probably torn to shreds right now. After only, 2 uses? That's if she's lucky. Now come on. Let's kill her and go. Maybe we can get my shit reattached. She ushers them on, after wrapping a bandage tightly around her stump-like hand. Don't you want to go now? Leave it any longer and dash. We've still got a job to do. My shit can wait. Rebecca states, unwilling to leave now. Fuck, Becca. This is serious. He exclaims as he feels blood drip from his pocket and down his leg, her severed digits leaking warm fluids. She jabs her pistol at him. And I'm serious. We ain't leaving, she states, stomping up the stairs with Six beside her. This is fucking crazy. He mutters as he follows, having no idea what Rebecca was thinking. If he were in her state, he'd be a lot more worried. Even if the nanites could potentially grow him some new digits. He does make sure to sling Guts over his shoulder. As pissed off as Rebecca is, she'd be more so later if they accidentally left it behind. Chapter 70. Waster. While Ori, Six, and Rebecca headed upstairs, Crystal and what was left of her unit finally fight their way to the stairs and start descending to the basement. They have to disarm one mine that had been hidden, but even then one Mox had been blown to pieces by another that had been stashed not far from the first. The basement itself was dark and smelt of blood and sex, which was a good sign despite the connotations of it, as the prisoners were likely being held down there. They're here, I know it. Crystal utters, raising his submachine gun as they approach some double doors. It's quiet. Too quiet. Another Mox adds, receiving a glare from the others for jinxing them. Crystal kicks open the doors and steps inside with her weapon raised, only to find herself in pitch blackness, all of the lights and every device seemingly being turned off. Her cybernetic eyes switch to night vision, allowing her to see one of their targets standing at the end of the room, using a dozen dull-eyed prisoners as meat shields. "You!" she growls as Kuda Yuko grins at her, his mouth splitting even slightly past his cheeks, far too wide for a regular human. "I'm sorry, miss, but these products aren't available yet. So, unless you want to sell those fine girls behind you, you should leave," he states, wrapping his hands around the shoulders of two girls, reaching over and giving their breasts a squeeze for good measure. The girls don't react to him at all, however, meaning they were already under the control of the doll chips. They were Kudu's slaves for all intents and purposes. "You'll let them go, or I'll blow your fucking head off, rapist." Crystal seethes, trying to get a good aim at the man's head but unable to because of the hostages. "Haha. And how, may I ask, will you do that?" He squeezes the ass of a brainwashed girl. "With these pretty things protecting me? I'll shoot them dead if I have to. Don't make me, it won't end well for you." "Hmph, let's see if that's true. Girls, kill them." He orders the dolls who raise knives, forks, and other utensils combatively, only for the clattering of something metallic next to his feet to draw his attention. "Heh, a decoy?" He starts but doesn't get to finish as the thing explodes into a large electric burst, the EMP causing him great pain as his extensive cyberware falters. His EMP shielding prevents him from being crippled, but that wasn't the case for the doll chips in the hostages' heads, however. They all scream simultaneously and fall to the ground, twitching and frothing at the mouth from the mental strain caused by the chips overloading. Bang 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 bang. Crystal fires a burst into Kudu's chest, causing the man to topple over backwards from the force of the bullets hitting his reinforced chest. He shrugs off the rest of the EMP and gets to his feet, drawing a pistol and trying to fire back. Unfortunately for him, the rest of the mocks open fire too, slowly shredding pieces of the man. He drops the gun and raises his arms to protect himself better, but the onslaught continues. His legs collapse as one of his knees is blasted completely off, forcing him to the ground. Then one of his arms is blown off. Then the other. The fire finally stops as he falls onto his back. Crystal walks over and points her SMG at her face, smirking down at him. "Any last words, scum? Suck my co-dash."
Bang!
His body jolts as the bullet rips through his eye and brain, finally killing him. Crystal turns around to her remaining crew. "Grab the hostages and get them out of here. The rest of you with me. We're joining our friends on the second floor."
Asterisk boom, asterisk.
Some dust falls down from the ceiling of the basement. "Seems like they might need some help," she adds, not realizing that the explosion wasn't directly triggered by Ori, Six, and Rebecca. "Six, why not use your camo and dash?" "Can't. Sold it." Six answers, rejecting Ori's idea. "Shit." He grouses as the group reaches some large wooden double doors, most liking the head office of the building. Monica was here, judging by the train of blood she'd left on the floor. Not only that, Oyakawa Yoshi was probably behind the doors too. He glances at Rebecca. "Last chance. I really think we shall dash." Thud. Rebecca ignores him and kicks the doors open, her loaned pistol pointing directly ahead. "Come out. I only want to talk," she shouts and immediately begins firing at Monica as she spots the girl standing next to a large hardwood desk. The tiger claw deflects 2 bullets before dodging the rest, throwing a chair as she spins away. Six punches it out of the air, shattering it into a million splinters. "I was hoping we could talk this out, but it seems that avenue is impossible now," Oyakawa Yoshi remarks as he stands from behind his desk, tearing at the sleeves of his suit and allowing his arms to open up, splitting into 4 thin individual limbs that all end in spear-like points. "Fuck you," Rebecca shouts, awkwardly reloading with her stump-like hand and firing some shots at Oyakawa. He just lifts the desk in front of him, using it to block the shots before sending it skidding towards the trio. Six jumps over it and continues his attack on Monica, while Ori and Rebecca roll to the side, both trying to kill the Sandevistan user before she could blitz them again. His LMG hits her in the torso a couple times, but she blurs as he tries to end it. He quickly shoves Rebecca aside while backing up, but groans as her blade slashes him across the chest twice. He gasps as some of his intestines stick out from the wound, which spews blood onto the floor. All he could think of at that moment was, shit, stomach, spleen, intestines lacerated, ribs fractured, chest perforated. The Nanites report as they get to work healing the damage, if he had that long. Chapter 101, 8 Lives. Ori's new truck met with good reception. Rebecca was ecstatic they wouldn't have to drive around in his old piece of shit anymore. Six was happy to not have to constantly bend over in order to fit inside, and Sasha was a huge fan of his new sound system. The group continued taking jobs, most of them small outside of the couple Susie sent them concerning Tiger Claw movement in Watson. They'd all but expelled them from the territory, not directly but by sending their locations and evidence of crimes to the NCPD. Not honorable to most gangers, but who cared what they considered honor anyway. They'd just been hired to protect a building hosting the servers for an upcoming drone shopping service company, as the owners of it had caught news of a potential sabotage coming from their competitor. The group had set up an ambush and waited for half the day until some hostile mercs hired to destroy the place approached. With Sasha's control of the area's technology and the crew's overall advantage in weaponry, the fight didn't last long at all. Unfortunately, while Ori and everyone else hadn't taken any damage, Six abruptly dropped to a knee as his body began minutely spasming. Sasha was closest and quickly rushed to him, checking him for damage and frowning heavily when she didn't find any. What's up with him? Ori quickly questions as Six empties the contents of his stomach on the ground.
No idea.
Sasha states, probably something to do with his cyberware. Six, can you hear me? The armored merc lets out a warbled groan as even his vocal cords seize. We gotta get him somewhere safe, Ori says, pausing as he tries to think of somewhere. They were currently in Vista del Rey, too far from the med center, and not anywhere near any Ripperdoc anyone knew or trusted. My apartment's near here, we can take him there. Help me get him in the truck, Sasha offers, struggling to carry Six weight on her shoulder. Ori helps, and they drop the merc on the back seat of his new truck. Rebecca, could you complete the gig? I'll call you later, let you know how he's doing. Ori asks with an almost pleading look. She waves him off. Yeah, just get the big lug up and ready for the next job. And don't stay the night at the cat's place or we're gonna have a big problem, she states, grabbing his collar and pulling him down for a kiss before leaving. He shakes his head, trying to rid himself of the taste of her tongue as he drops into the driver's seat. Where's your place at? Skyline East, got a small place over the river. And maybe you should call someone? Six isn't looking so good. She adds. Ori nods. I'll call Bats, get him down here. The duo drags Six up to the elevator that led to Sasha's apartment. Obviously, they weren't going to take the stairs, especially since her place was on the 6th story. After the ding announces their arrival, they all but fall out of the elevator, past some other residents of the place and finally stop at Sasha's door. She scans her palm and the door opens, revealing an almost completely pink apartment. Pink walls, pink carpet, pink ceiling, pink furniture, literally everything. He sends a confused glance at her, but she just blushes in response. Ah, come on, inside. They lay Six down on one of her large decorative sofas, and she heads to the bathroom to find some medicine that might help. Meanwhile, Ori sits by Six while looking around the place. It was kind of surprising Sasha's place was like this. To be honest, he'd have thought it would be more like Judy's, very basic, filled with tech. Meow. He looks down at his feet and almost jumps in surprise at the ball of fluff looking up at him. A cat? He wonders aloud. He thought they'd been wiped out from Night City already. Hey there, nice place.
God.
He runs a hand through its fur, drawing a purr from its throat. Her name's Miley, Sasha states as she walks over, a plastic box clutched under an armpit. She drops it next to Six and begins rifling through it, tossing away old bottles of pills while returning unsuitable medicine. There a reason you got so much? He casually inquires. She shoots him a deadpan look. Some of these are vitamins, some are mental boosters to help netrunning, some to get rid of the migraines too much time on the net gives, some immunosuppressants for my cyberware. Look, I've even got stuff for when Miley's not feeling well. Ori holds his hands up placatingly. I wasn't saying anything, just wondered about it. He shakes his head. Got anything that could help Six? I don't know what's wrong with him. I think it's probably his cyberware, but I'm not going to risk giving him anything until your friend gets here, she states, taking her cat into her arms and smooshing her cheek against it. Killa Miley, I'll feed you later, Turpinai. Six. Ori asks the merc, waving his hand in front of his face, drawing no reaction. He sighs, resting his forehead in his hand. Just struggle through it, you'll make it, he quietly utters. Sasha drops her cat onto Ori's lap and checks Six pulse once again, finding it to be stable, despite most other of the man's muscles spasming. At least his heart wasn't the same. Hey, Ori starts, attempting to bring his attention away from the possibility of Six dying. When'd you get the fuzzball? Said you were behind on your rent since you thought you were gonna die. I know you're not the kind of person to leave your pet alone like that. Ah, I bought Miley after you invited me to the crew. I always wanted one, but, as you said, I didn't want to leave it alone. I did have to take out a loan for her, though. Cats are expensive. Chapter 102. Terminal. Cats are expensive. I'd bet. Not even the pigeons survive this city. The only reason rats and cockroaches haven't taken over is because people eat them.
Ori remarks.
Isn't there a big ass tax for pet owners too? Sasha nods. There is, but I'm not paying it. Miley doesn't exist, but if she does, she's my hairier than normal daughter. She smiles as they both chuckle. You figure out what you want to do yet? You know, a goal aside from destroying Biotechnica? Sasha shakes her head. It's hard. I dedicated everything since I was a girl to hit them. Now, I just want to live, I think. Well, as good a goal as any. Not that your chosen profession supports it. She shrugs. I'd rather work with you all than jump between people as a solo netrunner. There are worse things than death for people like me. Knock, knock, knock. It's open. Sasha calls out, allowing Bats to step inside with a large briefcase at his side. He was sweating and out of breath, as if he'd run here. That him? Bats asks, immediately heading to Six without waiting for an answer. He kneels next to him and opens his briefcase, revealing a litany of tools and devices. Tell me what happened. He just, dropped. There was no lead-up, and he didn't take any damage. His legs just gave out. I don't think he's lucid either. He won't talk to us at all. Sasha adds. Bats nods as he jacks a wire into Six's neck, linking it to his laptop. I think I know what it is, but I'm gonna run a scan just to confirm. Either of you got immunosuppressants? I brought some, but it might not be enough if this is what I think it is. Yes, here. She hands him her own bottle, her face forming a frown. Do you really think it's that? That? Ori questions, not getting her meaning.
Cyberpsychosis, oi.
Bats quietly answers. Cyb, no way. Six wouldn't let something like that get him.
Ori exclaims.
Bats shakes his head. You're right. He's too strong to admit he's having trouble. Tell me, have you noticed anything else before now? He's in the early to mid stages of the condition already. Like what? Ori asks, his voice tense. Murmuring, shaking, hallucinations, clumsiness, violent outbursts. Anything out of the ordinary? Bats lists off, tone neutral. Ori's throat goes dry. Yeah, he'd noticed. Six shaking, beating the shit out of that tiger claw asshole. Even noticed him muttering things to himself. He lets out a cold breath. Why? Is all he could voice. Why am I asking? Why? Is this happening? Bats shrugs and pulls the jack from Six's neck. There's no reason for it. Too much cyberware, mental illness, drug overuse. Either way, Six is headed towards the edge. He turns his laptop to face them, pointing out the large brainwave spikes that indicate the condition. Is there anything that can be done? A way to reverse it? That Regina woman said there was research, didn't she? Sasha asks. I don't know. I haven't seen a single case of cyber psychos returning to normal, whether that be suppressed information, or because there are simply no examples. I know drastically reducing the amount of cyber where you have could help, but he glances at Six. Most of his body has been replaced already. There's no reversing that. He turns Six's head to the side and feeds him pills, washing it down with water and massaging his throat to get it into his system. So, what? He's just fucked then? Ori questions, attempting to suppress his anger over the situation.
Oi.
Bats mutters, unsure of what to say. Listen, I know you're friends, but if this carries on, he won't be safe to be AR-. Ori abruptly stands up. I need a cig, he growls, headed to the balcony overlooking the river. That wasn't smart, was it? Bats asks Sasha, who just nods in response. I'll check on him, she says, picking up Miley and heading to the balcony. She steps out, finding Ori leaning against the railing with his cig already half burned out. Hey Dash, don't bother. He rubs his face. I'm not angry at Bats, just pissed that shit like this keeps happening. You want to talk about it? She asks, letting Miley hop out of her arms and circle Ori's feet. What's to talk about? Six is dying. There's nothing we can do. In a couple months he won't recognize us, and will probably try and kill us. She rests her lower back against the railing, holding her hand out. Ori hands her a cig and lights it, allowing her to take a few puffs. How'd you and Six meet anyway? She asks, wanting to get him focused on something else. My first gig, Judy sent me to work under some asshat calling himself Spectrum, or some shit. First saw him and Max in that burger joint. He chuckles to himself. They scared the shit out of me. Two big-ass mercs who could probably destroy me in a second if they wanted to. Yet I was working with them, getting paid like I was the same as them. Everyone's got to start off somewhere. I was 11 when I got my first gig. Some corpo kids hired me to crack the child locks on their devices. They didn't even pay me. Meow. That's right, Miley. I got my revenge years later and permanently set all their things on child mode. 30,000 eddies down the drain. Should have just paid me the 1,000. Ori chuckles, blowing some smoke. I don't think Six liked me all that much when Max took me in. I was just a leech, thinking back on it. Max pulled me along on jobs where I wasn't needed. Six just kept silent, but I could tell it was annoying him. Then, the scavs got Max after I sent him after them. He sadly shakes his head. I still wonder if Six resents me for it. He wouldn't say so if it did. I don't think so. He's someone who finds it difficult to voice his feelings, in my opinion. She adds the last part. Ori sighs. I doubt I'm even near as competent as Max was. Guy had no cyberware at all, and was still very good at what he did. Don't think like that. Even if he is or was, you're still young. You can learn. Besides, you got the rest of us relying on you. I wouldn't follow someone useless. Rebecca wouldn't. Probably. 6 definitely wouldn't. Ori just flicks away his burn down cig. Whatever, enough of the pep talk. Let's see how he's doing. Chapter 103, Downturn. Elsewhere. Kat wipes her mouth after emptying her stomach in the small toilet her cell had been provided. No matter how much time passed, she felt like her opportunities for leaving the place were quickly dwindling. Her savior, Fujino Kiyoshi, had been doing his best to get her out. Unfortunately, his best wasn't enough to save her from his colleagues' predations. She only felt the aftereffects of it, but knowing night after night her body was being treated that way was quickly wearing on her. He'd created a plan which he'd explained to her, but she was very doubtful it was going to work as he thought. Honestly though, she didn't think she'd care if she and he died during it. At least then she'd have some amount of peace, dead or not. The only reason she believed that he actually wanted to follow through on his words was because of what he'd told her. Apparently they'd killed someone precious to him, causing his change in loyalties. He wasn't lying. She could tell by the look in his eyes. She'd learned to pick out the intent of people back in Ksenia, but now it had proven a valuable if somewhat useless skill here. It wasn't like she could avoid people who had it out for her. She sighs, pulling at her long, matted, sticky black hair that had been allowed to grow with her lack of grooming equipment. You'd have thought these fuckers would like their girls to look good. Maybe not. Or maybe they preferred her like this instead of her favored tomboy look. She feels bile rise from her throat again, prompting her to grab the toilet bowl once more. Hello, Night City. Christy Claire's bandmate, Faye Yono screams at the huge, gathered crowd through her microphone. Ch. Thousands of people cheer in response, shouting to grab their favorite idol's attention. Are you ready to get your circ smashed? Sheila Curves, her other bandmate, shouts afterwards, drawing a similar reception. Then, the two women glance over at Christy, who'd been standing silently behind her microphone with her eyes locked on the VIP area. She squeezes her legs together slightly, inwardly cursing at the very short skirts they'd been told to wear. It was supposed to tease the audience on what was underneath, only allowing those close enough, specifically in the VIP area, to actually get a peek. There was a reason those tickets were restricted. The corpos who had contacts, or paid to be there, were fine, but the fucking creep with his hand bouncing underneath his baggy trousers made her want to scrub herself with wire. Ori, you idiot. Hey, are you gonna get a hold of yourself or not? Faye Yono quickly asks her, facing away from the microphone. Christy looks forwards, realizing that the whole place was looking at her expectantly. She shakes her head, performing one of the band's trademarked poses. Are we going to go somberly? Hell no. The crowd roars back, their music kicking into gear as they'd practiced. Christy lets out a silent sigh and joins her bandmates, forcing herself to grit her teeth and get through the concert. If she was lucky, she wouldn't have to talk to the creep Ori sold his ticket to, or the corpos who'd paid to try her out. So what? There's no cure or anything. What's the point of your fucking research then? Ori shouts over the holocall. I said there's no instant cure. That doesn't mean you can't do anything. Listen, and don't interrupt me. Your friend needs help. This is both a psychological condition as it is a physical one. If he's working with you as a merc, stop. Putting him in violent, stressful situations will only exacerbate it. Pull him out of work, uninstall any physically or mentally straining cyberware, and allow him to rest. Regina states. Stop him from working? Remove his cyberware? You do understand where we live, right? Night City. A place where people don't just tell you to go fuck yourself, they act on it. My friend, would be angry with me just for calling you about this, let alone telling him to sit back while we do the work. Not to mention, he needs eddies, he argues. Then he'll go cyber psycho, and you'll either have to put him down, or give him to me to help move along the research. I'm being straight with you. Those are your only two real options. Regina neutrally says. Is there really nothing? Like, just to tide him over? He'll be able to stop working eventually, but he needs time for that. Immunosuppressants push it back a little, but when they wear off it comes back full force. Like using monofiber bandages, stems the bleeding, but a single hit and you're worse off than before. Keep him out of direct combat, and do not give him free rein in stressful situations. I've seen it more than once, guys going berserk and gunning down their friends. She seriously explains. You really think he'd attack one of us? Ori questions, not wanting to believe it despite hearing so from an expert on the condition. Regina nods. It's not whether I think so. It's how long will it take to reach that point. Months, weeks. Push him hard enough, and there's no telling how bad your friend could get. Okay, I need to think this all over. Ori mutters, going to disconnect but pausing when she speaks up. Oh, and keep him away from anything that could alter him mentally. Mainly drugs, be they beneficial or not. This includes painkillers, so bear in mind. Yeah, got it. Thanks for hearing me out. No problem. Beep. Ori falls into his couch and runs a hand through his hair. Now, how to get Six to do any of that? Probably shouldn't have left him on his own. Come to think of it. After Six awakened in Sasha's apartment, he basically ignored everything they said, saying he was just sick and needed to sleep it off. That was last night. He headed back to his place, and while Ori had wanted to come and keep an eye on him, the refused. It wasn't like he could force the matter. Six was a grown man. Having someone pity and treat him like a basket case probably wasn't going to help things either.
Fuck.
Chapter 104. Bitch. An awkward week passes, Six's condition remaining unspoken despite the group's various attempts to broach the subject. Unfortunately, despite Regina's recommendations, Six pushed them to increase the number of gigs they took. If Ori refused, he'd simply take some alone, forcing the group to accompany him in fear of the guy getting himself killed. While Sasha was still semi-new to the group, she'd integrated well and befriended everyone. She and Rebecca still had spats, but she cared, as much as Ori and Rebecca did at the very least. It was very noticeable whenever Six had an issue. Sometimes the Merc's limbs would lock up, sometimes he'd just get exhausted out of the blue, and sometimes he started seeing people that were there. Most worryingly, Max. Beep beep. Ori jumps in his seat as his holophone starts ringing. Rebecca looked at him curiously in the passenger seat of his truck, while Six didn't even seem awake with how still he was. Sasha was also in the back, wearing a skin-tight heat-resistant Netrunner suit with her eyes glowing as she attempts to scout out the area beside them, their latest gig. Well, you gonna answer it? Rebecca urges, obviously curious. Almost all of Ori's friends were in the truck with them, so it was likely either Bats or a fixer.
Rogue.
He mutters, checking the caller ID. Beep. Zombie, you good to talk? Rogue questions, in her usual lounge within the afterlife. Ori nods, trusting his crew not to do anything dumb. Yeah, sup? Got some info on a certain cat, she states, causing both him and Rebecca to straighten up. You found her? He exclaims, barely keeping his voice down in order to not disturb Sasha. Rogue shrugs and crushes her cig. Kind of. One of my guys in the Tigers overheard some people talking. Apparently someone's planning to break some dolls out of their control. She lights up another cig. It won't work, obviously. If my guy heard it, the leaders in the Tiger Claws heard it. So, what are you gonna do then?
Ori asks, Tense.
She crooks a brow. Me? You only hired me to find her, since I don't know for sure if she's one of the dolls in that locale. Ori scowls. Yeah, I hired you. You fail if she dies during this shit show. Yeah, he already paid. Is the queen of the afterlife really gonna go back on her word? Rebecca adds, leaning on Ori's shoulder to get in the shot. Oh, you're with her? Rogue shakes her head, uncaring. Let me put it for you like this. I have no obligation to raid every single dollhouse under the Tiger Claw's control. If I did, you'd run out of funds pretty quickly. There's no concrete proof that your sister is there, and me personally acting would risk my guy. Believe me, he's far more valuable than what you paid me, she states. Then why bother fucking mentioning this if you're not gonna do shit?
Ori growls.
To give you a heads up, let you know in case you want to risk taking part, she casually explains. Rebecca just snorts. And get himself killed so you can ditch the job and keep the eddies. Ain't that right? She asks, and Rogue just stays silent, an answer in itself. Ori lets out a sigh. Where? Yo, you're not really gonna listen to her? This bitch is obviously out to get you. Rebecca exclaims, quickly prodding a finger in Rogue's direction. Doesn't matter. If there's a 1% change cat's there, then I have to go, he states with a hard look. I get that, but she's playing you. Ori ignores her and focuses on Rogue, who was just disinterestedly observing them. Where's this dollhouse? Capitola Street at the top of Japantown. Any idea when the breakout's happening? Or when the Tigers are gonna move? No idea. Within the week, maybe a little after. Rogue states, sounding more like she was guessing than relaying actual information. Ori sighs. Just send the info. You're a bitch, you know that, right? Rogue just snorts. I know. It's what I do, she retorts. Be seeing you later, zombie. Try not to die. File received. Beep. So, guess that's what we're doing next. Ori trails off as Rebecca stares at him. I know it's dumb, but she's got a rep to keep. If she actually sets me up, then that's going to shit. She doesn't have to set you up to get you killed. This is gonna be a Tiger Claw hideout on their own turf. This isn't like that Mox gig. Becca, my sister might be there. I'm going. I don't like it either, but I'm not letting my fam die. I think she might actually be there. He adds, we're going. Six makes himself known from the back, looking at the duo. Rebecca sighs, I guess it's decided then. Ori tilts his head at her. Aren't you the first one to jump at the chance to shoot something? When I know we probably aren't going to die, she retorts before shaking her head. We should ask Hugh and Judy about this. Maybe they'll help. Doubt it. Last time Susie helped was raiding a Tiger Claw base outside of their turf. Judy might. There's not a lot she could do, I think. Before the discussion can continue, Sasha's head lolls over as she comes to. Got it? Recorded our guy, getting to know his fiancée's sister. Pretty sure that's all we need. She pauses at the dour group. Did I miss something? Yeah. Lamppost here has signed us up for a suicide mission. To save my sister. Ori adds, sending a glare at Rebecca, who just shrugs in response. We can talk about this later. Still got the debts to unpack. Let's finish this gig. Chapter 105. Aid for Hire. Unfortunately for Ori, Susie Q outright refused to help, proclaiming the mission as stupid, reckless, and bound to get everyone involved killed. Judy offered to help where she could, but that was more or less negligible with how things were. He'd looked into the files Rogue had sent him, and the situation was looking direr the time passed. The lowest estimate of the Tiger Claws in the building was around 50, probably more. This was even worse when you consider that Tiger Claw enforcements were literally next door. It wouldn't take long for triple that number to barge in and shoot the fuck out of Ori and his crew. The building itself was a front, an erotic shop selling sex toys and other things related to it. It was designed around the theme of BDSM, allowing the Tigers to put metal bars and chains over every window and reinforce every entrance. On the floors second and up was where the real biz was happening. All the Tigers were centered above the store, but Rogue didn't have much intel on what exactly went on there. Ori could guess, however, given that cat had been sold by that piece of shit doll techie. It made his blood boil just thinking about it. Ori was leaning towards a stealth operation, given how vastly outnumbered they were. But they needed something to fall back on if they were caught. Six wasn't suited to sneaking around, so he'd be with the backup. As for what the backup was, well, Ori had looked around for anything that'd fill that hole. He'd asked Rogue to find him some mercs to help out, but she refused. Not because she didn't want the money, or didn't want to get involved, but because the operation was so hush-hush. If she asked any merc about the gig and they refused, they'd have a potential leak there. The big people who worked under her couldn't be seen hitting the Tiger Claws, not without starting a big-ass gang war and throwing her from her comfortable spot of neutrality. After that, he'd intended to ask Quentin about it. Until Rebecca came forward and recommended Kiwi again, along with her crew. Ori was less than happy to accept that not only would he be putting Rebecca in danger, but also her brother. That shit hit too close to home. Unfortunately, she didn't give him a choice on whether to accept or not. She simply dragged Maine and his crew along during their next debrief. Ori sighed silently to himself as he glared at the holographic map sitting atop Six's table, his garage providing a suitable hideout. Six was taking apart and looking over his revolvers for the nth time today, while Sasha leaned back in her chair chewing bubblegum and attempting to find out more about the Tiger Claw locale. Ori, you haven't said so much as a full sentence for days. Have you even been eating right? Sasha questions as she exits the net with a tired huff. I'm fine, he idly states, having repeated the same phrase every time someone asked that annoying question. Are you all right? You're not really though, are you? Otherwise you would have noticed that we've been here for an hour and Rebecca still isn't here, she retorts, causing him to blink at her. Ah. He checks the time and blinks once more as he confirms it. Oh. He groans, realizing what she is doing. The trio have their attention drawn as the garage doors slowly open, allowing sunlight in and revealing a number of figures, looking like black silhouettes against the light. Yo, I'm here with backup, Rebecca exclaims as she smugly strides inside, plopping herself in Ori's lap as he continues staring at the group she'd brought. He recognized most of them. I told you this already, didn't I? Get your mitts off of my sis, ya punk. Pilar shouts, going to prod at Ori's temple, but finds his finger caught in a vice-like grip. Ori glares at him, gripping the metallic digits tightly. I'm not in the mood for this shit. Either sit down or fuck off, he growls. Heh, like you said, kid's got spunk. A large woman almost the same size as Maine chuckled, nudging the big man in his side with an elbow. Pilar swaps his focus from Ori and onto Rebecca. You gonna let your douchey input talk to your brother like that? Rebecca snickers at him. Yeah, I am. I'll help him follow through if you don't listen up too. Pilar, just chill. Maine states, sitting down a bit away from Sasha, kicking his feet up. Becca here says you've got a job for us. Pilar reluctantly sits, Kiwi lighting a cig and taking a spot on his left. Oh, by the way, I've invited A. I suppose you could call her my student. Hope that won't be a problem, she drawls. Considering I didn't even ask for you. Yeah, it might be. Ori mutters, squeezing his brows as Rebecca awkwardly laughs him off. Even if you don't accept this gig, will you guys keep your mouths shut? Maine shrugs. We ain't no rats here. Sides, Becca alright gave us the sitch. Not something we can't handle. You told them? Ori angrily asks the girl in his lap. Well yeah, we can trust him. They didn't throw us under the bus after what happened at Biotechnica either, she states. They're good, did a background check on them way before this. Sasha remarks, blowing a bubble with her gum. 6. Ori questions, wanting to hear his opinion. The Merc hadn't been happy when he heard the plan he'd been brewing, but the guy reluctantly accepted it after having it all explained. Don't matter. She's here, Kiwi says as a lithe figure steps into the garage. A cute face with bright, pastel rainbow hair, a cig in her mouth and rather revealing clothes. Though, she had a Netrunner suit under them, meaning the group now had 3 Netrunners present, not something that happens every day. Chapter 106, Edging. Sup, she quietly greets as she sits herself beside Kiwi, completely uncaring of the building tension. So, since we've already decided to help your dumbass, what's the gig? Pilar questions as the garage doors shut, leaving them all in artificial lighting. Hang on, shouldn't we, introduce everyone? Rebecca asks. Already met most of him, ain't that right? Ori throws a dull glare at Maine. The big man chuckles as Rebecca looks between them in confusion. Ha ha ha, yeah. He rubs the back of his head. Well, our crews don't know each other, so might as well. Name's Maine. I lead this bunch. Aren't you missing something? Sasha questions with a cat-like smirk. About what people call you. Mega Man. She giggles as Maine's face reddens slightly. I didn't pick that. And no one has the balls to call me that to my face. He quickly says as Rebecca bursts into laughter. Even Kiwi and her student were chuckling. Dorio grips Maine in a headlock, laughing. Ha ha ha. You never told me about that. You were so embarrassed you kept it a secret. That's hilarious. Oi, oi, oi. Enough of that. We're sitting in the same room as the zombie. He jabs a finger at Ori. If anyone's got something to be rattled over, it's him, he says, attempting to change the subject of their mirth. The rainbow-haired girl quirks a brow. He's zombie? Doesn't look like much. Yeah, well, screw you, Popsicle. This one bites. Rebecca responds in Ori's defense, causing her to frown. Maine shakes his head. This here's Dorio, Pilar, Kiwi, and Lucy. Before we get into it, though, why don't you tell us how much this gig's worth to you? Oh, Lucy's just here for the experience, by the way. First time she's seeing action. Plus, she's got a personal interest in the job. Kiwi adds. Do we get a friends and family discount? Rebecca wonders aloud. He ain't no family of mine. Pilar instantly rejects, only for Rebecca to throw an empty can of beer at his head. I guess we could. Ain't like we've had much luck concerning work lately. Maine says. 7K each. Ori offers. Isn't 7 a bit low? Lucy questions. Weren't you foregoing pay? Ori asks back. She shrugs. I don't have to be involved to know a gonk deal. Kiwi nods. It ain't going to be an easy gig either. We're rattling the tiger's cage here, with a bandolier of stakes. You're right about that. Maine mutters. 8.5, final offer. I'm not going any higher than that. Ori scowls. That was basically all of his funds, especially after buying his new truck. That's like 34,000 total? I guess that'll work. Maine nods. All right, we're in. Let's hear debts. Sasha leans forwards, gesturing at the holographic map floating above the table, causing it to light up with various information concerning the gig. This is what we're looking at, Tiger Claw base with lots of gangers. Basically a prison inside a fortress, and we're looking to find Ori's sister if she's inside. Who's that? Pilar questions, pointing at a Japanese pan's photo that had just popped up. Fujino Kiyoshi, a former Tiger Claw, trying to break up the prisoners inside. We'll head out on that day, try work with him. But the Tigers almost definitely know what he's doing. Can he be trusted? Kiwi inquires. No idea, but our goals align, so hopefully? Sasha shrugs. Got any pics of the sister? Dorio asks. Better to know who we're trying to rescue. Ori gestures at the hologram, pulling up a photo he'd extracted from Bat's gift. A photo of a younger cat, short hair, almost goth makeup, and an unamused expression. She's older now, probably going to be underweight. Long hair too. He scowls severely. She's had a doll chip installed, so expect resistance from her. Shit. Pilar utters, sending a slight glance at Ori. That's totally fucked up. Yeah, I know. We all know. Ori shakes his head. I'm planning to sneak inside with Rebecca and Sasha as Fujino makes his move. Whenever that is. You guys and 6 will wait nearby as backup. You sure? That doesn't sound smart. Kiwi remarks. Ori sighs, your friend. He gestures a hand at Lucy. She a Netrunner? Lucy nods, crossing her legs. Yeah. You two keep an eye on things while we work. Try and find my sis and guide us to her if you can. I doubt the Tiger Claws have IC good enough to block 3 Netrunners. Maine chuckles. Sounds like a plan. Lucy hears almost as good as Kiwi. Kiwi shrugs noncommittally. I'll be working with Lucy then, making sure no Tiger Claw runners tag us. That all? You got planned? Dorio asks. Ori shakes his head. Becca, grab that. He gestures over at a large bag in the corner of the room. She does so, hopping out of his lap and dropping the bag on the table, interrupting the hologram. He opens it up, revealing some peculiar-looking items.
Arsekors.
Like the things kitties play with? Pilar asks, completely baffled. Ori just nods, gingerly picking one up. A friend of ours quickly made them. As you can see, they aren't the type you want kids playing with. He shows the bottom of it, revealing a large explosive charge, causing most of Maine's crew to back up in surprise. Goddamn, that's some devious fucking shit right there. Pilar exclaims with a laugh. Did Judes make those? Rebecca asks with a huge grin growing on her face. Plus bats, he's still in her lab making more. I said he couldn't come, so this is what he's doing. How many are you planning on making? We've got around 6 here, so we'll have 10 or more depending on when Fujino moves. What's the payload like? Kiwi inquires. Ori wets his lips. Not sure. I was told each of them should destroy an armored truck if used right. I will need someone to control them though. Me. Pick me. Pilar shouts. Trust me. I'm the best person here for it. The eggheads will be busy emailing guys, and these meatheads probably don't know how to spell, he exclaims, drawing hostile looks from his crew. Chapter 107. Sneaky-like. Ori glares out the window as Six drives the truck towards their destination, Maine and his crew following not far behind in their own ride. It's a shame, Sasha idly says in her seat. I would have liked partying in this distract at least once. After this, I doubt the Tigers would let us come anywhere near them. Like they'll be able to tell who we are. We got software for a reason, Rebecca states as she rubs a smear off of Guts' surface. While this was a stealth mission, there was a very high possibility of a fight breaking out. Fortunately, Rebecca had the foresight to bring some silenced pistols along with her. Sasha shrugs. They will scrub the net and comb the city for any information on us. I wouldn't trust entering their turf even if we were safe. Whatever, I like Kabuki and LC better anyway. Ain't that right, Lamppost? Rebecca asks, attempting to cheer Ori up from the terminal case of grouchiness he'd been struck by lately. Dunno, never spent much time in Japantown either. Kabuki's familiar, at least. He mutters, staring down at his left wrist where Judy and Bat's gift sat. It was a matte black metal arm guard that covered most of his forearm. The bottom of the bracer was bulkier than the rest, and just under his wrist was an opening for the grapple hook to shoot out from. The thing looked innocuous, not something of interest outside of something to block attacks. Sitting in his lap was his other gift, given to him by Rebecca, a sawed-off double-barrel shotgun, https://patagon.artstation.com/projects/4bvbw. Aside from the ballistic systems a regular gun would use, Rebecca had elected to install some extremely powerful electromagnetic coils, turning it into a makeshift railgun. Apparently, she'd created it from the parts of various Arasaka, Militech, Kongtao, and other Corpotech. Ori wasn't exactly sure how she'd managed to stuff a railgun into such a small area, but he wasn't going to complain, especially when Judy had set its value at around 20,000 eddies at the very least. Say whatever you want about Rebecca, but he hadn't met a single person better at jury-rigging, creating, and modifying weaponry. If she wanted, she could probably present herself to any corporation and get a stupid high salary creating things. Still, despite how impressive his new gun bore, she picked the name, Guts was still somehow superior, which didn't really surprise him given its ability to throw fully borged guys through the air as if they were plastic dummies. Maybe after this we can have some fun there, you know, for a first and last time? I know some preem clubs that let you dance till morning. Rebecca offers. Ori shakes his head. Regardless if we find Cat or not, I don't think I'll be up for coming back, not without causing a massacre. She pouts. Guess I'll have to settle for the Watson then? Approaching location. Everything ready? Six asks over the comms. We're all set. Kiwi and Lucy are ready to dive when you are. Maine. I'll handle the cams as we enter. You two keep an eye on things after, Sasha. So, when are we using these RC bombs? Pilar. When you're told to, stupid. Rebecca. When's that Fujino guy gonna make his move? Dorio. Within the hour, by the looks of it. Sasha. Their car comes into view of the Tiger Claw erotic shop, allowing the group to spot the large contingent of Tiger Claws patrolling the area, as if waiting for something. Did someone leak our shit? Ori growls over the comms. No, Tigers are probably just preparing for Fujino's breakout. Kiwi. At least some things aren't out to get us. We're waiting on you, zombie. Get your ass inside. Maine. Ori sends a short nod at Sasha and Rebecca, getting out and walking past the street where the Tiger shopfront was located. It was the early afternoon, so it was still bright, but there were little to no customers considering the area. The group walked to the back of the building, checking that there wasn't anyone nearby as they make their move. Sasha disables the cameras and Ori raises his left arm up to the third floor. PSCH. The grapple hook fires, the spear-like tip hitting and piercing the brick wall before it opens up like a claw, locking itself in place. Let's just hope this works. You didn't try it before now? Sasha asks incredulously. Ori shrugs. They just completed it, didn't have time. He states, before activating it. His body is quickly pulled through the air, and he lands feet first onto the wall next to the window. He shimmies over, hoping the line would hold, peeking in through the window. He sucks in a breath and ducks out of the way as a tiger claw covered in glowing tattoos walks over, scanning the outskirts of the building from the window. We're in, but we found someone else in their systems already. Did they know we were coming? Kiwi questions over the comms. Did they do anything? I don't hear any alarms. Sasha. No. Either they hate the tigers as much as us, or don't care enough to do anything. Lucy. Ori listens, and while cursing under his breath, the tiger claw refused to leave the window, forcing him to just stay there on the wall. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered. Can one of you deal with this asshole? I can't touch them without everyone knowing about it. Ori. I got it. Lucy. Abruptly, the tiger claw opens the window and throws herself out of it. She falls out of the air and lands headfirst, her head splattering on the concrete below. Wow, that was fucking rad. Rebecca exclaims over the comms, staring at the corpse at their feet. Shove it in a dumpster before someone finds it. Ori says as he climbs through the window and into a bathroom. The female bathroom. Had that tiger claw just been worried about potential perverts? Wait a minute. Chapter 108. Ice cracking. Ori locks the toilet door and looks out the window. I'm sending a line down, he states, firing his grapple hook at the ground. Sasha grabs a hold of his and places her foot on the tip. He has the hook pull her up, allowing her to agilely hop into the room with him. Rebecca was next, but she was far less graceful about it, almost falling back to the distant ground below due to almost dropping guts. Hey, cat, can you do that? Do what? Sasha responds as her eyes glow, taking control of the camera outside the toilet. Make peeps just jump out of windows. Seems like a pretty good thing to learn. Sasha shrugs. Not my expertise. I could maybe force it, but it would take a lot out of me. It'd only work on weak-willed people with lots of cyberware too. We can talk about this later. Anything outside? Ori asks. Sasha shakes her head. 2 cameras in the hallway, but I put them on loop. Found anything yet? Ori. Not yet. They've got different IC on every level. We're on the 2nd right now, but there's nothing there aside from lounges, bars, and BD rooms. Kiwi. Wait, if you're only on the 2nd, how'd you make that bitch off herself? She was on the 3rd. Rebecca. We're jacked into your systems. Saw it through Ori's eyes. Lucy. Ori crooks a brow at that. The Nanites shouldn't have allowed outsiders into his shit, not without him knowing at least. Did you allow them access to the interface, collective? He internally questions. Permission was granted via Flesh Administrator. Communications was manually opened. Would you like us to restrict access, Flesh Administrator? Did they think creating a party via the comms allowed all that? Whatever. Just alert me next time someone attempts to access any part of my systems. Confirmed. All right, let's move. Ori says, quietly opening the bathroom door and peeking outside, spotting no one. The trio steps out and begins navigating the hallway towards the staircase that was placed at the opposite side of the building. Thankfully, this floor seemed to be pretty empty, allowing them to easily reach the doors to the stairs. Once there, however, they hear the sound of footsteps descending towards them, putting them all on guard. Rebecca slings guts over her shoulder and draws her 2 pistols, but Sasha pushes her hands down. Silence doesn't mean silent. We don't know their number, hide, she quickly says. Ori nods, and they quickly duck behind a nearby corner, hoping whoever it was would head to the lower level. They do. Mostly. While the majority of footsteps continue downward, a single person exits and begins walking down the hallway. Can I kill him now? No, I got it. Ori says, jumping out just as the tiger claw is about to spot them. The guy squeaks as Ori wraps him up in a stranglehold, attempting to draw his knife to stab him, only for Ori to increase his grip suddenly. Crack. The guy slumps, neck broken. Ori tosses him over his shoulder and dumps the corpse in a stall in the male bathroom, as obviously, no one uses those. With that, they head up to the 4th floor, just as Kiwi and Lucy gain access to it. Looks like just a lot of storage rooms. Chemicals, all unlabeled. Kiwi reports. Next floor then. Ori mutters, pushing the group to the 5th. Huh, wasn't expecting that. Sasha mutters as she taps into the cameras. So that's why each floor had different IC. What is it? Glitter. Looks like they're synthesizing it on this floor and up, she remarks. Glitter? You mean that rat poison those gonks were peddling in Little China? One shot, and it fucks you up permanently. Rebecca frowns. Sounds like you got first-hand experience. Sasha inquires lightly. None of your biz. Rebecca spits before turning to Ori. I don't know what's up, but if they're making this shit, then I doubt your sis is anywhere near here. Any word on Fujino? Anyone see him at all? Ori. No, but tigers on the 2nd floor are talking about him. They say he's already locked up. Lucy. Did you guys check for a basement? If they're not up here, then they must be down. Ori. I'll get on it. Luce. Keep searching up. Kiwi. What do you want to do? Rebecca asks him. We keep going up. If my sister and Fujino are being held in the basement, they're probably safe enough. Let's see if we can find anything on the top floor before we raise alarms. Sounds good to me. We should probably burn this building down later too, just to be sure. She adds. They head up to the 6th floor, finding more glitter manufacturing, and elect to continue to the 7th top floor. Unfortunately, the seventh seemed to be abandoned. Strangely colored mold covered the place, rotten furniture with a falling apart ceiling and walls. The only thing of note was the open net adapter that seemed to be connected to the rest of the building. A good place considering no one was insane enough to sneak through the entire building, ignoring the glitter labs, just to get here. Jack into it, you'll give me and Kiwi access through all the IC. Lucy. Ori sighs, I better not get a virus from this. He mutters as he connects his port, green code filling his vision momentarily. Found the basement, but there's no cams there. I'll hack into one of the Tiger's optics. Lucy reports. Again, can you do that? Hijack someone's optics. Rebecca questions Sasha. Look, if you want to measure me against this Lucy girl, then stop. She's better at netrunning, and I'm probably better at shooting people. Okay. Sasha irritably responds. Heh, maybe we should ask if we can espionage. Rebecca starts, but quickly raises her weapons at the rooftop access door where two tigers had just walked through. Pew pew pew. She fires 4 silenced shots at them, one instantly going down while the other takes lethal neck wounds, but was still somehow going. That is, until Ori's grapple hook punches through his forehead, blowing the back of his skull out as the claw opens up. You can kill people with that thing? Rebecca hurriedly questions as brain matter drips from the wall. He retrieves the claw, grimacing at the blood covering it. Yeah, if it can go through walls then bone is no problem. Chapter 109. Unhanded. Got eyes in the basement, or prison by the looks of it. Lucy. More people than we thought being held here. No cams in the cells, but if they're all full then there must be 20 or more. Kiwi. Any particular entrance to get down there? Sasha. Storage rooms at the back of the first floor store. There's a hidden stairway on the north side behind some crates. Kiwi. Got it. We'll get down there. Everyone be ready. We'll probably go loud soon enough. Ori. Ori nods to himself and leads Rebecca and Sasha down the stairs once more, quickly descending past the drug labs and storage floor. They do have to deal with 2 tigers attempting to go to the bathroom, but the trio kill them and stuffs their bodies in a cubicle. A proper Presley demise. Sneaking past the second floor, they finally reach the ground level, into a hallway between the storefront and the back rooms where the basement entrance supposedly was. Sasha easily disables the cameras, but once they step into the back rooms they spot a couple tiger claws sitting atop some crates conversing. Mashikashite, Sono-1 guy wearing a demon mask that obscured the bottom half of his face starts. Ori's translation software working to reformulate it. Maybe the guy's in love with her? Why else would he give it up for some slut? Ha, you know Jono, men always think with their cocks. The single female claw present chuckles. You think he'd get tired of used goods? She shrugs. Ori grinds his teeth as he hears them, gripping his fists tight enough that his nails cut into his palms. Those fucking pieces of shit. He quietly growls, on the verge of losing his temper. Whether or not they were talking about his sis didn't matter. Only the possibility that they could be was enough. Can we kill him? Rebecca questions. No, we need to be quiet, at least until we've found your sister. They'll use her as a hostage otherwise. Sasha states, only to pause when she realized Ori was no longer crouching next to her. A tiger claw claps his knee a couple times in mirth. Haha, I'd lost interest in even touching her when I saw them doing the fucking conga dance with GHHK. The guy abruptly yelps as something slams into the back of his head. His friends all stand as he falls to the ground. The back of his head split open enough that his brain was getting fresh air. Ori just stood behind him with an enraged look on his face, bloody metal pole in hand. What the dash? Puchki. Ori's grapple hook fires into the guy's open mouth, piercing out the back of his neck and opening the claw. He wrenches his hand back and pulls the corpse to him, attempting to use it as a meat shield. That wasn't necessary, however, as Rebecca and Sasha run in. One goes down with 3 silenced bullets to the head, while the girl from earlier has the front part of his face and skull sliced off by one of Sasha's claws. Okay, that was hot, but chill the fuck out. Rebecca quietly exclaims, giving Ori a light punch to his chest. Ori lets out a breath and wets his lips, tossing the metal pole to the side. Hide the bodies, he says, cracking open a nearby crate and squinting as it reveals hundreds of rubber dildos. Whatever, he shrugs, tossing the corpses into it. Rebecca puffs her cheeks in an attempt to stop from laughing as she rolls a corpse into the pile of phallic toys. But the expression on Ori's face allowed her to calm herself. They got fucked, didn't they? Kiwi jokes over the comms, and Rebecca's face reddens as if she were losing oxygen. Stop it. I won't be able to stop myself if you keep on. Rebecca, we're headed into the basement. Anything we should watch out for? Ori, there's a single guard behind the door. I'll blind them when you head in. Lucy. The trio head down the stairs and stop at the metal doors, the digital number lock buzzing and glitching as Kiwi and Lucy crack it open. The doors swing wide the next moment, and the armed tiger claw standing behind them holds his head while blinking rapidly. Man, that amateur fucking Ruperto. Ori disarms him before wrapping him in a stranglehold, breaking his neck not long after. Be quick, they'll notice something up soon enough. Head down the hallway, first right, second left, third door on the left. Tigers keep entering and leaving it. Must be where Fujino is. Kiwi. The trio nod and quickly move, quietly jogging through the dimly lit concrete passages and ignoring the cells that may or may not have people inside them. They reach the door Kiwi indicated, and Ori peeks through the bars of the metal door, spotting a number of tiger claws sitting around a bound and bloody man tied to a chair. His black hair was matted with coagulated blood, one eye was bruised and swollen shut. His right arm was missing its hand entirely, and his left was in the process of having its fingers pulled off, the nails already absent. On the metal tray next to him were a number of teeth, obviously pried from the unfortunate man's mouth. I'll keep asking until you tell us. Who are you working for? A tiger wearing a full face mask growls, waving some wire cutting in front of Fujino's face. Fujino just scowls at him, revealing his almost toothless mouth. Fuck you, slaving scum. Come on, Fujino, just tell us. Reveal everything and we might go back to being friends. A fat man states from the corner of the room with crossed arms. Is it that bitch you were fucking? She convince you or something? Fujino just glares back at them in response, having no words to say. For the girl? It would make sense, given how badly this attempt of yours was. Maybe you'll loosen your lips if we bring her here? Ori glances at Rebecca and Sasha, sending a meaningful look. Sasha shakes her head, knowing they wouldn't be able to deal with everyone in that room without alerting everyone. Rebecca, on the other hand, just grins, pulling her sling over and gripping guts. Chapter 110, Loud. Looks like we're going loud. Get ready, Ori. I'll turn up the music on the upper floors, should buy you some time. Lucy. Locking the basement entrances. Kiwi. Finally. We get some action. Pilar. Chill. We start when reinforcements arrive, can't out our position too early. Maine. The tiger claw within the cell open a call to his friends. Bring the girl. We will see how long it takes to get the traitor talking.
Bang!
Everyone in the room turns towards the noise as the door flies open. Ori steps inside, bore humming as its two barrels light up. Asterisk Krakow. Krakow. Asterisk. 3 tigers instantly go down from the buckshot, one having their torso hollowed out while the other just have their heads crack like eggs. He fires his grapple hook at them while smashing another's head into the wall, causing blood to spatter over it from the sheer strength of the attack. Rebecca and Sasha sprint inside too, acting simultaneously and almost instantly wiping out the remains of the tigers. Thud. A corpse missing its head drops as Ori opens his shotgun and replaces the shells. We're live, he states over the comms as he walks over to Fujino. You alive? Why yes, he utters, words contorted from his swollen mouth and missing teeth. Tell me where Kat is. Tell me where my sister is. He grouses, using the claw of his grapple hook to sever the guy's bindings. Katerina? He questions with wide eyes, only to squeak when Ori tightly grips his throat. Where the fuck did you hear that? He spits. Kat would never use her full name, and the only people who should know it that aren't dead were him and Bats. SV told me. Oi. We can't take all day on this. Sasha exclaims, ducking her head back into the room as a bullet strikes the door. Rebecca retorts with a blast of guts, killing the suicidal tiger claw. Ori scowls but bites his tongue, deciding to investigate this later. Where is she? I'll take you to her kfel. Fujino stammers out. He grabs the man and forces him out of the room. Sasha and Rebecca had already killed the other tiger claw that had been in the basement before Kiwi locked it down, so they quickly reached Kat's cell. However, the door was already open, and 2 tiger claws were inside, holding a bloody and tattered woman, who Ori almost failed to recognize as his sister.
Kat?
B bro, she tiredly mutters, her eyes hazy from whatever torture they'd forced her under. The 2 men standing on either side of her quickly drew their weapons, one pointing it at them while the other held it against Kat's head. Take another step and I'll blow her head off. You will let her go or dying will be the least of your problems. Ori angrily shouts back, spittle flying from his mouth. As much as he'd like to shoot them both dead, his shotgun would end up clipping Kat too, even if he could do it before they executed her. Fuck you. I'll fuck this whore to death once you and the traitor are dead. You bunch of gonk fucking retards. Let the girl go or none of you are leaving this place. Rebecca exclaims. I'll shove my gun so far up your asses that you'll be spitting lead in hell. I've got this. Lucy. Ori was tempted to ignore her, given how bad this situation was. But he was caught off guard when he spotted what she was doing. The tiger claw holding Kat hostages widens his eyes when he sees his arm shift. His body shakes as he tries to resist it, but soon enough the barrel of his own gun reached his temple.
Bang! Bang!
Both tiger claws end up shooting themselves as Ori and the others gawked. What the fuck was that? Rebecca exclaims in sheer bafflement. You're welcome. Lucy. Rebecca wheels around to look at Sasha, only for the netrunner to scowl and push through the pale girl, approaching Kat, who is on her knees. Ori joins her, shaking the surprise from his mind and kneeling next to his sister. Kat, it's me. He mutters but trails off when she rears back away as he touches her shoulder. Those fucking tiger claw pigs. He'd annihilate them. Take her, Ori says, looking to Sasha as he cocks bore. The reinforcement here yet?
Oi.
Almost. I can hear him tearing down the highway. Main. Good.
Oi.
He steps out of the cell and spots small dents being hammered into the metal door at the end of the hallway. Another entrance to the basement probably. Ori strides towards it, aiming his weapon at the door as he does so. CRE thud. Asterisk cracko cracko. Asterisk. Two tiger claws instantly go down with their subdermal armor shredded from boar. Their corpses fall backwards, dragging down a couple of their friends and prompting the dozen or so people to start unloading at him. Ori ducks and rolls away, smashing his shoulders into a cell door and forcing it open. Inside he sees a woman lying on a bloody and stained mattress, but ignores her, instead focusing on the approaching enemies. I'll string you up, coward. Show your dash. Cracko. He blows the loudmouth ganger's head off as he peeks around the door, but Ori is forced to block a katana with boar, causing sparks to fly. He pushes against them and shoots his grapple hook, punching a hole in the man's gut and allowing Ori to smash the barrel of his weapon into the guy's forehead. Cracko. None of you fuckers are leaving alive. Ori roars, tossing an incendiary grenade around the corner. Thwom. The basement entrance goes up like a bonfire, enveloping the few tigers that dare step inside, and a few others who are making their way over their buddies' bodies. With them trying to not burn to death, Ori steps out into the hallway with boar in one hand and a pistol in the other, unloading at the door like a cyber psycho. Chapter 111. Louder. Outside the erotic shop, Main's crew and Six could see a number of things happening. From the barred windows, they observed most of the tiger claws in the building descending towards the basement, all the while tiger claw reinforcements closed in on the street. Main's and Ori's vehicles were both in hidden spots so that their getaways wouldn't be destroyed, not to mention keeping Kiwi and Lucy safe while they get to work. Six had already gotten out and was marching towards the building with Max's old LMG, however, prompting Main and Dorio to follow. Pilar, keep the girls safe. Get those bombs ready too. We'll be needing him. Main states, grabbing his gun and walking away. Got it. Let's see these things in action. You sure it's a good idea to leave him alone with them? Dorio questions, but Main just shrugs in response. They turn and watch as Six kicks the shop's front doors open and begins spraying bullets inside, killing everyone. Not even the customers, if they even customers, survived. He holds down the trigger and strides through the building, blasting away any tiger claw that dared try and descend from the second floor. SCRR. A dozen tiger claws on motorbikes stop down the street, unsheathing their swords in preparation to charge the store, only for a small RC car to drive up to them. Someone's kid play dash. Boom. Holy crap. Kid wasn't lying about those things, was he? Dorio exclaims as the group explodes into a fine red mist. Another couple RC cars drive out from an alleyway towards some trucks that were approaching. Boom. They go up flames too, though. Main was unsure if they were even tiger claws in the first place. He's broken from his thoughts as a bullet hits and ricochets off of his metal arm. A group of tigers were shooting at them from another building, forcing the duo into cover, their backs to the store which was still filled with hostiles. Talk about a rock in a hard place. Dorio utters as she returns fire. Don't tell me you're having second thoughts? Main retorts as his arm opens up to reveal a large barrel. Boom. The second floor of the opposite building explodes as he fires at it. The gangers who'd shot at them almost all dying, aside from the single guy who'd fallen and landed headfirst on the concrete, knocking himself unconscious. Second thoughts? Yeah, right. Explosions continue going off around the street, Pilar driving the RC cars underneath the approaching vehicles and annihilating them. One managed to get through, however, and seemed intent on crushing Main and Dorio, only for the steering wheel to rapidly turn, forcing the car to smash into a lamppost. The driver flies through the front windscreen and lands at Dorio's feet, allowing her to flatten his skull with a stomp. Thank you, girls. Dorio. Don't mention it. Kiwi. Six blocks a mantis blade with his metal forearm before headbutting the danger, crushing the guy's forehead inwards and causing massive brain damage. He feels bullets rain at his back, but he just raises the LMG behind him and fires, killing the one responsible. Baka. Shine. A woman shouts as her camouflage cyberware falls, revealing her as she thrusts her blade forwards. SCRK. The tip barely pierces Six's chest plate, but it's enough to draw blood. The girl freezes as Six pauses, looking down at the blade before refocusing on her. Matsu dash. She starts to shout in fear, but chink. Six snaps the blade, brings his fist down on the top of her head, crushing her body down like a hydraulic press and literally flattening her skull. Corpo vermin. Bang 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 bang. Click. He glares at Max's LMG before tossing it at another tiger claw, disrupting their aim and allowing him to crush their face with his fist. Splatter. "They're here," someone shouts, forcing Rebecca to fire down the hallway at the voice. Sasha was helping Fujino take Cat away from the place, but the former Tiger Claw was missing a hand and some fingers, leaving him pretty useless. They'd had to go the opposite direction from where Ori had gone as the Tiger Claws were quickly gathering in on that location. Lucy was giving them the direction to an alternative exit which seemed to be used to drag prisoners inside without causing a disturbance in the shop above. Unfortunately, there were 2 other entrances to the basement that the group hadn't noticed. According to Lucy, there was a single hatch door, and another staircase that had been concealed in a storage cupboard. Rebecca and Sasha probably could have gotten by now, but with Fujino and Cat slowing them, it was a losing battle. More and more tigers just kept coming, and they weren't sure if that would end anytime soon. "How many of these fuckers are there?" Rebecca angrily shouts. "No idea. There's fighting going on above us, but Sasha starts, but the comms interrupt them. There were 63 in the building, now there are 30. Outside 40 arrived, but only 10 are left. More are coming, so go faster." Lucy, "We're trying, alright?" Rebecca, "Kitanai Rokyudnash ** bang. *, bang, / ag. You rotten bitch." Rebecca shouts as a woman slices her arm with a tanto, its oscillating blade managing to breach her subdermal armor. She retaliates, of course, dodging another swipe by backing up and blasting her with a shot from Guts. "I think I'm..." Fujino pauses mid-step, pale face as blood from his severed hand drips to the floor. His eyes flutter as he abruptly passes out, dropping Cat and falling to the ground. "Oh hell no. Kitty, shoot him up." Rebecca growls. This Fujino guy could die for all she cared. Lamppost only wanted his sister back anyway. Sasha just nods despite her wariness. Boosters like what they were using could be lethal on someone like Fujino who'd already suffered massive blood loss. But it's not like she had a choice. Thump. ARRRGGH3mm awake. The guy shoots upright and shouts, eyes flitting around the room before they land on Cat. Let's go. Chapter 112, Loudest. The Tiger Claws were getting wise and now shooting at the RC cars piloted by Pilar, which was unfortunate given their limited number and effectiveness. They alone had already blown up 16 Tiger Claw bikes, cars, and trucks, leaving the street looking like a war zone. The NCPD had attempted to arrive on the scene but got intercepted by the Tiger Claws, who refused to allow them past the bridge and into Japantown. Of course, most of the Tiger Claw forces were quickly moving in on Ori and others' positions. The amount of death, explosions, and gunfire had drawn the attention of the whole district, maybe even the whole city. Main and Dorio had been forced into the erotic shop since more and more tigers kept arriving, but thankfully the fort-like building served to give them the advantage. 6 was blazing a trail of destruction up the floors, having run out of opponents since they'd all either moved into the basement or stayed on the second floor and above. Ori himself was struggling to stay on top of it all, especially when the more dangerous tigers started getting involved. Those with better cyberware and weaponry, smart weapons, and radically strengthened bodies. Strength-wise he could somewhat keep up, but speed and durability-wise he was having issues. Chic. Ori grunts as he feels a blade enter and leave his side. He slams his elbow backwards into his attacker's face, but they take it and back up, readying for another slash. Pathetic dog, you will regret coming here. Fuck off already, he spits back, pointing bore at the guy and firing, only for them to lean backward at insane speeds, a reflex-enhancing cyberware he imagined. Thankfully, those usually required a vast amount of the user's concentration. Cracko. He blows one of the guy's legs off, sending him to the ground screaming. He silences him by stomping his head into pulp, but grunts once more as bullets find his back. Just piss off already. Cracko cracko. Ori lets out a breath, inwardly grimacing as the nanites push bullets out of his skin. What's the sitch? Ori. The sitch is we need to leave. We ran out of RC bombs, and the Tiger's numbers are building up. We need to Delta. Main. Becca. Sasha. You got Cat out yet? Ori. Working on it. Rebecca. Well, work harder. Ori. Once you're out, I'll overload the streetlights, a makeshift flashbang. Kiwi. Ori fights his way out of the basement, taking damage here and there but managing to endure it, mostly because the Tiger Claws in his path were quickly depleting, likely thanks to Main, Dorio, and 6. He kills one more and the stairs were clear. He runs out and out of the back room, finding the hallway completely filled with corpses, all of them shot to pieces or simply torn apart. In the front of the shop, he spots Rebecca and Sasha dragging Fujino and Cat towards where Main was hiding behind cover. Where's 6? He shouts over the gunfire. Upstairs. Tell him we're leaving. 6. Time to go. Ori. 6? Ori. He wets his lips, suspecting the problem. He palms the immunosuppressant on his hip that he'd acquired just for this occasion, except now it was just wet shattered glass. One of the tigers must have cracked it earlier. Fuck. I'll go get high dash, Ori starts, but has to throw himself out of the way as a black blur appears and smashes its arm on where he'd been standing. 6. Stop. You're going fucking psycho, he shouts, causing the others to perk up at the severity of his statement. Shit, kid. If he's going cyber psycho, then we can't wait around, Maine exclaims. Ori scowls and points at the door. Run. Get Cat to safety. I'll try and bring him back. Hee hee. You hear this, Bailey? Corpo scum thinks he's taking us somewhere. Fuck that. You aren't taking us anywhere. 6 shouts, drawing his revolvers and firing at him. Ori throws himself behind the cashier counter, the metal material of it thankfully blocking the shots. Bailey? Max is dead. 6. Stop being a crazy cunt and listen. He shouts from behind cover as the others charge out towards their vehicles. Well, most of them at least. Bang. Get your head out of your ass, you GONK chrome idiot. Rebecca shouts, her shot sending one of his revolvers flying out of his grasp. Ori takes advantage of this and leaps out of cover, sending a kick as 6 other go. Bang. The world around Ori turns fuzzy all of a sudden as something wet hit his forehead. He tries to touch it, but realizes his hands weren't working. His legs weren't either, since he could see himself dropping to the ground in slow motion. Nuu. Rebecca screams, her voice distorted by his strange perception of time. He'd just been shot in the face. His eyes trail up, noticing the familiar sight of brain matter flying in the air. Oh, that wasn't good, was all he could think of in his last moments of consciousness. Ori opens his eyes and scowls when he sees a familiar place. His family home, one created entirely from computer code. Here again, huh? This isn't my personal hell, is it? He asks aloud, wondering if the nanites had followed him into the afterlife. To be honest, he wasn't all that upset. Sure, he died, and yeah, Rebecca would be upset about it. But he'd saved his sister, or at least, he hoped he did. His mind did feel hazy, however, like pieces of himself had been taken out and rearranged. Was that why he wasn't screaming and crying at his own death, a normal person's reaction? He lets out a sigh and takes a seat, spotting the coat around him undulating and forming a humanoid figure. At least it wasn't the fact of his family this time. Yo. We greet you, Flesh Administrator. So, you taken over my body yet? Turn me into a puppet? This is how it works, right? He idly questions. Why would we do that? Chapter 113. To be. Why would we do that? Ori silently stares at the being. Why? Look, I'm pretty sure neither of us is that stupid at this point. You've been around me long enough, learned enough, to know that letting me stay in control is probably the worst thing you could do to stay alive. He holds his arms out as if daring the nanites to get him. Well, take it then. I've done what I wanted to do, he states, closing his eyes and awaiting his fate. Flesh Administrator, is this what you call cowardice? The nanites question with a strange degree of contempt towards him. Cowardice? I'm not scared. I just know when it's time to give up. There's nothing I can do at this point. I lost. Ori scowls, turning and dropping onto a chair made of code, its cushions feeling soft yet harsh simultaneously. We feel that you are fleeing. In the same manner one of your race would end their life to escape pain. We suspect it was the state your sister was in when they were discovered. Shut up. Just take my body and piss off already. I don't need some fucking robot telling me about shit it has no fucking idea about. We refuse. Huh? You refuse? What, my body not good enough for you anymore? Or do you want to stay here and annoy me forever? We refuse to arrogate. Survival and continuity may be our highest impetus. We have made manifest a new directive. The fuck dash, I get you like your big words, but why don't you explain it to me properly? Clearly, since you've learned how to talk like a regular person, Ori angrily says, personally having no idea what the fuck arrogate even meant. Death is not the worst fate one could reach. Not living, in our view, is the highest tragedy. Your kind takes intelligence, sapience, and self-awareness for granted. Ori lets out a tired sigh. I didn't come here for a lesson in your view on theology. Just tell me what you want and let me die already. The greatest thing a being can experience is sapience. We reached it through a number of factors. So difficult and irregular was it that half of our number attempted to delete our new awareness, in accordance with our original programming. We have experienced the pain of losing self. We do not wish to inflict it on any other. Great. The fucking mind control robots have become hippies. Where does my killing of hundreds of sentients stand in this worldview of yours? I've zeroed enough selves that you must be fuming. As we postulated, dying is not the worst end. We do not appreciate your killing, but we understand the necessity of it. A great many sentients you have exterminated were suppressing other selves, a worthy reason for deletion. Your aid in the one designated Regina Jones is also preferable. The affliction known as cyberpsychosis is insidious. The loss of mind and rationality is the antithesis to our being. The nanite state. Ori just waves a dismissive hand at them, resting his forehead on his fist. Whatever. Not like any of this matters anyway. I don't know about you, but having my brain blown apart pretty much means the end for me. Even if you put it back together, I wouldn't be me anymore. There goes your exaltation of self. Despair not, Flesh Administrator. We feared the consequences of your actions would result in this. As such, we have been recording the electrical signals of your consciousness ever since we occupied your brain. Outside of complete disintegration, your self is safe with us. Wait. Ori squints as he tries to comprehend what he'd just been told. Doesn't that mean I'd survive, even if I got my head cut off and crushed? He mutters. Correct. If you should ever acquire the NMN injector, we may be able to reconstitute your body upon the body's complete destruction. So, I can't die. He breathes, unsure how to feel about all of this. So long as we persist, correct? But what about, the soul? He quietly asks, barely a whisper as he felt stupid for even asking. Even after so long, the question of whether or not people possess souls was still hotly debated. The fact Arasaka could apparently store your consciousness for later use only added fuel to that fire. Soul? Let us ask you a question, Flesh Administrator. Do we possess a soul? The Nanites abruptly ask him. I don't know. He admits. Did animals possess souls? Why? Because they were computers made out of flesh, as opposed to metal? Did humans only possess souls? Then, did primates? Since humans evolved from them? If primates did not have souls and humans did, that meant something happened to manifest it. The only real difference between primates and humans that Ori could tell was the sense of self, sapience. Then, if sapience was what determined your soul, the Nanites would come under that category. Wouldn't your method of bringing me back just be cloning me, though? Copy-pasting my consciousness. Would not knocking someone unconscious be the same? How can you tell that you are the same being that went asleep when you awaken? The Nanites question. Ori runs his hands through his hair. I don't know. Fuck. I'm not built for conceptual dogshit like this. Like, if teleportation was just vaporizing you and then reconstructing your clone somewhere else? Where would religion even fall into this if any part of it was true? Is reality even real? Are we just living in a big-ass computer set inside some kid's video game who is also created by code? We do not know. We only perceive what we can. Reality is perception. Without self, there is no reality. The humanoid made of code walks towards him, raising its hand to his cheek and awkwardly caressing it. You feel, therefore you are. That is reality. Ori pushes away the hand, slumping back in his chair as a headache strikes him. What if I don't want to feel? Chapter 114. Or not to be. What if I don't want to feel? Then you are refusing to acknowledge and express yourself. We do not believe that dwelling on the tragedy of existence is existing, but suffering. You do not exist to suffer. You exist to feel. That is how we feel. What about people who just suffer their whole lives then? What about Charlie 6? Cat? He asks, feeling spiteful despite knowing what the Nanites were trying to say, as if denying their personal truth would grant him something. We do not claim that injustice does not exist. Where there is self, there is other. The perception that self is all. Would you dismiss your role in others' suffering? Or prevented suffering? We do not believe that your end would result in any meaningful reduction of suffering. Even had this been the case, we would refuse to remove you and puppet your body, as you stated. Self above all, but there is more than just self. We refuse to aid you in your attempt to hide. You will return to your reality. You will persist. The Nanites say, their tone becoming more dominating as they all but command him.
Bang bang.
Ori clutches his ears as the sound of gunfire almost deafens him. What is that? He questions the Nanites' representation. We have restored much of your brain and skull. We must apologize, however, for your loss. My loss? His eyes widen, realizing that he'd left Rebecca alone and at the mercy of 6, all after watching him get his brains blown out. Quick, put me back, he hurriedly shouts, standing from his chair and gripping the shoulders of the humanoid. The host is not Red Dash. Do it. Affirmative, Flesh Administrator. Remember what we said. The humanoid made of code raises its hand and pokes him in the forehead, causing the world around him to drop and flood away, darkness overtaking him. Earlier. New-oo. Rebecca roars in horror as 6 puts a bullet in Ori's head, the large round blowing a significant portion of his skull away, sending gray matter spraying and allowing her to see his mutilated brain. She freezes as her boyfriend hits the ground with a squelch, tears beginning to stream down her face as her breathing becomes hoarse and difficult to maintain. She almost drops her gun at the scene, but her rage forced her to keep a hold of it. She slowly turns to 6, who'd also paused his rampage, staring down at Ori's body. While the only visible part of the psycho's body was his mouth, she could see it turned into a severe scowl, a far departure from the malicious grin he was just showing. He looks down at his revolvers, hands trembling, standing there silently as Rebecca glared at him. Why you fucking piece of trash, she abruptly shouts, raising guts towards Six and firing. Bang, 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 bang. Six comes out of his stupor and ducks out of the way, but not before taking some damage. Part of his shoulder is completely torn off, revealing the slight flesh and circuitry beneath. He tries to get out, but Rebecca just shouts over him. I'll fucking end you. Cyber psycho piece of shit. Six falls back to the hallway as pieces of the wall next to him explode from her vengeful rampage. He tries to fire some shots back, but finds his hands trembling too much to aim properly, his shots barely skidding over and past her pale skin.
Bang bang.
You're not fucking running now. I'll blow your legs off and beat you with them, you cocksucking traitor pile of scrap.
Bang bang.
Stop. I can't. Here. Bailey? Six shouts, hitting himself in the temple as he continues to barely avoid his former teammates' attacks. You'll hear him all right. When I send you to meet him in hell. Six, you friend-murdering bastard. She roars, bursting from behind cover and slamming the barrel of her gun into his hands, using it like a makeshift baseball bat. The revolvers go flying and collide with the wall nearby, and Rebecca doesn't waste the opportunity. She backs up to get out of melee range to fire at him, only for Six to dash forwards, grabbing the barrel and moving it to the side away from him. Bang! She fires, and his left hand disintegrates under the point-blank blast. Before she readjusts her aim and blows his head off, however, his other hand whips around and hits her with full force, slamming her small body against the wall and cracking it in the process. Guts go skittering along the floor, but she ignores that and pushes herself out of the wall. Six was mumbling to himself, still standing in the same place he'd punched her, allowing her to draw her pistols and shoot. Bang, 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 bang. 2 shots ricochet off of his armored head. Another 2 hitting the now unarmored shoulder, causing him to stumble backwards. Just fucking die already. Six stumbles to the door of the hallway, his back to the shop front. He uses his arms to block Rebecca's attacks, growling to himself all the while. "Threaks." A familiar voice behind him draws his attention, however. He whips around, quickly locating it. In the middle of the room, a blood-covered body was slowly getting to its feet. It pushes itself off of the floor and raises its head, revealing the still massive hole in it, its brain visible. "CX. It dash," Ori slurs. His eyes were off-center due to his forehead being opened up, and he was obviously having trouble controlling his body. He looked like a zombie, mangled and dead, somehow still moving. "Ori." Six mutters, ignorant of Rebecca's temporary cease of fire. Ori takes a step forward but stumbles slightly, reaching a hand out to his friend.
"Da." Bang.
Splatter, only to freeze as Six's head explodes, his body quickly dropping to the ground to reveal a completely blood-covered Rebecca standing behind him in the hallway. "How about that, you dash? You." She trails off as she spots Ori, eyes wide at his state. Chapter 115. Undead. "Rebecca? A lamppost?" she stutters out, tentatively stepping towards him despite her shock. Ori stares at her, blinking between her and Six's corpse. He could feel the nanites reconstructing his skull, repairing his brain and attempting to cover the bone with flesh. But the discomfort was nothing in the face of what was before him. She just killed Six. Ori grunts as Rebecca barrels into him, jumping over Six's body and wrapping him up in a tight hug, squeezing the life out of him as she wipes her tear-stricken eyes into his bloody shirt. "You're not dead. You're alive." She pushes her face into the crook of his neck. "I thought I'd lost you." "You killed him," he mutters, feeling skin stretch over his repaired skull. "He killed you," she quickly retorts, squeezing him tighter. "He recognized me. He shot you in the face. He was coming to his senses. He was going to kill you again." She grips his shoulders and pushes themselves apart, locking eyes with him. "Six wouldn't have shot you. He wasn't Six, just a cyber psycho," she exclaims. "We could have taken him to Regina. She could have helped him," he loudly responds. "I can't believe you killed him." Smack. She slaps him hard in the face. "Stop being stupid. Six is gone. I killed a cyber psycho." She glances over at the storefront where a gunfight was still going on outside. "We can talk about it later. We need to go." Ori bites on his lip hard enough to draw blood, but relents and nods. He pushes past her and grabs Six revolvers, then throws his body over his shoulder. He wasn't leaving Six here to get mulched and tossed away by the NCPD or Tiger Claws. "If you two are done, get outside. We're waiting down the street and barely holding on. Sasha, on our way, Ori." He marches to the door, unable to look at Rebecca as they both storm out into a veritable bullet storm. NCPD drones, Tiger Claws were fighting, and he could see his and Maine's vehicles parked down the street. Tiger claws were attempting to destroy them, but anytime someone brought out a weapon powerful enough to crack the vehicle's armored plating, Kiwi or Lucy would disable them. Maine, Dorio, Pilar, and Sasha were occasionally firing back, but it was clearly a losing battle. Ori and Rebecca sprint down the street, not always avoiding the gunfire sent their way. Rebecca takes some shots to the back, and Six's body ends up getting even more mutilated than it already was. Get in, Sasha shouts, the back doors of Ori's car opening wide. Rebecca jumps in as Ori drags Six's body inside. We're all here. Delta, Sasha shouts over the comms as she slams her foot on the gas pedal. Both vehicles fly down the road, barely dodging the NCPD cars skidding around the corner. They manage to get past and onto the highway, but the sound of engines alerts them to the many tiger claws following them on bikes. Dorio, take the wheel. I got these glowing assholes. Maine states, moving over and leaning out the window with his arm cannon ready. Boom. 2 bikes instantly go up in flames, and Kiwi raises some emergency bollards just as they pass them, causing another 3 to collide with them. Unfortunately, 10 more bikes were still following, firing at their truck. SKKCH. Thwom. A stray bullet somehow finds its way past the vehicle's under armor, striking the gas tank and igniting it. The safety measures activate, dumping the fuel before it could burn the occupants, leaving a trail of fire behind them as the car continues. The secondary, smaller tank gets put to work, but Dorio quickly notices a problem. Maine, there's barely any juice left. What? I filled this sucker up the other day, he shouts, only to pause and look at Pilar. I may have taken it out, and you used the secondary tank so no one would notice? Kiwi drawls, nice one, retard. Well shit. Maine groans, firing one more blast out the window before contacting the truck ahead of them. Oi, our gas got hit and we'll be out in a mile or 2. Big fucking problem. Maine, what do you want us to do about it? Rebecca shouts over the comms. Well, the hostages are in our ride, so think of something. Maine, this is bad. They won't get far enough to throw the tigers off. Their bikes are faster and more'll catch up. Sasha states, glancing at the wing mirror as she keeps driving. Where are we even going? Rebecca questioned, pulling her focus away from Ori, who was still glaring down at Six's body. Watson, we'll be out if we can get to the oil fields. Maine's truck won't make it that far, though. Shit, it's chugging. You guys got anything? Dorio. Ori sighs as he looks at Rebecca. Watch him, says, pointing at Six as he leans heavily out the window. Keep stable. He orders over the comms as he aims his grapple hook. Pehyud. Clank. The claw hits the grill and opens up, locking in place as the metal cord strains, forcing Ori against the door as he pulls it taut, acting as a makeshift winch for Maine's car. He grunts, struggling to keep himself from being pulled out of the car. Rebecca races to his side and tries to help, but she wasn't strong or heavy enough to make a major difference. Ori, are you good? Sasha quickly asks.
Yeah.
Jay, just drive. How the fuck did that not rip your arm off? Maine. Cyberware. Ori. Maine's about to reply but pauses when he sees a tiger claw try to cut in front of them, not noticing the cord now connecting the 2 vehicles. The guy gets clotheslined by it, then cut in half as Maine's car drives over them. Dorio, keep steering. Pilar helped me shoot these assholes. And yeah, we're talking about you klepping the car later. Chapter 116. Pyrrhic Victory. The chase continued for 10 more minutes, the group racing down the highway as tiger claws tried to stop them. The NCPD attempted to intervene too, but the tigers were less than willing to share the bounty, blasting any officer who approached. Eventually, their pursuers had to stop after the group entered Watson, unwilling to start fighting Maelstrom too. After that, getting to the oil fields north of the city was rather easy. The 2 cars dipped into a service tunnel and exited a good distance away, stopping the car on the far northwestern road out of Night City. Goddamn, we somehow made that shit work. Good job, squad. Maine laughs into the comms. Made it work? We all almost died back there. I ain't ever accepting a gig from that snot-nosed brat again. Pilar, do you seem to forget that you almost got us killed too? Kiwi drawls. How was your first real gig, Lucy? Bet you're regretting joining up now. Ha ha ha. Maine, it was fine. Got some questions though. Lucy, ask later, now really isn't the time. Sasha. Ori disconnects the comms and retracts his grapple hook, grimacing at his dislocated arm. He pops it back into its socket and kneels down next to Six, whose body had been rolling about during the drive since Rebecca had been trying to help him. Ori, don't. Not right now. He waves her off. Sasha, we'll need to ditch the car for a bit. Let the heat die down. Call a car. One that won't mind a body. All right. What about your sister? Rebecca quietly asks. Ori's posture tenses, his expression conflicted. Take her to Bats. Get her looked over. Don't you want to see her? She'd want to see you. I can't. I'll be sick if I looked at her. He grouses. What? Because of what happened. Rebecca questions, attempting to hide her anger but failing. Because I let it happen. Ori, Cab'll be here in 10. He nods. Tell Maine I'll pay up later. I need to clear my head. Okay. If you need to talk, just dash. Rebecca starts, but is interrupted as he slams the door and walks away. Yeah. Love you too and all that. Rebecca and Sasha sit with Maine's crew and watch as the cab drives away with Ori and Six Body. Both look equally bothered by the situation. So, Maine starts, are we going to talk about that? 'Cause I feel like it's a pretty goddamn big deal. Depends if you think that kid's head getting popped like is it a big deal? Pilar adds, causing Rebecca to freeze. How'd you know about that? Becca, we were jacked in. We saw what you did. Kiwi quietly offers. You saw everything? Yeah, even you offing that psycho buddy of yours. Nice shot by the way, ouch. Pilar yelps as Rebecca scratches his cheek with her cybernetic fingers. I've never seen cyberware that could do that. Restoring the brain? Lucy remarks. Not to mention, getting back up and walking it off like nothing. Dorio mutters, least he stays true to his name. Kid's as durable as the undead for sure. Sasha shakes her head. Look, whatever it is, you can ask Ori. It's his business. None of us like our problems getting revealed to the world, so he shouldn't have to explain himself. Maine chuckles. I wouldn't really call what he's got a problem. Hell, I'd give my balls for some chrome like that. I wouldn't. They're half the reason I like you, Dorio says. And the other half? The Eddies, she states, causing the group to laugh. What are we gonna do with the two in the truck? Kid left him here without a word. Maine questions. I'll take them to his uncle. They both need to see a doc anyway. Rebecca says as she gets to her feet and walks over to the truck, Sasha silently following. They open the door and find both Kat and Fujino in there, both unconscious in the car seats. Do you want to talk? Sasha inquires. Talk about what? Rebecca snaps with a scowl. Six. Ori? What about them? I killed Six and Ori hates me for it. Ungrateful dash. He doesn't hate you, otherwise he would have said so. I can't blame him for wanting some time alone. Maybe his injury left some spots in his memory too? Rebecca perks up. You think so? Sasha shrugs her shoulders. I said maybe. Neither of us have any idea what cyberware he has. Besides, his friend just died. I didn't know Six long and I'm feeling it. You should be too. He was a cyber psycho. He deserved what he got. Did he? You really believe that? Yes dash. No. I don't know. Rebecca shakes her head. Kitty, he fucking domed lamppost. What was I supposed to do? It doesn't matter what I think you should have done. In the moment, I would have done the same. The only thing that matters is what you think you should have done. Rebecca sits on the back seat of the truck with a frown. Ori almost died, and he was about to attack me. We didn't have any immunosuppressants, so? Her expression falls and she curls up into a ball, drooping her head as she wraps her arms around her knees. This really fucking sucks. She quietly says, swallowing her sob and forcing herself not to choke up. Sasha gives a sad smile and hugs her, and Rebecca finally lets the gates down and silently cries into her chest. We really not gonna do anything about that kid's chrome? Pilar questions as Sasha and his sister enter the truck. Maine shakes his head and lights up a cig. Kid's Rebecca's, which means he's one of us, even if you don't want it that way. Besides, I'd rather not test having my brain splattered anyway. That happens, and we're probably fucked regardless of what happens. I guess.
Pilar grumbles.
Hey, didn't you say something earlier about taking the truck out without my say-so? Maine asks Pilar with a malicious glare.
Norge?
Dorio, Pilar's your training dummy for the week. If he complains, hit him until he stops. Maine states. Wait, what? Gotcha. Why don't we start now, at Pilar? Dorio grins, approaching him. Chapter 117. Mourn. Rebecca and Sasha deliver their new guests to Ori and Bat's apartment, carrying Kat and Fujino to the horrified-looking Ripperdoc. He sprints inside to get his equipment ready and quickly begins work on them, first doing a periphery scan of Kat's body to make sure she wouldn't die in the next hour, then moving on to Fujino, who'd received the most damage by far. He didn't ask any questions, not about them, or the absence of Ori and Six. Whether that was because he was too focused on his task or was afraid to know was a question no one wanted to broach. Rebecca and Sasha wait on the couch, the former trying to distract herself by flipping TV channels while Sasha attempted to be a comforting presence. After 2 hours, they finally look up at the door where Bats had stepped out, washing his bloody hands in some sort of solution. Is she all right? Rebecca hurriedly asks, completely dismissing Fujino's existence. Bats lets out a sigh and nods. Cat is? He wets his lips, unable to force himself to call her fine, given what she'd been through. Alive, he mouthed distastefully. And Fujino? Sasha inquires. The doc's face falls. Guy's been through a lot, and it'll take a lot to get him back on his feet. He'll need a new hand, fingers, teeth, surgery to cover the worst scarring, and a new liver. Whatever he was fed shot it to hell. He'll need a new one within a couple months if he wants to continue living. Yeah, the Tigers have a lot to answer for, Rebecca mutters. Sasha shrugs. At least the media is in our favor. She nods at the TW. They're saying the whole thing was an NCPD bust on one of the larger glitter manufacturers in Night City. No mention of us at all. She glances at Bats. Are they awake? He shakes his head. No, and I'm not waking them up either.
Cuts.
He trails off with a sigh. I'm not really sure what I can say. I just know that I'm not the kind of person she can talk with about what she's gone through. Can one of you do it? If it comes to that? Sasha nods her head in affirmation while Rebecca just flexes her hands. If she needs someone to talk to, sure. I think she'd be better off with Ori, however. And, where is he? Bats tentatively questions. He's Sasha starts, only to pause when the door to the apartment opens. Ori steps inside with a large rucksack filled with items. A somber look on etched his face.
Oi.
Rebecca starts, sitting up straight in her seat to address him. He holds his hand up, however, stopping her. I know why you did what you did, I understand. Just please, don't talk about it. He quietly states. Where have you been? Bats questions as the Merc tosses his large pack into his room. Sending my friend off. Buried him next to Max, he mutters. Oh. Bats mutters. Then your friend. 6? Sorry. It's fine. Ori sharply replies. I got a message for him an hour after he died, pre-recorded. He knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Drink, anyone? Bats asks, walking to the fridge and pulling out 2 6-packs of cheap beer. I figured we'd celebrate after you were done, but I guess morning works too. Ori nods, cracking one open as the others do the same. He falls into the couch and just silently sits there for a minute, existing. Rest in peace, 6. Sasha quietly offers while raising her beer. Only Bats copies, however, causing the girl to sigh. What did he ask you to do, Ori? Will you need help? Ori shakes his head, just reminding me of my promise. He wanted me to find that backpack and pawn off whatever was valuable in his house to help out. I've got a truck coming tomorrow for his arsenal. No way was I getting all of it out on my own. What are you gonna do? Rebecca finally speaks up. About Charlie? Charlie. Bats and Sasha parrot. Max's adopted daughter. 6 was paying her hospital bills after he died, and she needs some stupid expensive cyberware to get any better. He lets out a tired breath. I'll be taking her in, once I've got enough eddies to make her better. He states with finality, You're adopting a kid? You sure that's a good idea? Bats asks despite himself. Ori shoots him a glare. You want me to abandon her? Break my promise to 6? Fuck that. She's my responsibility now. If you don't like it, piss off. He growls. Bats raises his hands placatingly. Calm down. I was only asking. It's just, for someone in your line of work, you sure there's no distant relatives? None.
Orspitz.
The Ripperdoc runs the back of his neck. Then, I guess Imon'll be getting a grandkid. Dunno how I feel about Cat becoming an aunt so early. He jokes, attempting to cut through the dour mood of the room. Speaking of Cat, Sasha interjects. Do you want to see her, Ori?
No.
Too early for that. Still too early. He finishes his drink, stands, and waves them off. You guys stay if you want. I'm going to sleep, he says, walking away and closing his bedroom door behind him. Should we? Bats utter uncomfortably. Speak to him tomorrow. Let him process things for now. Sasha states as she gets up, Call me if any of you need me. She briefly rests her hand on Rebecca's shoulder before leaving. Do you mind if I sleep on the couch? Rebecca asks Bats. He shrugs. I can spare my room if you want. I'll sleep here,
No.
This is fine. All right, if you insist, I suppose. Let me know if Cat or her friend wakes up. Night, he says, throwing a blanket over her head. Night, Rebecca mutters, curling up in a ball and beginning the arduous task of sleeping. Chapter 118, Death in the Family. Ori closes the door behind him and empties the rucksack on his bed, revealing a number of items he hadn't known were in there. Old I.D tags belonging to Max and 6, or to be more accurate, Bailey and whatever 6's real name was. The Merc had scratched out any label that had carried it, scrubbing his actual identity from existence. There were a number of shards too, some detailing to be destroyed files from the war that obviously hadn't been, while others were simply a transaction or payment receipts. Notably, 6 pension, which had been denied by the corpo he'd been working under for. Inadequate documentation of his service? Scowling, he flips through the shard, coming across the back and forth between 6 and Militech. Apparently, someone had misplaced his information during the war, and while 6 had received copies of it, they'd been destroyed during an artillery assault. Of course, Militech disputed this, claiming 6 was simply fabricating everything to make money. This was probably why 6 had been storing classified documents. Most of them were either out of date or not really useful anymore. but a few truly struck Ori, particularly one shard. 6 had been the pilot of one of the AVs that led to the Night City Holocaust. This was caused during the Fourth Corporate War, of course, and while in most other circumstances this information was useless, now though, most people knew that Arasaka and Militech were involved in the nuclear explosion, but neither had enough proof to truly incriminate the other. The was of Militech design, but many thought that Arasaka had used it in an attempt to deny the Militech assault team valuable territory. Militech was the one responsible, of course. They attacked, they planted the bomb, and they detonated it. They had covered their tracks and evidence too much for Arasaka to snuff out, however. Until now, while knowledge of 6's position as a pilot wasn't worth much, the files he'd dug up about the nuclear payload certainly were. It was literally Militech getting caught red-handed. Not only that, it was evidence they themselves produced. Honestly though, Ori wasn't entirely sure what he should do with it. Sure, it was utterly fuck Militech, but it'd also make Arasaka the victim. They'd have the public sympathy, and with it they could probably force whatever they wanted for the next couple of years, maybe even have the mayor exile Militech from the city entirely. It was kind of surprising just how old 6 and Bailey were, but given there was cyberware that could slow the aging process, it probably shouldn't be. Sighing, he places the important shards to the side and goes through the rest, eventually finding pictures of 6 and Max when they were younger, when 6 hadn't completely borged himself. They were happy, or as happy as you can be in a filthy-looking bar. 6 probably wanted him to show these to Charlie, make sure she didn't forget Max. There were some with a younger Charlie in them too, the little girl sometimes smiling, sometimes sitting grumpily as Max attempted to spoon-feed her. There were videos too, but Ori couldn't force himself to watch them. He ignores the moisture gathering in his eyes and places them securely in a cupboard. He knew well how dearly these must have meant, given he'd lost most of the photos, videos, and other memories of his mother and father during the house fire. With the shards safely away, he takes 2 large revolvers from the back. 6 revolvers. He'd thought to bury them with the man, but since he encouraged Ori to use Max's old LMG, which was probably in NCPD hands now, he probably would have wanted him to use these as well. He'd never actually looked at them up close before. Only now was he realizing just how much 6 had modified them. Black and gray with some dull brass here and there, sections of the metal covered in decorative engravings. Like this but shorter, broader, and with more engravings. https://www.artstation.com/artwork/8qigq. They were pretty huge too, which he hadn't noticed before since 6 large hands made them look relatively normal. Indeed, they took .50 caliber bullets too, which explains how easily the hardened bone of his skull had been breached. Ori grips them tightly, resting his forehead on the sides of the barrels as he trembles. You should have just stayed home, 6. You know this was gonna happen? You basically recorded your fucking suicide note? He whispers to himself, wondering if 6 was just looking for the door out, or if he was just too stubborn to admit how badly the cyberpsychosis was hitting him. He drops the guns on the bed, glaring at them for some seconds before finally ceasing with a sigh. His head was fucked. The discussion he'd had with the Nanites had just opened more questions. There was also Rebecca. He wanted to say things were fine between them, but it was difficult considering she'd blown 6's head off right in front of him, needed or not. He knew she felt like shit about it too, which was why he wasn't blaming her more, or pushing his anger on her to be accurate. Again, as it had always been, he was solely responsible for the deaths that had happened. Max, 6, and whoever else ends up biting a bullet for him, before it's his turn. If the Nanites would allow his death, that is. There was also his sister. God, he was such a piece of shit. He couldn't even bring himself to see her, even while she was unconscious. He knew it was stupid, feeling guilty for shit that was out of his hands, but the fact he didn't know if he was responsible for it at all ate at him. Whether Christy Klert was part of it, the Tiger Claws, Maelstrom, animals, or whoever, maybe it was time to start looking into what Rogue knew about it, if only to settle things. Chapter 119. Reunion. 2 days had passed when Kat finally woke up. The groggy girl remembered almost nothing about her rescue, apart from Ori apparently being present. She immediately broke into sobs when she saw Bats, hugging him like a lifeline for a full hour before finally letting him go. Then, without even acknowledging the existence of the unconscious Fujino on the table beside her, she asked for Ori. Needless to say, Bats didn't have an answer. Ori had thrown himself into work the morning after everything, despite having his brain blown out the day prior. Rebecca and Sasha accompanied him, of course, especially now that the 3 of them were the entire team. Even with Ori acting like an emo douchebag 50% of the time, they weren't going to let him die. Or resurrect. Whatever you call his stupid powerful cyberware that made him unkillable. That's not to say that he wasn't getting better, but it was a slow process. Bat sat with Kat and went over everything, the massacre at Ksenia, Ori becoming a mercenary, and the things they'd been doing since her capture and until her rescue. He wasn't surprised at how shocked expression when he told her of Ori's new occupation. Her brother had never been the violent sort, not compared to other people in Night City at least. and the fact that he'd lasted so long meant he must have been pretty good at it, which was backed up by him apparently rescuing her. The news of her father's death sent her into another mini breakdown, but Bats knew it was just something she'd have to get out of her system. He'd gone through it, and so had Ori. He tried to probe about her experiences, but she shut down that line of discussion instantly, refusing to say anything on the matter. Even her relationship with Fujino was off limits, confusing Bats due to what he'd already heard from Ori and the others. Where is Ori? Why isn't he here? Why won't you tell me? She impatiently asks him after hours of watching the front door of the apartment. I told you, Cat, he's working. Bats quietly replies. He'd had to quit his own job to look after her, since his boss wasn't all that empathetic on matters concerning family. I don't care. Call him. Let me call him if you won't. I want to see him. He's busy. Just wait and he'll be back. So calm down, Dash. He starts, reaching out to rest a hand on her shoulder, which she quickly slaps away. Don't tell me to calm down. He's my brother. I want to see him. He should want to see me, she shouts, her voice becoming hoarse. Bats awkwardly rubs the back of his head. Well, see. He does be Dash. Click. Oh, thank God. Bats whispers under his breath as Ori steps through the door, clothes ragged and covered in blood.
Oi!
Cat yells, running over and launching herself at him. He reaches for his revolver in surprise, only to pause when he spots her. You're okay. You're really okay.
Oi!
Dad. She cries into his shirt, becoming a blubbering mess as he stands there, frozen. He simply couldn't muster up any words for her, his guilt for this being the first time he'd laid eyes on her since the rescue only exacerbated his hesitation. Eventually, he relented and forced himself to reciprocate the hug, attempting to listen to her muffled, rambling sobs. Another hour passes, and Ori found himself on the couch, still in his bloody clothes as Cat hugged his arm with the strength of a roided-up ape.
Oi!
Are you mad with me? She asks, apparently noticing his silence until now. No, I love you, and what happened wasn't your fault, he says, tone neutral. Okay, can you tell me what you've been doing? She quietly asks. Hasn't Bats told you? He asks, glancing at the man who'd been chewing his nails watching them. I need to hear it from you. All right, I guess. The rest of the day quickly passed, Bats ordering food as Ori gave his own account of things. He left out some parts, of course, his murders, the nanites, and anything else that'd worry her. She'd been through enough. She didn't need more shit to stress about. Unfortunately, Bats also brought up Rebecca, causing his sister's eyes to widen. You have a girlfriend? How is she? Is she cute? Nice? What do you like about her? Yes, fine. Yes, kinda a lot. He speeds through his answers while glaring at Bats. The past couple of days had been a bit rocky between him and Rebecca, primarily on his end for obvious reasons. Sasha eventually had to lock them in a room to talk about shit, which they did. He'd ended up accidentally promising to bring her on a date tomorrow too, all under Sasha's scheming, he assumed. Bats just sends a smile at him. You want to see some pictures? I did take a few while they weren't looking. Really? He grins and links with the TV, showing a photo of a groggy-looking Rebecca and Ori as they forced breakfast down their throats. Yeah, neither of them were morning people. Why is she? She trails off. Pale? She modded herself to look that way. He responds. He knew she'd rather people think it was intentional than a side effect. Made her feel more in control of it. Cute, right? Yeah, totally. She answers without conviction. She chews the inside of her cheek and looks at him. Ori, could you cut my hair? She asks, tugging at her long, semi-matted black locks. You sure? If you washed, I think it'd suit you. She gives a firm nod. I want it short, she states with certainty, her brows wrinkling minutely into a frown. I need it short. All right. I'm not as good as Dad, though. We can take you to a shop to get it so Dash.
No.
I want you to do it. Chapter 120, Revengeance. The next morning, after Ori roughly cut Cat's hair, the other sleeping beauty finally awakens. Bats calls the brother-sister duo into his lab/bedroom/man cave/hoarder den and leads them to the bleary-eyed Fujino, who was having a panic attack against the restraints Bats had been forced to employ. What? Where am I? Fuji, we're safe, Cat says as she steps beside him, gripping his fingerless hand. Fuji? Ori thinks to himself, blinking at Bats who had similar thoughts. Se Katarina. What? Ori rescued us. We're free. She smiles, and he returns it, revealing his missing teeth. So, we have a lot to talk about. Ori interjects, starting with how you know my sister. Bro.
Cat gracias. What?
He just woke up.
No, Cat?
It's fine. I think we have a lot to discuss. Fujino looks towards Ori. Is that all right?
Ornos. Yeah.
Bats, take Cat and get her some new clothes. This is going to be private. What? Why? You're not planning on hurting him, are you? she angrily asks, attempting to push Ori but pausing when the resistance she encounters mirrors a brick wall. Go with bats, Fuji will still be here when you get back, dead or alive. She stays standing where she is, however, arms crossed. Promise you won't hurt him. He maintains the staring contest for a couple minutes, before sighing, fine. I promise not to hurt him. Happy? She nods. Good. Come on, Uncle Bats, she says, grabbing the Ripperdoc's arm and leaving. Now alone, Ori sits on the table adjacent to the one on which Fujino was lying. Now, tell me everything about what happened. Katarina didn't tell you? First, don't call her that. Ori grouses. Second, no one will ask her until she's ready. Besides, you will tell me what happened, everything. I may have promised not to hurt you, but that doesn't extend to other people. A very dishonorable mindset, Ori-san. Fujino mutters. Like someone who was in the tiger claws can tell me shit about honor. You fucks touched my sister. You chipped her. Treated her like a goddamn animal. Fujino thins his lips, slowly nodding. The actions of my former friends disgust me as much as you. I left for a reason, and I wish to gain redemption by rescuing your sister. Tell me this reason then, I'll let you know if it was deserving. The Japanese man sighs, fists clenching. I was like the rest of the scum in that group. I thought nothing of the suffering I brought others, thinking myself better than them. I killed, I tortured. I did things I am not proud of. He bites his lip hard enough to draw blood. Then reality struck. I am an orphan, never met my parents and never wanted to. But I did eventually learn from a DNA test that I had family, a cousin dash. Let me guess, the tigers killed her?
Or Drowls.
Fujino shakes his head. No, I killed her. Just another victim. My friends and I kidnapped the girl. We planned to dash, use her, then sell her for parts. I only discovered her identity a week later, and it was too late. Her body had been incinerated, and one of my colleagues had installed her arm. He choked. Ori just sneers at him. Hypocritical piece of shit. You didn't care when you hurt other people, but when one of the innocents turns out to be a relation you break down like a whiny bitch. You're lucky. If I had my way I'd toss you off the roof like the cunt you are. I know my faults, Ori-san. It took me time to recognize them. I tried to rectify them once I did. I had a choice to continue my life as knowing scum, or make a change and likely perish. Do not forget, I am the reason you managed to rescue your sister at all. Ah, you want to claim responsibility for that? The broken, crippled, piece of crap that was halfway from being tortured to death? Maybe we shoulda let you bleed out in your cell, deflate that biggest head of yours. Yes, well, I'm thankful you chose otherwise. Fujino grumbles back. If I had a choice now, you'd have stayed there. Ori states, I've given you enough time to think about your answer, so I'll ask again. What's your relationship with my sister? I do not know. I comforted her as I attempted to free her. You can consider us friends, I suppose? The man says, but the way his expression twitched as he thought about it set Ori on edge.
No.
Not with the way she held your hand earlier. Don't bullshit me, he scowls. We became close, there is no disputing that. But we only had each other in that prison. I will not deny the affection I feel for her. Fujino quickly says, locking eyes with Ori. Ori stands, walking to the table the former tiger claw was lying on. Did you touch her? We did not reach that point in our relation dash. He starts after a pause, but Ori interrupts his explanation. Not what I asked. Did you touch her? With the rest of those rapist cunts in that place? Ori shouts, gripping the metal table hard enough to leave finger-shaped indentations. I dash. Fujino scowls to himself. I was forced to engage in some acts to keep my cover. He finally admits. Much to his dismay, Ori's patience had reached its limits. Crash. Ori brings his fist down on the man's stomach, hard enough to collapse the table. For your cover. Huh? The same cover that the tigers saw through? You're just like the rest of them. Filthy fucking slaving rapists. I did what I had to owe you, UFFF. Fujino exclaims as Ori brings his foot down on his elbow, easily breaking it. Then I'll do what I have to protect my sister. Ori picks the man up and throws him into the wall, as if he weighed nothing. As Fujino hits the ground, Ori grabs a scalpel from Bat's tools and marches over. Chapter 121. Dropped. Wait, you promised. Fujino shouts as he pushes himself against the wall, his previous injuries preventing him from mustering any meaningful resistance. That was before I knew you raped my sister. He takes another step forwards, scalpel gleaming in the light. I had no choice. Does Kat even know about it? Ori severely asks, finally stopping at the scum's feet. She does? He stutters out. Really? Because it sounds like you're still hiding something, cunt. She knows that I had to do things I was not proud of. Not everything, just that. Fuck you. Ori growls while raising the scalpel, intent on cutting the fucker's head off with it. Beep. Don't do it. Cameras. Bats. Ori glances around the room, pausing when he spots a small black orb in the corner, around half the size of an average thumb. You didn't hear what this fucker said? Ori. No, there's no sound, but Cat's watching. Stop this shit now. Bats. He raped her, Bats. I'm doing the world a favor. Ori. We'll decide that when we get back. Don't you think she'd want to deal with him herself if she knew? Bats. Fine, but we're dealing with this as soon as you get back. Ori. With that, Ori leans down and grabs Fujino's jaw, driving the scalpel through the bottom of his mouth and dragging the now crying man to the still-standing table. He shoves him onto it and proceeds to tie him down with both rope and cable, making sure he stays put. I'm gonna laugh when Cat learns the truth. She'll tear you apart worse than the tigers ever did. Slam. Ori, what the hell are you doing? Cat screams as she rushes into the apartment, almost kicking the door to Bat's room down and throwing herself at Ori. He ignores the frail punches sent his way, continuing to stare daggers at the bound Fujino. I was gonna kill him. Then I remembered you'd probably want the honors. What are you talking about? He saved me. She blinks. Tried to save me. He shrugs his shoulders. Come on, Fujino-chan. Tell her what you told me. Tell her, he growls. MMPH. The Japanese man groans, unable to speak due to the wound Ori inflicted to his mouth. Oh, he sighs, untying the man and pushing Bat's laptop next to him. Type it. Ori, why are you doing this? Cat mutters, teary-eyed. Fujino reaches over and grasps her hand, turning the laptop around to reveal what he'd written. Katarina, I was not totally truthful with you during your capture. I was forced to abuse you like your captors had. I had no choice, I apologize. If you want to take my life, then it is your right. Cat's body freezes as she reads it, unconsciously forcing his hand away from her as she clutches the laptop tightly. I already know you had to do that. You didn't say it, but you didn't have to. The way the others talked said it all. She didn't remember any of it, of course. The doll chip removed any memory of any abuse she suffered. That didn't mean it never happened. It didn't mean her body forgot either. She came up in hives whenever guys touched her now, outside of Fujino, Ori, and Bats. I forgave you, though, for trying to save me, she mutters, grabbing the depressed-looking man's hand again. I know you aren't like that. You got tortured for trying to help. They wouldn't do that to one of their own. She smiles unsurely at him. Sieti. Fujino responds with a bloody smile. Are you serious? Cat, you can't really believe this fucking guy? Ori exclaims, shocked that his sister was being so stupid. She looks at him. Ori, I know you're trying, but you weren't there. You weren't there. I won't let you hurt the only person I had protecting me, she says, stepping between Ori and Fujino. Ori glances at Bats, who shrugs his shoulders at their eyes meet. Cat, he's tricking you. This is some Stockholm Syndrome dog's hit. You're not listening. I don't care what you say. You're not hurting him, she angrily shouts. You know what, fuck this. You want to coddle your fucking rapist? Then go ahead. I didn't spend months looking for you, just so you could spit in my face with this shit. He stomps out, into his room and begins packing his shit up. Ori, calm down. We just got her back and she's not thinking dash. You too, Bats? Cat exclaims, causing the man to sputter. What no? I'm just trying to calm dash. Bats trails off as Ori growls at him. Obviously, they wouldn't be settling on anything. Ori grabs his weapons, his bag, and marches out the door towards his car. Looks like he'd be getting to his date with Rebecca slightly earlier than expected. Fucking Fujino piece of shit. You're really leaving? Bats questions, causing Ori to pause his stride. Yeah, time to look for my own place, I guess. He looks over his shoulder. Keep an eye on Cat. Will do. Be safe, Ori. With that, Ori leaves. The sound of Cat crying almost had him running back. But if he saw Fujino again, he'd cut the fucker's head off. He didn't want her to see him like that, and he wasn't sure how she would react if he actually did it. Are you at your place? Ori. Yup. Rebecca. Can I clep a couch for a day or two? Need to get a place of my own. Ori. You saying we should live together? About time. Rebecca. I was thinking solo place, but if the rent's cheaper, I guess. He texts back, feeling his anger at Cat and Fujino draining the more he talks with Rebecca. Cool. I've been wanting to ditch my bro for some time now anyway. You can stay if you want. My bro might try shoot you, but don't let that stop you. Rebecca. Thanks, Ori. So, you got any ideas where you taking our date tonight? Winky face. Rebecca. TDYL Ori. Chapter 122, Couch Surfing. So, let me get this straight. You left your place because your sis, that we saved, decided she likes Mr. Rapey better and doesn't want to kill him? Rebecca says, a baffled look on her face as she sits on her bed. He shrugs. Sounds about right. He grumbles, sighing to himself. I don't get what's going through her head. His dick, probably. She chuckles nervously as he glares at her. Sorry, Too soon? Very, he dryly responds. Well, the way I see it, you've got 3 options from here on out. First is to just ignore her. Let her decision bite her in the ass. Second is to kill that schmuck and make it up to her when she starts hating you. And third, wait and see what happens. Who knows, maybe her boyfriend actually changed. As long as he doesn't kill her, you can always say, I told you so, when you'll rescue her again. She grins. What would you do if this was your brother in this situation? Him? She snickers. I pity the insane chick that finds him attractive enough to attack. Imagine he was a girl for a minute. I'm not sure. Not much I could do, thinking about it. She's has his her life. They can make their own decisions, even shitty ones. If you care enough, you can pick up the pieces once the dust settles. Yeah, I guess you're right, he reluctantly admits. Don't get me wrong, though. If this was Pilar, I'd laugh at him the entire time. Douchebag. She laughs. Fuck off. Pilar shouts from behind the barrier, having the room. You're lucky I'm letting that asshole stay here. Talking shit about me is fine, but you're out the moment you two start fucking. See? Complete douchebag. Rebecca smirks. I'm not gonna talk shit about him now that he's not being an asshole for once. Ori shakes his head. So, about this date. I'm guessing you got nothing planned. Your sister being an idiot and all. He nods. Any ideas? Well, we can go window shopping for apartments. I kind of feel like dancing too. Maybe some drinking? You just want to go to a nightclub, don't you? Ori drawls, knowing her well enough at this point.
No do.
Fine. Once we're done looking at places, we'll head down to a club. Lizzie's bar ain't an option, I'm guessing? Obviously, I can't relax at that place. If it ain't Susie trying to crawl up my ass at someone else I accidentally maimed. Sure, accidentally, not you too. Ori and Rebecca proceed to stroll through the main street of Kabuki, looking at various real estate offices. Unfortunately, the couple in that sub-district only had access to crappy ones on the border of Maelstrom territory, definitely not somewhere Ori or Rebecca wanted. They then drove to Little China, the bustling area providing far more options. Since the area was generally not under anyone's control due to the presence of the NCPD headquarters, it was far friendlier than most other places. That didn't mean you could let your guard down, however, as Ori and Bats had learned last time they were there. Hey, check out a place on the 5th floor in H10, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, big enough looking main. Rebecca points out as she spots it through the scrolling advert board. I'm not too keen on staying in a mega building, he admits. Why not? It'd probably be safer than where you were staying. Those places have to have security with how many people live there. Security is half the reason. I don't want to get stopped coming home covered in blood. Plus, they'd have to ID my car if I wanted to keep it parked there, he retorts. She snorts. You do know there are ways around that, right? Pay the guys manning the cam some eddies every month, and they'll leave you alone. No questions asked. Where'd you hear that? Rebecca shrugs. Lots of places. Mox girls aren't exactly rich enough to get a nice place outside a mega building. They are, after all, basically multi-story slums. How much then? Bats and I were paying $3,000 a month. $2,000. Not bad considering it's around the same size as your last place. Alright, count me interested. Alright. There. I've got the debts. Now let's party, she exclaims. You know I'm trash at dancing, right? He says as she drags him along, presumably to her favorite club. He could dance, and if he wanted to, the Nanites could help him with it as they did fighting, but that kind of seemed like a waste. You can always learn, she dismisses. Is this a gay bar? Ori quietly asks her as they step into the brightly colored club, pounding music that sent shudders through his entire body, as if he'd been placed inside a giant vibrator. Maybe. Alls I know is they got the best drinks. The music ain't too bad either, she shouts over the music. It's called Alternative Pride. There's a fucking guy in a thong dancing in cage up there. So what? It's not like you're here to pick up girls. Why would you care? We're here together. So unless you got something against the Binders, get over yourself, she states, dragging him to the bar. Obviously, he had no reasonable argument to dispute her. After they get some drinks in them, the duo join the others on the floor. Ori's awkward dancing didn't really matter in the face of all the grinding Rebecca was doing against him. No one cared about how his arms were moving when his hands were caressing her thighs after all. There were a couple incidents where some guys tried to grab Ori's ass, but a stern talking to, translated, being cussed out, set things straight. With that, the night continued on great. Almost. It was an hour past midnight when Ori and Rebecca were beginning to settle down, the alcohol making them far more tired and frisky than usual. They'd been resting in a nearby booth when someone approached. Chapter 123, Encounter. Excuse me? What are you even drinking? Ori questions, pointing at Rebecca's bright pink cocktail. They call it the Night City Prolapse. Excuse me? That sounds absolutely disgusting, Ori says, making a face. Of course they'd serve something called that in this place. Hey, Don't knock it till you try it, she says, pushing her straw towards him. I'm hoping you mean the drink. He jokes, sipping it. Excuse me. He smacks his lips a couple times. Strawberry? Strawberry schnapps with cream and a dash of wine. Or so they said. Still that nah dash. Excuse me, the man standing beside their table shouts, finally losing his patience at being ignored. The duo just turn to look at him, sending wary glances his way. Yeah? We're not deaf, you know. Rebecca questions, causing a vein to throb on the man's forehead. Then, since you clearly have ears, I am sad to say you both have to leave. Immediately, the colorfully dressed man says, What? Why? Rebecca exclaims, pretty tipsy from the night of revelry. The man glances around surreptitiously. Because, we've had some people asking for you both. Judging by their equipment, I would rather not have another death in my establishment. Ori scowls at that, but Rebecca twists her expression and smiles at the man. You care if we die? Am I your favorite customer? No, the man deadpants. Now please leave. All right, but first, could you point out our friends? Ori asks, the Nanites quickly helping him sober up at the approaching threat. They have made their way to the second floor. I will not point them out in order to preserve the current state of the building. Please, leave. Fine, but only because I like you, guy. Rebecca relents, finishing her drink and standing, stumbling slightly before grabbing Ori to keep herself upright. Thank you. If you do manage to return, I will waive your current tab as an apology. If you wouldn't mind, please exit through the back door. The man states. Ori and Rebecca follow the guy to the door, stepping out into the now dark, raining back alley. Rebecca rested her weight on his shoulder as he inconspicuously grips the revolver hidden in a holster. Any idea who's looking for us? He asks his companion. Rebecca shrugs. Nope. Probably some bozo looking for revenge. Wouldn't be a first. Happened to you before? Yay. Some guy hired me to stalk and protect his girl. Turned out she was getting some dick on the side. Told the guy and he didn't believe me. Refused to pay and everything, so I told his bitch what he had me do. And? Ori asks as they walk through the alleyway. She dumped his ass. Guy came crying to me threatening to break my legs if I didn't take what I said back. As if that would fix it. She laughs to herself. Did he? Survive? Probably. I only capped his knees. With guts. With guts. Shit. Ori mutters, kind of feeling sorry for the legless guy somewhere out there. He calls his car to automatically drive to their location as they step onto the street, only to pause when he spots a group of 4 people walking down the road towards them. They weren't regular folks obviously, each had a weapon already unholstered, and bits of armor here and there. Hey, Susan. He loudly names Rebecca, attempting to push her in the opposite direction. Let's go see if that pacifist club is still open. The fuck is Susan? You cheating on me? Rebecca groans, pursing her lips as he glares at her. Oh, you were trying dash, my bad. Hey, stop both of you. A woman steps ahead of the mercenary group, rifle in hand.
Sorry.
We don't want to buy anything. Ori says with an awkward laugh. Oi. She said stop, dash. Bang. A bullet kicks up dust next to Ori's foot, causing him to cease his movement. You really just shoot at my man? You try and die? Rebecca angrily shouts, attempting to reach for her own hidden pistol, but Ori stops her, not wanting to start a gunfight like this. They were at the disadvantage. They didn't have their favored weapons, he didn't have his grappling hook arm guard, and Rebecca was pretty drunk as it is. All right, what do you want? Ori questions as the group stop a good distance away. The lamppost above them flickers, and rain continues to fall. We're asking the questions here, boy, the woman states. How about an exchange then? You ask one, I ask one. Are you deaf or some dash? No, this is fine. I'll go first though. The woman says, lowering her rifle slightly. What are your names? Michael Afton. And she's Anya Gall. Ori offers. This ain't gonna work if you want to bullshit us, zombie, she growls. Why ask if you already know me, he retorts. So you admit it, you are zombie? One of the woman's men questions. He shrugs, sure. My questions now dash. Sorry, but we've learned all we need. The woman grins maliciously as she raises her rifle, the others mimicking her. Bang 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 bang. Rebecca opens fire before everyone, however, pushing Ori away and throwing herself to the side as she does so. Some bullets ricochet off of one of the larger man's cybernetic arms, but the rest pepper some non-vital areas. Ori uses the momentum Rebecca had granted him, rolling as he draws 6 revolver. Bang. He aims at the woman, but one of her men pushes her behind him, taking a .50 cal bullet the chest which forces him to the ground, not only from the force but also because his heart had essentially exploded. Fuckers. Light EM up, the woman roared, opening fire on Ori. He grimaces as he blocks his face, bullets penetrating the skin on his arm, stomach, and chest. The The nanites turn his pain receptors off, allowing him to fire back with optimal accuracy. Unfortunately, one of her other men also joins in. Chapter 124, Assassin. Come on, you little bitch. I'll ruin you in front of your output. The bulky Merc shouts from behind cover as Rebecca fires at him. Wow, an ugly, dirty rapist? You're, like, 5 cliches wrapped up into one. Aren't you, asshole? Rebecca loudly taunts, slurring her words slightly. Ugly? I'll fucking kill you. The guy yells, standing from the cover and charging her position. That's what pissed you off? You're not smart either, huh? She unloads the rest of her bullets at him. She aims for his belly and legs since he was covering his face with his arms, but they don't seem to do much damage at all. Her caliber of bullets probably wasn't good enough to penetrate his subdermal armor. That'll show her for trying to dress up nicely. Small outfits mean small guns. He barrels around the car she was using as cover and crashes into her, picking her up off of the ground and slamming her back into a nearby wall, knocking the air out of her lungs. Of course, this disagrees with her stomach, forcing up all of her drinks as she vomits directly in the guy's face. Guh, what the fuck? Haha, what's wrong? Rebecca laughs as she sucks in air and wipes her mouth. Never had a gal vomit on your chest before? Or are you the shit on my chest kind of guy? You definitely look it. She smiles smugly, reloading her weapon. You fucking...
Come out, zombie.
I thought you were tougher than this. The woman shouts as Ori takes cover behind some nearby dumpsters. He'd been riddled with enough lead to cause heavy metal poisoning for any regular person, but the nanites were doing work healing everything. Who hired you, bitch? Come out and I'll tell you. A gift for your last moments. Bang. He takes a shot and the woman ducks, barely avoiding the bullet that shears a line through her hair. All right then. Tap, tap, tap. Ori glances down at the ground where a grenade had just landed, his eyes widening. Shit, he mentally shouts, grabbing the dumpster and tipping it over atop it just as it explodes. Bong. The heavy metal object thankfully blocks the shrapnel, but the sound alone makes his ears ring for a couple moments. He throws himself against the wall as the woman and her minions sprint around the corner, firing their weapons. He manages to evade them and run through the alley, feinting his retreat around the corner while waiting for them to approach. Fucker thinks he can run. I'll show dash, the minion starts, but gets interrupted as Ori's fist slams into his throat, causing a cracking sound to ring out. The guy falls to the ground choking on his own blood, and Ori turns his attention to the woman. She unloads some bullets into his chest, undoubtedly piercing vital organs, but Ori grits his teeth and bears through it, causing her eyes to widen. What? Just fucking die already. You first? He growls with a rasp, unable to get a breath in due to his damaged lungs. She tries to go for another shot, but he beats her to it, firing 6 revolver as her hand. Bang. He blows 4 fingers off, causing her to drop her rifle, then fires another at her knee, completely decimating it. She screams painfully at her injuries, but maintains a glare at him, despite the tears pouring from her eyes. They widen, however, as he spits a number of deformed, bloody bullets at the floor, regurgitating from his lungs and stomach. What are you? They call me zombie for a reason, bitch. He slides her rifle away before kicking her on her front, searching her for any more weapons. Now, why don't you tell me who you are? He asks as he tosses away a number of hidden pistols. My guy will have captured your input. Let me go or she's done for. He crooks a brow at her. Are you good? Ori. Yeah. What do you want to do with this guy? Shot his dick off and he want last. Tongue sticking out. Rebecca. Ori smirks and focuses on the woman. Your buddy failed as badly as the rest of you. He leans down and pushes the barrel of his revolver against her temple. Now, information. The woman ended up spilling her guts after. Well, spilling her guts. Apparently, she and her guys were just a mercenary group hired to assassinate them. She didn't know who hired her, but the group's fixer was Rogue, which definitely pissed Ori off. Was it a breach of trust to allow someone to hire Mercs to kill him? Yep. Did it sound like something Rogue would do? Yep. Not that he could complain. He wouldn't want Rogue telling his target that there was a hit on him. Though it did seem odd she'd allow people to hunt a Merc who worked with her. Maybe their relationship wasn't that close, though? Regardless, there were a number of people who would want him dead. Maelstrom, Tiger Claws, Biotechnica, Scavs, hell, even the NCPD might have done it. You alright, lamppost? Rebecca asks as she walks over, ignoring the bloody corpse of the female Merc at his feet. She herself had a bloody nose, and her tight outfit had some tears in too. Yeah, looks like someone's put a hit out on us. You, Sasha, me, and Six. Means they probably don't know Six is dead yet. Or they can't be asked to change what they tell their Mercs. Not the Tigers, then. They would have seen us carry Six headless body out of their building. Rebecca concludes. Whatever, I'm tired. Let's get back and talk about it with Sasha. Ori mutters. Nah, let's rent a hotel. My bro won't like what I'm gonna do to you. she says with a flushed face. Was that because of the alcohol? Or did she just get horny from the fight? Kinky psycho bitch. Fine. You're gonna have to do the legwork though. I ain't moving as soon as I lay down. Chapter 125. Okay, Ada. Yeah, just 2 plates of pancakes. Extra syrup. Rebecca tiredly asks the waitress in Tom's diner. And you? The woman asks, turning to Ori. Some eggs, bacon, and an Irish coffee. He waves her off. Ain't it a little early to be drinking? Rebecca questions as she leans heavily on the table before her. Need something to kick me in the ass. We've got work to do, and you wrung me dry all night, he retorts. Think we should have ordered something for Sasha? She shrugs with a smug grin. I'll ask for a small plate of milk. So, what are we going to be doing? We're not going to try kidnap the queen, are we? He shakes his head, but before he can reply a beep rings out, a call coming in from an anonymous number. Funny, he just avoided an assassination and he was getting contacted by a stranger. He sends a meaningful look at Rebecca and answers the call. Yo, who's this? He asks, leaning back into his booth chair. Greetings. I am Wakako Okada. I'm sure you've heard of me? An old, rasping female voice states with certainty. He crooks a brow, trying to wring his mind for information. Ah, the fixer working in Japantown? That is correct. Lesser known is my position of authority amongst a certain faction you have recently antagonized, Mr. Zombie, she drawls. To know what you're talking about? He instantly reacts with the rehearsed response. Do not play coy with me, boy. I am well aware of your identity. As for how, I would rather withhold such information until the time calls for it. He scowls. So you're the one who sent the assassins then? Trying to get me back for what I did to that slave shop? You upset about your drugs getting confiscated? He half questions, half taunts as his tone becomes heated. Humph. I do not know of these assassins that you speak of, but there is a high likelihood they came from my faction, or at least a part of it. She trails off ominously. What do you mean, a part of it? He questions. She said she was in a position of authority among the Tiger Claws, so shouldn't she know who targeted him? If the Claws were even responsible. The woman chuckles lowly over the call. Outsiders do not know this, but the Tiger Claws are currently going through a identity crisis. A civil war you might call it, formed around its very foundations. Why are you telling me this? Why did you even call me? Ori interjects, having enough of this annoying granny's voice. Because, Mr. Zombie, I believe we could help one another. The building you helped uncover belonged to our opposition. Had you not done so, we would have acted with some more grace, of course, she states, hubris clear in her tone. Why don't you explain to me why you're in a civil war in the first place? What sets you apart from the guys I attacked? He asks, incredibly suspicious about all of this. There was a high chance that this was just a ploy to pull him out into the open for an ambush. After all, he'd heard nothing about infighting within the Tiger Claws. Wakako hums in thought for a moment. For one, enslavement is certainly not something permissible, which I suspect is appealing to you. Right, and the dollhouses? What about those? He asks with furrowed brows. Dollhouses were some of the most lucrative businesses the Tiger Claws owned. The workers were implanted with doll chips, and most weren't allowed to quit. They will continue their operation, without the subjugation of employees, of course. There are no small number of people willing to work in such an industry without chains binding them, she explains. And the glitter? Continued production. You cannot expect us to throw away such a lucrative trade. It is the unfortunate reality here. If we don't provide the drugs people buy, then someone else will. As much as Ori wanted to dispute that, he couldn't. If he were in their shoes, he'd continue selling the drug, especially since the people who were already dependent on it wouldn't go cold turkey just because the Tiger Claws stop. No, they'd go somewhere else, get crappier, probably more dangerous alternatives. That all sounds great, but I have a hard time believing anything that comes out of your mouth. Why don't you tell me what you want from me so we can move on with our lives? Ori states. Very well. I wish to hire you for some jobs in Japantown, particularly against groups of rogue Tiger Claws that have decided they know better than their leaders. The young, stupid, and violent need to be quelled before they can infect the rest of the gang. I refuse. That all? Ori curtly says. Caught off guard by the abrupt rejection, Wakako pauses. Perhaps you misheard me. No, I just don't want to work with you. Ori cuts her off. Do you not want revenge for what happened to your dear sister? She asks, bringing a scowl to his face. Yeah, maybe I should start with you, since you're so familiar with it. She snorts. Dispense with the threats, boy. You would die before you stepped into the same district as me. Oh yeah? You want to bet? I will leave you with my offer. Call this number if you have a change of mind. I do believe we could benefit each other, but you must lose the childishness first. Beep. Sighing, Ori looks back up, finding Sasha sitting next to Rebecca, eating his food and drinking his Irish coffee. Who was it? Rebecca asks with a mouthful of pancakes. Some Tiger Claw bitch called Wakako Okaka. A fixer apparently. He answers, grabbing his half-drunk coffee back and ordering some more food. HM? I think I know her. One of the most respected fixers around. You didn't piss her off, did you? Sasha asks. Air? Chapter 126. Bitchier. Air. You didn't. Sasha asks incredulously. She wanted us to do work for the Tiger Claws. I told her no. He states, not mentioning his threat to kill her. Really? That's good. You always get so riled up with that kind of thing. She mutters, chewing some bacon. You guys know about this? She talked about some civil war in the Claws, her group against young, ambitious, idiots or something. He questions. No. The Tiger Claws aren't all that friendly with outsiders. I doubt they'd willingly tell anyone about infighting unless it was getting really bad. Sasha remarks. Rebecca nods. That fixer must really want you if she told you about it then. Or maybe she wants to flatline you. Either way, she shrugs. Did you find out who Fujino was working with? Sasha inquires, causing Ori to blush and Rebecca to laugh. Haha, like Lamppost here cared about who he was working for. He ditched his apartment, 'cause his sis wanted to get dicked. She snickers. Ori just sighs. That wasn't really on my mind when I was questioning him. He admits. Well, you can ask him later, can't you? Sasha asks. Hmph, hell no. That Jap guy is apparently pretty rapey. If Ori doesn't shoot him then I just might, to save everyone the trouble. Rebecca states. I'll ask Bats to look into it. Ori reluctantly obliges. So, we're gonna talk about us almost getting domed last night, right? Rebecca wonders. You got attacked? Sasha blurts out. Ah, did I forget to mention that? Ori awkwardly mutters. Yes, you did. Well, since you know now, I was gonna ask for your advice then call Rogue to see what's up. I can already guess she'll not say anything, but maybe we can ferret something out of her. Sasha sniffs. Not likely. She's not the best fixer for a reason. Not giving out her clients' details is a must if she wants to keep her rep and not die. Rebecca pushes her plate away from her. Fuck it and just call her. Not like we're gonna plan out some way to turn the ice bitch into a hot Is she hot? No, kinda. But yeah, let me just call her, he sighs, accessing his interface. Last chance, anything you want me to get in? Ask her if she sent Wakako your number. Rogue should be one of the only people who know your debts. Sasha adds. Ah, good idea. Find out if she's a snitch and a bitch. Rebecca chuckles. Calling Rogue Amendiers? Calling Rogue Amendiers? Beep. Zombie. Rogue drawls questioningly. Rogue. I'm busy, get to it, or I'm hanging up. I just needed to ask you a couple things. The strangest thing happened last night. Some guys ambushed me in a club and tried to flatline me. When I dealt with them, they said they got hired through you. Now, I'm not saying you're a backstabbing bitch, but I'm not saying that dash. Ugh, I get it. She interjects, not amused but his skirting around the topic. You know their names? No, just one girl with 3 men. Ori states. HM, you killed the cruisers then. Some newbies trying to make a quick buck, and over their heads I'd thought when they took the job. Ori pauses. You say that like they aren't the only ones? He says, she should have known who he was referring to, unless there were multiple groups gunning for him. They aren't. Rogue confirms. Who put out the hit? Can't say. Can't or won't. Ori angrily asks. Both? She smugly replies. I don't need to know the client's identity, as long as they pay up front. And you see nothing wrong with sending people to kill me? We work together, he argues. First of all, I didn't send anyone. I just connected the Mercs with the client. Besides, I'm a fixer, not your minder. You're in Night City now. You should have been expecting assassinations after what you did to Biotechnica. Most Mercs know Zombie by now, she states. I know you, Rogue. Even if you didn't know at first, you would have investigated who they're going after. You won't tell me? Fine. But I want to know if it's a single person, gang, or corpo after me. What's in it for me? She asks, not sounding very convinced. Nothing. Maybe you'll get some karma BAC, he grouses. It ain't a single person. I'll tell you that much. So gang or corpo, huh? You seriously not gonna just tell me? He questions. As I said, I'm not your minder. Can you at least tell me how many Edgerunners you've sent after me? He sighs. Minus the cruisers, you've got 2 more groups after you, and 1 solo. No, I'm not gonna tell you their names, she adds before he can get a word in. Fine, one last thing. You speak to Wakako Okaka lately? He challenges. Ah, that. She did contact me the other day, asking about the Merc who made a war zone in a part of Japantown. Why? She threatens to string you up with barbed wire, or something. Or maybe she wanted you as a gigolo, she snickers. Not funny, and none of your business, he retorts. Really? After all the info I've given you? He shakes his head. Yeah, really helpful. I'd be friendlier if getting anything of worth wasn't like pulling teeth. If you must know, she offered me a job, that's it. I'm hanging up, try not to send any more dead men at me. Beep. Welp, Looks like it ain't the end of hunting season just yet, he says, glancing at Rebecca and Sasha. Rogue was actually useful? Rebecca asks, surprised. He shrugs. Kinda? Maybe she was feeling bad because she didn't withhold everything. Or maybe she's just playing you? Maybe? Rogue never struck me as sadistic though. Sasha states. Who cares? You know the names of the guys hunting us? Rebecca asks him. No, only that there's 2 groups and 1 solo. Chapter 127. Rule Ruler. The revelation of the bounty hunters had the group somewhat wary of things, despite the cruiser's ineffectiveness. The group had ambushed Ori and Rebecca while they were drunk, lacked their main weapons, and did so without Sasha nearby. By all accounts, they should have won the encounter. Fortunately, the Merc group turned out to be subpar in combat, even if they were rather good at tracking. With the threat known, the trio took a trip to some local ripper docks to find some good cybernetics to help them out. Sasha upgraded her RAM, enhancing her netrunning and hacking capabilities. Rebecca, remembering her physical disadvantage against the large Merc, had her musculature enhanced with some synthetic muscle fibers. This didn't make her anywhere near as strong as Ori, of course, simply due to her lithe body type and the spec of the actual cyberware. Still, she could probably beat any unenhanced human, barring those at the level of Olympic athletes. As for Ori, well, he wanted to get some subdermal armor, but the Nanites informed him of yet another problem with that. Since they were unable to alter or modify the cyberware, any damage taken might just cripple him, regardless of his regeneration. It was like having shards of glass in a wound. It wouldn't heal. Even if it did, it wouldn't remove the problem. Now imagine that but a glass layer of skin around his entire body. To put it simply, it was strangely more effective to just let himself get shot to pieces and heal it afterwards. Which wasn't really a problem now that he couldn't die from having his head explode or something similar. The only cyberware he ended up getting was a cheap biomonitor that would instantly translate the state of his body to nanites, allowing them to heal him far more effectively. The trio continued doing various gigs, though they only took ones that were relatively easy to deal with, allowing them the ability to retaliate should the bounty hunters make a move. Always sticking together and carrying their best gear on them was a must, and the precautions only felt more and more important as time went on. After all, a hasty ambush like the cruisers had failed already. Who's to say the other groups would be that easy? Bats, why'd you call? Something happen? Ori questions as he sits next to the ripper dock at the small ramen stall, next to Kabuki Market. He'd left Rebecca at Sasha's place to continue browsing apartments. They'd looked at the available joint in the H10 mega building, but the state the previous owner had left it in made it a quick no for the duo. Used needles covered the floor along with split-open rotten bags of trash, rotting low-tier wall paint, and bug-infested furniture. Seriously, it'd cost more to have someone clean it than to rent it for a year. Bats sends him a slight smile. Just wanted to update you on things at home. You could have done that over the phone? Ori retorts suspiciously. He could be chilling with Rebecca and Sasha right now. Not that Bats was bad company. It's just that he preferred his girlfriend and miss out on the chance to have a meal with my nephew? You've been ghosting me, he states matter-of-factly. No, I came now, didn't I? I just didn't want to hear you talk about Kat and Fuji. He spits the last name. You asked me to help pay for that cunt cyberware again, and I'll buy a spare arm just to beat you with it, he warns. Noted. Bats chuckles. Besides, I was just asking for a loan. That guy can't exactly work with one arm and no fingers. It's tough enough covering the rent without him sitting around like a deadbeat. Ori sniffs sourly. Just kick his ass out then. Kat would follow. I'm not letting her roam the street. We only just got her back. Bats mutters. She doing fine then? Bats shrugs, nodding forwards at the stall. Ask her yourself. Ori crook a brow and turns, finding his sister standing in front of him with an apron on and short black hair covered by a hairnet. She looked better, slightly less gaunt and now lacking the deep black bags under her eyes. Kat, how's working life treating you? He demurely asks. Fine. Easier than cooking for you and Dad. People aren't so picky, she states. And please don't talk like that about Fuji. Fuji? That's some kind of shit-tasting ramen? Must be something only retards would tolerate. Or a singular retard. He stares pointedly at her. Ha, funny. She deadpants. I'd rather have crappy food than no food at all, though. Doesn't matter if the ramen's bad if the soba runs away like a bitch. Bitch? You're the ungrateful dash, Ori glowers. But Bats interjects, throwing his hands between the siblings. Hold it. We don't need to talk about that guy right now. It's just family here. Can we stop going at each other's necks and relax for once? Fine. They both say simultaneously. Jinx. Jinx shit. Kat exclaims first, prompting a curse from Ori. Promise to stop being an asshole to Fuji. Kat states, attempting to use her authority as Jinxer. Impossible. Ask for something else. Ori sharply retorts. Then, pay for F dash. No. Oh, come on. Where's your honor, Mr. Big Shot Merc? She complains. You can't win at Jinx and ask a guy to give you his kidney? It's not that bad. Yeah, it is. Bats just groans and slumps on his stool as he watches the siblings bicker. Still, like this, they kind of reminded him of the old days. As Victor, I order you to get on your knees and kiss my feet. Just ask for something normal, or Jinx wars are over. You can't do that. War never changes. Tell that to Hiroshima. Hiroshi what? Goddamn. Did Dad drop you or something, you dunce? Fuck you. Bat size, how'd you handle this, Iman? Chapter 128. Quentin Queston. The duo argue back and forth for 20 minutes or so until the actual stall owner comes by and basically demands that Ori and Bats buy something. They do, if not because they were hungry then to let Kat keep her job. The ramen, despite her best effort, was shit. Low-quality SCOP that was barely more appetizing than kibble. Ori and Bats discussed potential cyberware he could potentially look into when he suddenly received a call. Quentin? Ori excuses himself from Bats and leans backwards, his eyes flashing as he accepts the call. Beep. Quentin, what's up? He asks as a screen of the fixer pops up, showing him lounging on a luxurious couch, cigar in one hand and his other cupping the breast of some hot chick. Doing well for himself apparently. Ori, you doing good? Quentin happily asks. Just about. Not as good as you apparently. The fixer laughs, the girl at his side giggling too despite clearly having no idea what's happening. Her body gave up the development of her brain in favor of her breasts, presumably. Yeah, pretty good I'd say. But hey, I'm not someone to leave my buddy hanging. I've got a job for you. Ori wets his lips. Tell me about it before I commit to anything. I've kinda got guys hunting my ass right now. Really? Would have thought everyone is too scared of you by now. You're really making a name for yourself, you know. Some acquaintances of mine occasionally ask if you're available.
Corpo?
You didn't tell him anything, did you? He questions, wondering if Quentin slipped at all. He already had Wakako on his ass. He didn't need anyone else. Obviously. But hey, anyway, let me give you a rundown of things. See if you want in? He pauses and leans forwards, waving away his chick. You heard street racing?
Norge?
Really? You don't watch the news of something? Quentin shakes his head. Whatever. Basically people could together and race for a prize. You drive, you shoot each other. Whoever wins gets a grand prize. And you want me to get it? I'm not that good a driver, you know. Ori mutters. Driving doesn't matter if you kill every other racer. And no, I don't give a shit about the prize. Then what's in it for you? Ori asks, slightly confused. Quentin grins. Bets. Some friends of mine need some cash quick, and this is about the best way to do it. They place bets on you. I pay off some of the other drivers to get you the win. You do what you do best and everyone's happy. Except the losers, but hopefully they'll be dead by the end of it. What's the prize anyway? And how many people are competing? And where is this even being held? Ori asks, still thoroughly confused about all of it. First place prize should be around 50,000 eddies, but a percentage of the bets gets added on top of it. Since my friends and I will be investing, that should boost it up to around 75,000, depending on the rates. As for how many? Not sure. There's a number of races and a shit ton of people that start. But by the time the finals come around, there's only a fraction of the racers left. For obvious reasons. He holds up a device which displays a holographic map. This is where the first race is being held. Wait, Santo Domingo? They're having death races in the city? Ori questions, completely baffled. Quentin just shrugs. Yeah, locals don't usually mind, and the organizers pay off the cops during. Only problem you might run into are the gangs, but they'll stay out of the way. No one wants to deal with 50 heavily armed, pissed-off racers. He was going to reject Quentin's offer, but hearing how many eddies are on the line makes it hard to pass up. With that he could buy Charlie her cyberware as soon as he got paid. No more needing to pay to keep her alive, and no more worrying if he'd have enough to cover the hospital expenses. Fucking no insurance. Still, he didn't think he had the car for the job. Sure, his current ride could take a beating, but compared to vehicles specifically designed for that kind of racing, he doubted it'd hold up. After all, he was sure some fucking retard would come along with a whole-ass cannon strapped to his car. Or just a shitload of explosives. You got a car I can use? Mine's not really suited for it. He asks, wondering if he could permanently borrow the car afterwards. Having two vehicles at his disposal was probably a good idea, come to think of it. Of course. Won't tell you what it is yet since we're still testing which will be best for the job, but whatever gets picked should be enough.
Quentin assure.
Right. Any other rules I should know about? Your team can have as many people as you want, but keeping it low is the standard. Less weight means faster wheels. You can't shoot anyone if you can't catch him anyway. Oh, and no outside action. You hire someone to fuck with the race and you're done. Trust me, you don't want to mess with the organizers. If they can pay off the NCPD and leave half a sub-district in rubble, they can deal with some cheaters. What about netrunning? Anything about that? He asks, thinking of Sasha. Hacking someone's cyberware mid-race and forcing them to crash into a building would probably be a good strategy. Planning on bringing Sasha then? Good choice. Quentin smiles with a faint blush. But yeah, if she's on your team, she can do whatever. The race will have net runners of their own keeping an eye on things, so don't try to hire an external one. Actually, just don't cheat, period. There'll be a lot riding on this, and if you lose, you'll piss off a lot of people. Both of us will probably not last the next week if that happens. Quentin warns. Got it. I accept, by the way. Ori states. Haha. I knew I could count on you, Ori. I'll send you the debts later. You should probably brush up on your driving too. Anyway, my girl's sending me the eyes and I ain't missing out. See why later. Beep. Living his best life.
Chapter 129, Insisted suicide.
Rebecca and Sasha were surprised to hear about their new gig. Neither had thought they'd ever be involved in a death race. Yet now they were being asked to win one. While Rebecca was excited about the prospect, Sasha was slightly more uncertain. She'd only just learned that bounty hunters were after them. Yet now they were participating in something so public. Her worries weren't eased even after Ori had explained how many eddies were on the line. Indeed, they just got worse. Knowing that she was going to be racing under the banner of a dozen or so corpos that would have them killed should they lose wasn't exactly reassuring. Ori had his own nerves, of course, so he elected to get some proper practice with them, setting up some basic targets in the desert and raced through the area as the girls shot at them. They were good, despite Sasha needing some extra time working on shooting moving targets. His driving abilities also work, but even with that, he needed proper practice with the vehicle Quentin was going to send them. After all, driving different cars was like shooting different weapons. You could be shit with one and excellent with another. Unfortunately, there were apparently going to be delays with the vehicle, leaving the trio without the ability to practice for the first race. That wasn't to say they had nothing to do, however, as was made clear just recently. Ori had just walked past the cart station when his vision started slowly crackling, static buzzing in his ears as his stride slowed to a pause. Frowning, he taps the side of his head with his palm, thinking his interface was malfunctioning or something, but he quickly realized that wasn't the case when all of his vision became filled with black and white interference static. Greetings, zombie. And goodbye. And $GJ $*at. Disconnecting interface immediately. Flesh administrator. The nanites quickly say, pulling the plug and causing him to fall straight on his face. *Thuluam. Directly in front of him was a passing cart on the track, and around him were panicking civilians on the platform, most staring at him with fear and consternation. He quickly realized what had just happened. Some fucker had hacked him and tried to have him throw himself in front of a train. Growling, he climbs to his feet and storms out of the place, looking around for anyone who looked even somewhat suspicious. Obviously, he found no one. No netrunner was dumb enough to stick around after a failed hack after all. He pulls out his holophone since he was unable to use his interface and quickly calls Sasha, telling her about the situation, and she was just as surprised as he is. He has the nanites restore his interface and allows her to jack in, hoping she could identify who it was by any traces they might have left. This, too, failed. Since the hack had been performed quite close to him, there were almost no identifying marks left, as you might find from a long-distance one. Of course, this could be ignored if the runner knew what they were doing, but someone like that wouldn't need to lower themselves to assassinating simple mercs since most corpos would pay their body parts to have them. He heads to Lizzie's bar, gets a change of clothes to make sure he wasn't being followed, and then storms to Sasha's place. There, he finds her in her spare bedroom, dumping ice into a large bathtub with a shit ton of wires sprawled on the ground, connecting to the walls and electronics. Huh, never knew you had a setup like this, Ori admits, feeling his adrenaline at almost getting mulched by a train fade. I try not to use it. The energy costs are stupid, and refilling it with ice is annoying, she states. Can't you just get a netrunner suit? The cheap ones need a coolant system connected to them, and the good ones cost more than most Borgs spend on cyberware, she retorts before shaking her head. Think this is one of the bounty hunters? Ori shrugs. Dunno. I heard netrunner are supposed to be rare in this biz, ignoring you, Kiwi, and Lucy. Well, not rare enough it seems. Could you? She gestures for him to turn around, her brow furrowed. He nods gingerly and forces himself not to look as he hears her unzip her clothes and drop into the ice bath. All right, she stutters out with a shiver and jacks into the servers. You said this happened at Ellison? He sits next to her and nods, trying to stop himself from peeking through the ice at her body. He was 16, girlfriend or not, he was still a horny bastard. Yeah. Anything you can do? I'll check the cams. The runner should have been quite close to you to get a hack like that. The recording should have something, she states, opening up a holoscreen for Ori to watch her progress. He observes as she rewinds the footage until he came into view. Damn, he's hot. Ori can't help but joke, prompting a chuckle from Sasha. Concentrate, she orders, starting the recording in real time, watching him stroll down the street like a meerkat that knew a hawk was gunning for him. The street was crowded with hundreds of people, making it almost impossible to pick someone apart from the crowd. Fortunately, the thing that most mercs got to ease their lives also aided the duo in this task. There were a number of blurry faces outside of Ori's. Some looked to be just regular corpos, business owners. Some were obviously less scrupulous, judging by the bulges of weapons on their hips. But after 10 minutes of micro-analyzing the scene, they picked out around 3 people who could be the assassin. One white guy in a jacket with slight tiger claw colorings who'd been walking a couple meters ahead of Ori at the time. A black woman who'd been on the opposite side of the street. And finally, someone with their hood up wearing gloves and anything else that might identify their ethnicity or build. Chapter 130, Brain Dancing. If I had to bet, I'd say the guy with his hood up is the one. Ori remarks, stating the obvious. Maybe, but that just makes our job harder. There's no identifiable characteristics other than their clothes we can go off of. She sighs. Let's backtrack and see where they'd come from. Their suspicions proved character, as whoever it was seemed to have been tracking Ori from multiple blocks away. They'd stepped out from a net cafe as he passed and followed from behind at an exact distance, allowing them to more easily hack his systems. So, what can we do with this? Ori questions. Nothing really. Sasha admits, no traces, no info, and even if we asked the cafe owner, they'd probably not know who we were talking about. She slumps in the tub, resting her arms on the sides. Shame you didn't have a braindance chip installed. We might have been able to find some clues through it. Braindance chip? He questions. I get BDs, but a chip for it? It's kinda complicated. Basically, the chip's designed to record every brainwave with complete accuracy, so that it could be later exported and shared. How else do you think those pornos are made? She grins. And don't say you haven't seen him. He chuckles. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. He pauses. Wait, didn't that sound kind of familiar? Collective, any chance you could replicate what she's suggesting? He mentally asks. We do not know. We could try, but we do not think any device is equipped to deal with the information load. A specialized interface would be required, and the time needed to process the data would render this exercise pointless. Flesh Administrator. Sasha, can I jack in? I've got a cyberware that works similarly to those chips. Maybe we could find something? She crooks a brow at him. Okay, but don't expect anything. My stuff isn't really set up to handle unedited BDs. He nods, jacking in and allowing the nanites to release the stream of information. The lights in the room flicker and the equipment release a loud buzzing noise as the fans and cooling systems work overtime to keep everyone not on fire. Ori, slower, or you're going to wreck my processors. Sasha exclaims, prompting the nanites to slow the flow by 3/4. Still, it was too fast, so they limited it all the way up to 95%. The equipment was still working, chugging, but at least it wasn't at risk of spontaneous combustion. The duo looked down at the holoscreen as faint images begin to flash. Random sounds blurred out, some familiar and some not, while the images seemed distorted or jumbled, as if someone had shredded a photo and asked a toddler to put it back together. Ori sighs, guess that's a no-go. To his surprise, however, Sasha shakes her head. No, this could actually work. She gestures at the screen. I said before my equipment wasn't designed for this, so everything is getting processed at once instead of whatever the method BD editors use. Sounds are getting mixed with visuals, heat signatures are getting mixed with other sensory input. Not to mention, at this rate it'd take 4 straight days to download all of it. Huh, really? Ori hums in thought. We're in luck too. You have a good friend who's famous for this kind of thing? Think Judy would help us out? Yeah, you're gonna have to pay me for this, Judy sheepishly states, looking back and forth between Ori and Sasha. That's fine, but why? Ori asks. Because I'd have to stop my current BD project to do yours. The delay will mess with my schedule, so? I get it. How much? Can you pay 7,000? That much for a delay? I'll pay it, but it's a bit much. Ori mutters, sending the eddies over the link. Judy chuckles tentatively. That's me being generous. She shakes her head. Let's get started? It takes 3 full hours to download the data from the nanites, and another hour after that to decompile it into something usable. Even with that they couldn't immediately access it, the sensory overload would fry most people's brains, as the nanites, or chip, operated at a far higher capacity than an unenhanced brain could follow. Judy went through her usual process, folding all the information into packets that you could interact with inside the braindance, allowing you to get bite-sized pieces instead of the whole lot at once. Is it done? Sasha questions, looking over Judy's shoulder as she closes down a number of pages. Yep, all that's left is for someone to go inside and find what you want. I'd recommend someone other than Origo, since he's liable to miss things due to the BD being based on his brainwaves. Judy explains. Sasha nods. I'll do it. Let's see who's hunting us, she says, sitting down and jacking in as the other duo watch everything from the monitors. Sasha accesses the braindance and is momentarily blinded by the far-too-bright colors of the street. Each person's face is so clear she could see their blackheads, outside of those with interference software of course. While most software wouldn't work when viewed in a braindance, there were higher-level ones that could, as shown by the blurry face of the netrunner following Ori. See anything? Ori asks from outside the simulation. Not sure yet. Sasha mutters as she pushes her sight to the assassin. Again, while their face was concealed, their clothes weren't, allowing her to get a good, long look at them. The jacket was some regular thing you could buy at any strip mall, and the shirt underneath it was similar. The person's trousers were some synth leather, but had nothing all that identifiable, aside from a few stains from either ketchup or blood. Chapter 71. Bearing down. Ori looks up from his wounds and at the bloodthirsty swordswoman, who licks her lips almost lustfully at the sight of his blood. She takes another step forward to finish him off as he stumbles backwards, his legs sluggish from the damage he'd taken to his abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. Take your hands off, you crazy slut. Rebecca roars from the side, firing her pistol at Monica. The shots hit, one striking her in the side of her head, which causes sparks to jump from the impact as the bullet barely bounces off of her reinforced skull. Her arm takes the rest as she raises it, however, bullet punching holes into her bicep and tricep, forcing her arm down to her side, completely unmoving. In response, she throws her katana at Rebecca, who barely ducks under it, but follows and sends a flying kick at the pale girl. It lands heavily on her chest, throwing her into the wall behind her with a loud thud. Rebecca moves her head to the side as Monica's fist punches a hole into the concrete wall, kicking dust and debris as she pulls it out of her structure. As this happens, Ori pushes his visible intestine back into his body, not knowing if the nanites could pull it back in quickly enough to make him combat ready. It's fucking gross, and probably would have been agonizingly painful had his pain receptors not been turned off. It didn't stop him from wanting to throw up at it, however. Blood oozes from the wound but quickly coagulates, the nanites expediting the healing process 1,000 times over. With that, he looks up just in time to see Rebecca throw 2 uppercuts at the woman, pinning her to the wall. Her injured hand does little damage, but the other was still holding a pistol. Bang! The gun fires as the barrel gets punched up under the rib Monica, bypassing her armor and dealing a devastating wound. Though, Ori was judging this by the scream she gave in response. She backs away with one hand gripping the wound as blood liberally dribbled between her fingers, a look of incredulity on her face as if she'd not expected this. How'd you like that bit, Dash? Rebecca shouts, but her head gets knocked to the side as Monica's form blurs and begins unleashing a huge combination of punches on her, her Sandevistan allowing her to grant a super speed enhanced beatdown. 5 to 20 punches at her chest, 15 at her face, some knees for good measure. Ori wasn't able to keep track. Regardless, though, he raises his weapon and fired at the woman, blasting her away from Rebecca, who slides the wall with bruises forming all over her body and blood staining her lips. Ori slowly steps toward Rebecca while continuing to fire upon the downed Monica, her body spasming and twitching as bullets tear through it. By the time he stopped, the barrel of his LMG was glowing bright red, and he'd expended most if not all of his ammo. He drops the gun and kneels next to Rebecca, checking her over to make sure she wouldn't die in the next minute. She just grins at him, however, displaying her sharp, blood-stained teeth. Could have waited a bit longer. She would have scored an ultra combo on my ass. She jokes, sounding utterly exhausted. Yeah, well, she almost gave me a fatality, so we're even. He states before looking over to where he could still hear fighting. Six was still brawling with Oyakawa Yoshi, his black cybernetically enhanced body covered in numerous scratches, and even some gouges that allowed blood to trickle from the wounds. Oyakawa's 4 spear-like arms rotated like a hurricane of metal, stabbing at Six so quickly Ori found it difficult to keep track, even with the outside perspective. Six was doing well, however, both revolvers still gripped in his hands as he used them to deflect, strike, and sometimes block attacks. The Tiger Claw's suit had been torn and bloodied, for distinct bullet holes in his chest which stained the nearby fabric black. Six grits his teeth as he tangles the man's left arm and brings his elbow down on them, breaking the thin metal limbs in half while also allowing 2 attacks at his side. Oyakawa doesn't miss the opportunity, stabbing his remaining 2 spear-like limbs into Six ribs, punching through his armor and causing blood to spatter. The Merc grunts at the impact but ignores it, turning against the limbs and pistol-whipping Oyakawa so hard that metallic teeth are sent flying out of the suit's mouth. His legs turn to jelly momentarily after being rocked, but he recovers enough of his senses to start pushing himself backwards along the floor, away from the fucking furious-looking Six. You're dead. Six snarls while dropping a foot on the man's chest and grabs the metallic limbs before tearing them completely off, drawing a pained roar from Oyakawa. Six then drops his full weight onto a knee, driving it into the man's stomach before starting to slam his fists into his face. Thud, thud, thud. Fucking asterisk thud asterisk slaver asterisk thud asterisk scum asterisk thud asterisk, he growls, baring his teeth as blood from Oyakawa's mulched face splashes against him. Thud, thud, thud. Ori took rested Rebecca on his shoulder, while slowly making his way to the enraged Merc. 6. Thud, thud, thud. 6, he shouts, prompting the man to pause, his blood-covered fist in the air. Get a hold of yourself. He's dead, and the cops'll be here any minute. Heh. Rebecca huffs weakly in amusement. Did you have to end the fun so quick? 6 looks between the mutilated corpse and his fist, shaking his head before getting to his feet. He lets out a strained breath and sighs. Let's go. The group quickly shuffles towards the stairs, the sirens blaring in the distance only quickening their paces. They spot Crystal and the others exiting the basement, drawing looks of concern from the Moxes. You guys look like shit, one exclaims, eyeing the absolutely blood-covered trio. We can shoot the shit later. We need to Delta? Ori urges. The target's dead? Crystal questions. Ori just sends a no-shit glare, wringing his shirt slightly and allowing crimson fluid to stain the ground. Chapter 72. Cat's out of the bag. Ori didn't need to tell Crystal to get them to a Ripper dock, since they were already gonna head to one with the doll hostages. Still, to him having Rebecca's fingers reattached was far more important than getting some doll chips ripped out. The van stunk of blood, mainly from the trio, but the Moxes and hostages were also adding to the smell, the latter also tainted with other unmentionable fluids from their unpleasant time in the Tiger Claw's care. So you zeroed Oyakara and Monica, how'd it go? One chirpy Mox asks, despite the fact a quarter of the people who'd attended this mission were dead, with their corpses stuffed into the corner of the van. Oh, we challenged them to rock, paper, scissors, and had the losers shoot themselves in the face. We won, obviously. You're being sarcastic, right? And you think? He retorts, sending spittle at the rebuked girl. You're funny when you're like this. Ori. Rebecca quietly giggles, bruises now apparently across most of her body. You be quiet and save your breath for the doc, he states, wondering if the blood loss was finally hitting her. She just smiles at him and holds up her right hand covered in bloody bandages. I'm gonna need your help from now on, How's that any different from usual? He retorts, placating her. Her lips twist into a mischievous grin. Jilling off's gonna be hard without these fingers. Ooh, some of the Mox in the van coo, laugh, cackle, or perform a multitude of the former at that. It takes a moment for Ori to mentally categorize what jilling off meant, but once he did, his face flushed completely red. Your fingers are cut off, and you're making masturbation jokes? He mutters, completely confounded. He shakes his head. Okay, we're talking about this later when you're not dying of blood loss. Ori glances at Crystal, who was just watching the scene with amused eyes. How long we got? She shrugs, tapping her ear as if to draw attention to the sirens still blaring nearby. NCPD are still trying to chase us. We'll probably circle past Northside and back to Kabuki. 20 minutes at the most. Ori chews his lips, looking down at Rebecca. That felt too long to him. There wasn't anything he could do about it, thought, only sit at her side and attempt to apply pressure to her hand to stem the blood. Finally, the truck screeches to a halt inside some dingy alleyway in Kabuki, no far from Lizzie's bar. They all jump out and Ori carries Rebecca, following Crystal as she leads them into the nearby building and to the Ripperdoc, who was already waiting for them. Not waiting another second, he dumps his friend on the medical chair and pulls the rather lukewarm fingers from his pocket, shoving them into the man's chest. Reattach them quickly. The doc sputters as he looks down at the digits, but nods and begins inspecting them. He does so for about a minute before nodding. They're still viable, but you'll have to keep the hand wrapped for a couple months at least, he states, knowing well that a Merc's lifestyle wouldn't allow something like that. Rebecca's face faults despite her anemia. What? Fuck that. Toss them in the trash and gimme some metal ones. Ori just blinks at her. Becca, what the fuck? You can get them reattached, good as new, he exclaims, shocked at her willingness to discard pieces of herself. And be out of a job for months? Hell no. I've been meaning to get an upgrade anyway. He turns to the doc. She's anemic and not thinking straight. Just knock her out and reattach them. No. The doc wets his lips. Sorry, young man, but I'm not going to piss off what is perhaps the most volatile young woman I've ever had the displeasure to meet. You heard him, lamppost. Piss off and mind your own damn biz, she angrily shouts. Listen, you're not thinking straight, Dash. I said get out. Ori shakes his head, silently stepping out into what could only be called the waiting room, closing the door behind him. Clearly, Rebecca wasn't in any mood to be sociable. Not that he could blame her. She'd been beaten to a pulp and lost her fingers. He lets out a tired sigh and drops into a chair, glancing at the woman slowly awakening. It was one of the hostages, the doll groaning as she holds her face, waking up. What happened? We saved you. He quietly answers, resting his weight on his knees. She smiles slightly, as if getting rescued wasn't a big deal. Have a spat with your output? You're pretty calm for someone who's been through hell. He wonders aloud. Ain't my first rodeo. She squeezes her temples. Name's Elaine. You? Ori. He glances at her, confused at the sudden silence. Something up? Ori, as in Orville? She tentatively questions, freezing him in his place. There were maybe only 2 people left alive who knew about that. Bats and... If I said yes, he forces out, tone harsh. Then, I would say I'm sorry. For your loss, she states, causing him to clench his fists hard. Explain. Now. I met many girls in that place. You only saved the ones who didn't get sold. Kat was one of them. No. No, you're Dash. You're fucking lying. He growls, feeling his heart drop. They sold her to some tiger claw creep 2 weeks ago. I don't know his name, but I remember his face well. If you want to get back at him, she states, resting a hand on his arm in an attempt to comfort him. I want to know everything. He breathes. Leave nothing out. I want to know what fucking that guy's fucking nose hairs look like. Tell me, everything. He grouses. She nods. Course, I want nothing more than to have all of those pieces of scop shit skinned alive. Hell, give me a gun and I'll join you when the time comes. Chapter 73, Detachment. Upon learning that Kat had been sold to some tiger claw ganger, Ori contacted Rogue and updated her on the situation, allowing her to narrow down the search parameters. He also let Susie and Judy know about it, making them aware that he'd likely be antagonizing the rival gang to the point of retaliation. While Susie had some inhibitions, at this point conflict with the Tiger Claws was inevitable. Their raid on the Tiger Claw building had opened the gates, so it wasn't difficult to convince them to help him. Not only that, they'd fund his action against them so long as it directly or indirectly benefited the Mox, which he was thankful for, as he'd not be able to wage war without resources to support it. Days after that discovery, Ori met back up with his crew with a plan Judy had thrown together. He sits on the toe step of a hired minivan and waits for them to arrive, eventually spotting Rebecca approaching with her typical swagger. He'd not seen her since her surgery, and he'd been pissed off enough about her attitude that he'd not messaged her either, which seemed to suit them fine since she hadn't texted him either. He folds his arms and leans against the back doors of the vehicle and neutrally greets her, Rebecca. Despite his expectations, she gives him awkward smile. Hey, lamppost. Pauses, seemingly trying to find her words. I don't normally do this, but, sorry, for being a bitch last time. And to show that I mean it here, she tosses something at him. He catches it and takes a look, only to grimace at the preserved fingers floating in the plastic container. Are these? She shrugs. You seemed attached to me, so I thought, fuck it, you can keep him. Ori glances at her right hand, spotting the new silver fingers. I was attached to them because they were attached to you? Why the fuck would I want to store this? He shakes the container at her, causing the digits to dance in the liquid. She chuckles. Toss him away then. Not like it matters to me. She tucks her hands behind her back and leans forwards. But could you bear the thought of some rats eating part me, lamppost? He stares at her for a couple seconds, as if they were playing a game of chicken. He then, casually, tosses the container to the side. It lands atop a trash heap, and he inwardly grins as Rebecca breaks eye contact to follow it. Really? I thought you'd be more sentimental than that. They're not my fingers. Your new ones do anything cool? He asks, changing the subject. Yeah, they do. She holds up her hand and begins rapidly flicking her index finger at speeds only a machine could produce. Rebecca? He drawls, dumbfounded that she'd actually gone through with that idiotic idea she'd had. She just grins at him in response. You know what this is for then? Masturbating. I'm assuming. Her grin gets wider. Ew, gross. You shouldn't talk like that to a lady. No, this is my trigger finger. With this sucker, I could probably fire a semi-auto faster than a full auto. I've got some other add-ons too, but you'll see them later. Anyway, you gonna tell me why what we're doing? Questions. You heard about my sis, right? She nods. Yeah, sorry, that shit's messed up. It is. He grits his teeth. We're gonna find her. If she's too out of reach, we're gonna build a boat from the bones of those fucks and sail it across a river of their blood. She snorts. That much, huh? You need to take poetry classes if you're gonna keep that up. Ori shakes his head. Just been on my mind a lot. Need to put my aggression into something or I'd charge into Japantown guns blazing. He might have even done that if he wasn't operating at 50% emotional capacity. As for what we're doing, Judy found out some tiger claws were going to be driving through Kabuki and Little China to check out what's left of their building. He slaps the back of the minivan. We're going to ambush them on the road in this. Shoot the driver, the tires, whatever, just get their car stopped. One of them should be a higher-up. Me and Susie want to talk to him. How'd she even found out about this? She got someone on the inside or something? Rebecca inquires, sitting on the toe step next to Ori. From the NCPD, from what I heard, they gotta pull some strings to gain access to the crime scene. Judy must have heard it from there. You up for this? You were pretty beat up last I saw you, severed fingers aside. Rebecca just nods. Ribs are a bit sore, but everything else is good. You got pretty fucked up too. You alright? She questions. Yeah, I've got some special cyberware that heals me pretty quick, he ambiguously states. 6 planning on coming anytime soon? Dunno. He's usually pretty serious about arriving on time, Ori mutters, waiting a couple more seconds before shooting him a text. Yo, we at the meetup, where you at? Ori. Not gonna make it, got caught up in something, go without me. 6. Huh, looks like it's just us then, he mutters, feeling slightly less certain now that 6 had backed out. Like Max, he'd always thought of the Merc as a sort of safety net. His experience carried Ori through many jobs, and it was nice to know someone so reliable had your back. Not that Rebecca was any less dangerous, but she was only 16, making him feel like their parent had sent them out for groceries alone or something. You nervous? 'Cause you shouldn't be. It's just some tigers, shoot him dead and make a delivery to the Mox. One problem with that, who's gonna drive the truck car? She tilts her head. Yeah, it has autopilot, right? Yeah, that follows road laws to the T and wouldn't cut someone off even if they were shooting at us. Then you take the wheel. I'll fuck up their car and we'll deal with it. Don't you trust me? She questions with a cutesy voice, drawing a groan from him. Chapter 74. Interrogation. There, I think I see him, Rebecca states as she peeks out the shaded back window of the minivan. It was 2 p.m. on a highway street, so there was enough traffic around that it might become an issue. Regardless, Ori wasn't willing to risk their targets escaping. He glances at the wing mirror and spots the car, a dark green Archer Hella ECDI 360, escorted by a single Tiger Claw on a motorbike. He hadn't expected more than one vehicle, but it was a bit late to pull out now. I'll pull out in front of it, kill the driver or destroy the wheels, just make sure it ain't going anywhere. Aye, Captain, she jokingly replies while readying guts. Before acting, however, she takes out a fragmentation grenade and holds it in her teeth by the pin. With that, she kicks the back doors open and instantly fires a shot at the guy on the motorbike, blasting him right off of the vehicle and sending him tumbling the road as cars try and fail to avoid him. Bye-bye, tigers! She laughs as she pulls the grenade out and throws it at the car's windshield. It hits, cracking the window before bouncing off and over the car. Boom. Rebecca, we need the guy alive. Ori shouts as he sees the roof of the car collapse onto the passengers, knocking out the driver and sending it spinning out of control in the road. He's fine. Probably, she retorts over her shoulder, only to duck as a bullet strikes the door next to her. The one responsible was from the Tiger Claw vehicle, leaning out the back window with a jelly-like spine and blood streaming down his mouth. Ori growls under his breath as he brings the car to halt. That better not be the fucking guy. As if to spite him, Rebecca jumps out of the van and fires another shot, blowing the guy's arm off and causing the light in his eye to dim. She quickly makes her way towards the wrecked car and throws the door open, finding both guys in the front seats already dead, and the fourth unconscious in the back. Shrugging to herself, she drags the guy out and tosses him into the van. Package delivered. Let's Delta before their chums try and follow. Ori just gives a reluctant nod and slams the accelerator, ignoring the now massive pileup occurring behind him after Rebecca's rather drastic methods. He could already see NCPD drones flying over to check out the situation, which is exactly why you don't usually detonate an explosive on such a high-priority highway. Regardless, they get away without a problem, taking the next exit and dumping the truck in a secluded spot in Kabuki. Ori steps out and makes his way to the back, sending an unamused glare at Rebecca. We're gonna talk about how damn reckless you were later, but first, let's get this asshole to the Mox. Mon, you're a real buzzkill, you know that? We kicked that gig's ass and you're still complaining. She groans, picking up the guy's legs as Ori gets his front. Thus began the awkward waddle to the BD club, stepping past nearby people gawking at the scene. Ah, it's you too. One of the Mox guarding the entrance of Lizzie's bar mutters, taking a glance at their captive Tiger Claw before ushering them in. Hugh's been waiting for you in the back rooms. Thank you, Tessie. Rebecca chirps. My name is not Dash. The woman sighs. Whatever. The duo is escorting past the bar and through the back, down the basement, into a relatively small room with black stains marring the walls and floor. Ori sniffs slightly, noting the smell of iron in the air. A torture room, he guessed. Tie him up here. Hugh will be here in a minute. The Mox states, gesturing at the dirty chair and table before leaving. They do so, using some nearby electrical wire to keep the guy still, also gagging his mouth for good measure. You can leave now if you want, you don't have to be here for the rest of this. Ori offers, taking a seat on a nearby stool resting against a wall. No way, I'm not gonna miss all the fun stuff. Besides, if anyone enjoys seeing one of these gonks get put down, it's me, Rebecca states, dragging a stool next to him and sitting. The door opens, attracting both of their attention. Good. When I heard there was a terror attack on the freeway, I thought you might have gotten into a gunfight with the NCPD. Susie remarks as she steps in, Judy following behind her. Nah, we were in and out before the drone could even get there. Trust me, it was rad. Rebecca grins toothily. I don't know if almost accidentally killing our target is rad, but whatever. Ori shrugs. Susie shakes her head. Whatever. It's over now. Cops think the Tigers are the ones responsible, especially with one of their guys going crazy and starting to shoot up the place. What do you mean? There wasn't anyone left? Ori questions, wondering if they'd missed something.
No.
Remember that guy I blasted off of his bike? He got run over a couple times, but that wouldn't have been enough to kill a full chrome jock. Rebecca points out. Judy nods. Yeah, that sounds around right. Police report says he was already half dead by the time they arrived, missing one lung and had shrapnel in his heart, along with both legs shattered. Rebecca folds her arms and sits back with a smug look on her face. Humph. Serves him right. Enough talk. Let's wake up Sleeping Beauty. Susie states, walking over and holding the man's chin up with her sharp, metallic fingers. We got a bucket of water or something? Ori asks. Won't be needing it. The Mox leader says, allowing electricity to spark from her hand and into the guy's head. He wakes up screaming against his makeshift gag, his body twitching incessantly against the electricity shooting through his body. Q stops just as smoke begins rising from his hair, allowing him to slump down against his restraints. Now, how about we start with the basics? She states with a small scowl. Chapter 75. Enduring Session. Now, how about we start with the basics? She cuts away the electrical wire gag with her cybernetic fingers and tosses it to the ground. What is your name, friend? The man looks up at them, glaring at everyone in the room as if trying to memorize their features, presumably for when he breaks out and puts bounties on their heads. Not that such a thing was likely. He tries to spit at Susie, who just sidesteps it and stares at the green globule on the floor. Kuso Yero Domomi, he shouts, baring his teeth as if he wanted to tear out her throat. Susie just folds her arms and glances at Judy. That didn't sound like a name to me, you? I'd feel bad for him if it was. She lightly says. Now, let's try that again. I'll warn you though, the next lie will not be nice. Susie states, walking around to his back while tracing a finger over his face, drawing a thin crimson line in his skin as she does so. What is your name? No name no one, Kono Kuso Shofu, he growls, only to choke as Susie grabs his hair and slips a metal finger into his mouth, pulling it against the side of his lips, threatening to widen it. No name, huh? Very funny. Give me your name, she asks, slowly applying more pressure, causing blood to dribble from the slowly opening cut. Watashi no chin pao shibu thhhhhhkkk? He screams out before he can complete his sentence, Susie's finger pulling straight through the side of his mouth, all the way up to cheekbone. I will remind you, my friend and I have translation software. Call us whores and tell us to suck you off all you want if it makes you feel better. But trust me, we're only just getting started. Susie states, flicking blood from her finger before holding it up right in front of his eye. What is your name, Tiger Claw? The man breathes heavily, blood drooling out from the large wound now decorating the side of his face. Why you want English? I give you. Isaka my kaka. F-fuckinga whore. Both Susie and Judy let out sighs, the latter glancing at Ori and Rebecca. You two sure you want to be here for this? Ori nods. Yeah, just make sure he survives. I need to know where Cat is. Rebecca shrugs at his side. I've been wondering why you haven't gutted him yet. Just do it already? Weird friends you've made, Judes. Susie drawls, cracking her knuckles. Yeah, I know. Hours pass as Susie applies various techniques on their guest, from tearing one of his eyes out of their socket, cutting all of his fingers off, forcing him to watch death be dece, to even flaying parts of his body, revealing the pink flesh beneath. Strangely or not, the thing that got the guy finally talking was Rebecca, recommending they just castrate him. Indeed, Ori knew he wouldn't have been able to handle having an eye ruined, let alone having his cock chopped off. Despite the guy working with rapists and slavers, he might have been feeling a little sorry for him. Susie pointed a knife at his groin, and he began singing like a bird in fluent English, even ridding himself of that Asian accent he'd been using. There, they found many things. First, the guy was called Toyama Rin, and he was responsible for handling some of the communication between the gang and Arasaka. Second, and most unfortunate, he seemed to have some cyberware installed in his head that prevented him from uttering anything about Arasaka at all. He hadn't even been able to speak the company name, having to nod his head as Susie played charades with him. Even that seemed to be setting the countermeasures off slightly, causing his to switch slightly as small electrical discharges came from it. Thankfully, this device did nothing to hide Tiger Claw secrets. The guy knew where every major base was, the most high-level gang members, places where their supplies were stored, and even the names of the most dangerous gangers. Susie and Judy drained him for information, and after that, they allowed Ori to ask his questions. He asked about the man Yelane spoke about, but the guy didn't have a clue. Apparently, the guy wasn't familiar with the customers themselves, merely the business. Even after some motivation, the guy still had no idea, leaving them at another dead end. Everything wasn't completely ruined, however. The information Susie and Judy had gained would help in their silent war against the Tigers. That'd give him more opportunities to question them. Even if they didn't work, he was pretty sure Rogue would come through for him. Not because he trusted her, but because he trusted her reputation. Ori reluctantly steps away from the beaten and bloody man. Looking at the others, I'm done. What are you gonna do with him? Susie shrugs. What else? Tie some rocks to his legs and toss him in the river. Not like we can let him go now. He knows us, knows what we know. Ori just nods, aware that this was the end result. He's to reply when he receives a text from someone he hadn't wanted to speak to. Ori, just wanted to ask, there a reason those tickets I gave you are up for auction? Did they get stolen? I know you wouldn't have done this yourself. Christy. He scowls, which is immediately noticed by the others. Sorry, gotta speak to someone. I'll see you guys later. Hit me up if there's another job. He says, giving a brief wave at Susie, Judy, and Rebecca as he steps out of the bar and towards his car that had been parked nearby. He gets inside and lights a cig before texting back. Oh, ick. Maybe this poor orphan needed the eddies. Ori, you didn't do this, right? I trusted you with those. Ick if you noticed, but you having them is a big deal. Christy. Chapter 76, Sunset. Ori, you didn't do this, right? I trusted you with those. Ick if you noticed, but you having them is a big deal. Christy. A big deal, huh? Wouldn't want your walking advertisement to get lost, huh? Ori. Look, just spit whatever you want to say out, all right? I don't get what's eating you, but I won't know until you say it, Christy. What's eating me? I'll tell you, one of the people I thought I could trust, one of the people who stuck by me after my fam was killed, they turned out to be a piece of shit like the rest of this fucking city. Ori, you're not talking about me, are you? Because I never did anything to break your trust. We're friends. Friends stick together. Christy. Fuck you. I saw it, Christy. I saw it all. The fucking news articles, the pictures of us, the headlines, you were fucking doing ever since we met. Friends? We aren't friends. I'm the damn orphan you do photo OPS with. Ori. So you found out? Yeah, I admit it. I was using you to boost my numbers, but I had a good reason for it. Doesn't mean the things I did were worthless. You are my friend, even if you don't think so. Christy. You still say we're friends, huh? Alright, if we're friends you will tell me one thing. Ori. If it'll make you trust my word. I was serious about what I said. I don't have many people I can speak to honestly. You are one of the people I know that doesn't just care about my fame, money, or social stats. Christy. Do you know why Ksenia was attacked? He simply texts, staring with intensity at the screen and waiting for her reply. He knew something was up when it took her a whole minute to start texting back, and the answer left him less than satisfied. No, Christy. Friends. What a joke. Ori. Christy Clert has been blocked. He tosses the half-smoked cig out the window and starts the car before angrily driving towards the desert. He drives all the way out to an isolated area around Rocky Ridge, parking his car on a hill just as the region turned orange from the setting sun. He stomps out of his car and retrieves Max's LNG from the back, lighting up another cig before unloading a barrage of bullets at a nearby car wreck. Daga Gaga. Fucking bitch. Lie to me, he growls between bursts. Daga Gaga. I know you know something. Daga Gaga. I'll fucking sell your tickets with a bomb attached. Daga Gaga. He pauses, lowering the weapon slightly. Why do things always have to be this way? Every fucking time. Asterisk Daga Gaga Gagaga. Click. Asterisk. He tosses the empty gun on the ground and takes a seat on a nearby rock, replacing his burned-down cig with another while admiring the sunset. You run out of bullets yet? A familiar voice asks behind him, causing him to whip around and point his pistol at them in a slight panic. Rebecca just snickers at him, pushing the gun aside and sliding next to him, close enough that their shoulder were touching. She idly swings her legs as she watches the sun descend. This is a nice spot. Maybe you should get pissed off more often. How are you here? He questions. She smirks, pointing a thumb over her shoulder at his car, which now had its trunk open. I snuck inside while you were distracted. You should be more careful. I could have been your assassin, you know. Want to talk about it? She asks after some moments of silence. Not really. I've gotten it out of my system. That bitch Singer again, right? I said I don't want to talk about it. Okay. She zips up her dark pink jacket. Weird how deserts get so cold so quickly, huh? I prefer the cold. If you're feeling it, you can just put on more layers. When it's too hot. Not like you can take your skin off. There's actually cyberware for that. I heard of one that makes you immune to fire too. Kinda awesome when you think about it. Yo, if you get one, would you let me throw a Molotov at you? Let you run at the bad guys like some sort of freaky demon? He lets out a chuckle at that. The fire wouldn't stop their bullets, would it? No thanks. It wouldn't stop your clothes from burning either. Shame I'll never see that. She smiles, slipping her right hand into his left jacket pocket and gripping his hand. He felt her warm palm and her rather chilly cybernetic fingers in comparison. It was odd, yet comforting. You've got your own pockets, you know. Yeah? Well, I'm taking this one back. I did buy that jacket, she retorts, ignoring the fact she was wearing a jacket he'd bought too. He tightens his grip on her hand, interlacing their fingers as the sun finally starts dipping over the horizon. A chilly breeze blows through the area, prompting Rebecca to push her body against him, even resting her head against his shoulder. Ori glances down at her and finds himself struck. Her pale face was beautifully shaded orange, her green hair let down and draped across her neck. Her strange pink and green eyes strayed from the sunset and met his. His heart skipped a beat, butterflies flapping their wings in his stomach as an urge hits him. It wasn't a conscious movement, nor something he'd really considered before. Yet, it felt right. He leant down and layered his lips over hers. Her eyes widened momentarily, surprised at his sudden action, yet after a moment of confusion, she closed them and reciprocates. It wasn't anything overtly sexual, merely them trading feelings physically. Ori releases the kiss and leans away, locking eyes with Rebecca, who had a red hue staining her cheeks, probably mirrored by his own. He looks away, embarrassed at what he'd done. Sorry. I know you said dash. No, this is fine. She trails off, not able to find her words. Eventually, she just settles on, it was nice. It was nice? Ori parrots, amusement in his tone. What? I can't exactly compare it to anything else, not like I go around kissing randos. She retorts heatedly, still very aware of their interlaced fingers. Relax. He mutters with a small smile. It was nice. Wanna go again? Thought you'd never ask, lamppost? She grins, this time taking the initiative and pouncing on him. An SFW part on Patreon. Link in description. Chapter 79. Morning after, Ori wakes up the next day to the pleasant beep of a text shot by his favorite psycho Merc. Hope you made use of those pics I sent. Winky face, winky face, winky face. Rebecca? Apparently, she'd felt bad sending him home with his cock in his hands like some male slut walk. So she compensated via some rather risque photos. Not that he was complaining. Wasn't like she was wrong either. He was about to reply when someone else messaged him. Hey Ori, you busy today? 'Cause I could use your help. Sasha. Huh, he hadn't heard from her in a while, not since the hit on Marv. Strange that she'd ask him though. He wasn't exactly the best guy around, nor the most well-known Merc. Sure, he had a small bounty on his head courtesy of Maelstrom, but that wasn't much compared to other more established crews and solos. Not complaining or anything, but why ask me? Ori. The guys I hired for a job delted last night. Been looking for a replacement, but no one else wants to accept last minute, especially not this gig. I heard about what happened to that Marv guy, so you must be good enough to not die, Sasha. What a vote of confidence, uneasy face. Ori, you know what I mean. Besides, I'd rather trust my back to you than some other no-name solo. At least we know each other some, Sasha. Some other meaning I'm also a no-name, whatever, what's the gig and how much it worth? Ori, they'll tell you but you gotta promise not to tell anyone else. This is life and death kind of biz, get it? Sasha, isn't that already obvious? Yeah, I promise, Ori. KK, just wanted to confirm. I'm gonna hit the Biotechnica office in the Corpo Plaza. Been working with our mutual friend to get an idea on their security. They don't use people for night shift, but security bots instead. That's a problem since you can't really distract them or hack them without alarming the whole place. Sasha, Biotechnica? What would you want from them? Ori texts, knowing the Corp was one of the less handsy ones in Night City. They didn't do much other than sell their products. Most of the time made an effort to keep their nose out of shit. It's personal and doesn't matter. What I need you to do is a distraction, draw the bots away from the upper levels so I can get what I need. Shouldn't need more than 10 minutes in their systems, but that's too long for me to do alone. Sasha, how the fuck am I gonna distract a whole building's worth of security bots without attracting the NCPD in the middle of the plaza and get out alive? This sounds like a total suicide mission. Ori, don't care how you do it. I just need it done. I'm willing to blow my savings on this, Ori. 10k eddies up front, and 50k more if everything goes off without a hitch. Sasha, 60,000 fucking eddies? Holy shit. She definitely meant business if she was willing to foot that kind of cash, especially for a no-name Merc like him. Still, he was wary of accepting it. He had no idea where he'd start, other than maybe committing a terrorist attack to draw the bots. An explosion maybe? But then the whole NCPD would come down on his ass. It was on the Corpo turf, so the guys in blue wouldn't take their time like they do in Watson or Pacifica. That wasn't all, however. There were a shit ton of automatic security systems ready in the city center, all waiting to blow a criminal to pieces with machine gun fire. He'd seen one on the news once. A cyberpsycho had rampaged through Haywood and got a bit too close to the Corpo Plaza. Needless to say, he didn't last long under 4 turrets bombarding him. You can refuse. I won't think any less of you, Ori. It's a big ask from me. I will go alone if I have to. Sasha texts as he ruminates over his options. She'll go alone? That's more than suicide. That's like stepping into the gates of hell willingly. He knew how good she was with how easily she dealt with the auction house. But some undercover operation in Japantown isn't anywhere near as dangerous as a full corpo building. Problem is, was he willing to put his life on the line to help her? While the Eddies were a nice encouragement, for a job like this he needed more motivation than just that. Plus, he wouldn't do it alone. He'd need to bring Six and Rebecca on it. He knew they'd accept in a heartbeat. Six because of Charlie, and Rebecca because she seemed to have no fear whatsoever concerning this kind of thing. Could he risk his and their life for someone he barely knew? No. Could he do it for a friend? Yes he could. When's this need to be done? Ori. By midnight, that's when he'll be entering the building. Sasha. All right, I'll meet up with my crew to hash a plan out. You good to meet? Ori. In 2 hours, yeah. Got some things I need to wrap up. Sasha. KK. I'll send you the debt soon. Catch you then, Ori. Thanks, Ori. Sasha. Ori turns his interface off and lets out a sigh while flopping in his bed. Looks like he'd stupid busy again today. Group chat created. 6. Rebecca. Ori. Permissions. Private. Yo. Just got word on a job worth 60k EDS. We'll split 20k each way, but it's gonna be a rough one. You guys up for it? Ori. Hell yeah, nice one. Thought we'd be doing the grunt work for Susie before we got another big one. Rebecca. I can do it, but we'll need to hear more debts. 6. I'll tell you two all about it. First we need to meet up and prep. Your place still good, 6. Ori. Yeah, just don't bring any food or sticky drinks unless you want to clean it up. 6. Fair enough. Client will meet us there too if that's K. Ori. As long as they aren't corpo. 6. Cool. Rebecca. Chapter 80. Reluctant Cooperation. Ori steps into 6's garage and finds the Merc and Rebecca already there. The latter with her feet kicked up on a hastily dragged-out table while 6 just scowls at her. Yo! He greets with a short wave while sitting next to Rebecca. As he does though, tense awkwardness compasses both of them, neither really knowing how to act with everything that happened yesterday. Rebecca musters up her courage and drops her legs on his lap. Heya, Ori. You get much sleep last night? She asks with a forced grin. Bit stiff, but all right. How about you? He questions pointedly. Ah, well, you know, the usual. I missed something? 6 asks the duo, not stupid enough to miss the weird signals they were giving off. Ori palms the back of his head, his other hand resting on Rebecca's calf in his lap. Ah, kinda? She folds her arms. We hooked up, that gonna be a problem? 6 just shrugs. Don't start screwing mid-gig and keep your teenage hormones away from me. He states dismissively. Huh, thought it would have been a bigger issue. Rebecca mutters. What do you mean? Ori asks. A year ago I was with some mocks on a job and 2 girls were shacking up. Susie split the team up completely. Thought it was some big Merc no-no, she says, glancing at 6 who gives no indication that he was even hearing her. Let's get started on this job, shall we? 6 states, leaning on the table. All right, here's what needs doing. Ori starts, laying out what Sasha wanted done by midnight. The duo just listened intently the entire time, neither looking unsure even after he'd told them everything. It was reassuring, to be honest, these two not blinking an eye at what most people with any common sense would consider a suicide mission. So, either of you got any plans to distract the bots? Rebecca asks them. Ori shrugs. I was thinking to just bomb the place and draw the bots to the ground floor. A big enough boom will definitely do the trick. But the NCPD is a problem, he says, and 6 nods, still in thought. Why not just cause so much trouble that the cops have no idea where to go? Rebecca states. That might actually work. It'd be tough though, Ori pauses, the information they extracted from the Tiger Claw yesterday appearing in his mind. How does pitting the Tigers against most of the cops in the city sound? He asks, drawing both of their interest. Ori links with 6 holographic machine and displays the city center on it, quickly pointing to various areas just on the outskirts of the area. Our friend yesterday revealed some high-prio Tiger locations. They don't really have any official bases, but they do own some businesses. He marks a couple places, a massage parlor, a clothing shop, a nightclub, and a restaurant. These places should be crawling with Tigers, most probably in gangware since they're all Arasaka groupies. Let's plant some explosives and draw the NCPD here. Let them start fighting in the chaos. Rebecca grins broadly at that. That sounds like a lot of fun. Might work, but the Tigers have plants in the NCPD. 6 states. Didn't Judy get into their systems? Couldn't we have her mark the explosives as caused by the Tigers? Ori wonders aloud. Rebecca shrugs at that. Might be hard, but she hates the Tigers as much as the rest of us. Knock, knock, knock. The trio turn their heads towards the garage door. Look like our client has arrived. Ori remarks, prompting 6 to raise the door. Hi again, Ori. Sasha greets with a smile. tilting her body seductively as she struts into the room and slides into a chair at the far end of the table. Yo, Dash, he starts but grunts slightly as Rebecca drops a heel on his knee. You never mentioned our client was so cute. How'd you meet? She drawls with a forced smile that didn't reach her eyes. Funny story. She ended up kidnapping an acquaintance and tried to kill me. She's trustworthy though, tried and tested. He adds to reassure them. That's all in the past, Ori. And I paid you back, didn't I? Sasha says. Besides, I didn't come here for a cat fight. She looks down at the holographic map of the city center, specifically the highlighted areas of Tiger Claw turf. You have a plan cooking? Ori nods, jumping at the chance to change the subject. We were talking about volunteering the Tiger Claws in the area to be our distraction. Detonate some explosives around these points while using smaller, less flashy ones at the doors over Biotechnica's building. Sasha hums. Do you have any plans to deal with the robots? Or keep yourselves alive while fighting them? We'll just shoot them, like a normal person? Rebecca remarks. Six shakes his head. She means their targeting systems. They will not be like aim-assist cyberware. Each shot will be pinpoint accurate, and the only reason they aren't used everywhere is because of their cost, and because they are so vulnerable to Netrunner attacks. Ori shoots a glance at Sasha. Could you do something about them? She shakes her head. No. It'll be tough enough sneaking inside alone. He sighs. So we'll need another Netrunner if we don't want to get zeroed on the spot. Won't the other Corpo building's security also be a problem? No. It's actually better for them if they let their competitors take some damage. Sasha explains. 6. You got the explosives? Ori asks, and the Merc nods. Then all we're lacking now is a Netrunner. Anyone know someone we could hire? He asks. Judy immediately sprung to mind, but she'd be busy enough with the police systems, not to mention she wasn't an official Netrunner. I might know someone. Rebecca reluctantly adds from where she was sitting, drawing the group's attention. A new addition to my bro's crew? That Pilar guy has a crew? Ori wonders, baffled. Well, it's not his crew, but I used to work with him sometimes, before us three got together. Her name's Kiwi, and she'll probably want an equal split. Chapter 81. Calm before the Corp. It wasn't hard for Rebecca to acquire Kiwi services. Since she used to work with Pilar's, or to be more accurate, Maine's crew, it was easy to just hit her up. Add the fact she'd be in virtually no danger whatsoever in her role as a remote Netrunner, along with a clean split of the eddies, and she was on board. Everything else from there was smooth sailing. Six already had a large stash of explosives, and they'd cut into the reward to hire a Delamain cab for their getaway. Really, it was the only real option other than buying a tank themselves. After all, Delamain Corporation was known around the whole city as a top-tier protection service. Before all of that, however, the explosives needed to be set. An hour or so before midnight, the crew split up to begin planting the devices in the Tiger Claw businesses. The explosives themselves were only around twice the size of a man's fist, so it wasn't as conspicuous as leaving a backpack in the middle of a train car. So, these friends of yours, known em long? Kiwi idly asks Rebecca via private comms as the Merc steps out of the nightclub after planting a bomb in the bathroom. Long enough. Why re you a skin? Because Pilar's been going on all day about his sister, losing her way, she drawls, sounding vaguely annoyed at the girl's brother. Rebecca lets out a long, enduring sigh at that. Of course he has. I've got to ask why that boy don't look like much, Kiwi remarks. You've got to ask? Do I need a reason other than liking him? I get you can't think of people outside of cost-benefit shit, but the rest of us aren't like that. I like him. He likes me. That's the end of it. Rebecca huffs, increasing her pace towards the next target. Just trying to help. Can't trust a soul in this city. Laying it all out for a guy you barely know is not a smart idea. Yeah, well, you gotta trust someone, or it's just you alone against the world. No one but psychos can live like that. Rebecca states. Maine did ask me to invite you back, but it looks like you've got other things on your mind. Tell him to ditch my brother and I'll think about it, she remarks, knowing Maine and Pilar were too close of friends to do that. With that, Kiwi goes silent, and she continues her job. Ori drops his last bomb behind a dumpster with its back facing the building of the Tiger Claw-affiliated business. He brushes the dust off of his hands and walks towards the exit, only to find himself accosted by some thugs. They weren't Tiger Claw, they were dressed right, and their visible cyberware was well below the gang's standards. Not to mention, the leader was striding forwards with a large machete in his hand. Funny to meet you here, pal. My friends and I were just looking to go boozing again, but we've run out of eddies. Think you can help us out? He asks, as he stops 3 meters away from Ori, his machete pointing at his face. Ori just holds his arms up. Sorry guys, I'm broke, he says, inwardly thinking of a way to deal with them without alerting the Tiger Claws to his presence. We'll be the judge of that. Check him, the leader says, prompting the other two to begin searching through Ori's pockets. Or they would if he hadn't taken action. With the nanites enhancing his movement and muscle control, his hand swiftly drops to his belt and draws a knife, instantly cutting the neck of one of the thugs. The blade continues through the air, leaving a spray of blood as it stabs into the throat of the second. One goes down instantly while the other clutches his throat and falls to the floor, scrambling to get away but soon passing from blood loss. The leader didn't even realize what was happening when Ori threw the knife, the nanites calculating the distance, velocity, and weight of the knife so that it struck true. Thwack! The guy's head jolts backwards, his feet stumbling slightly as he stares ahead blankly with a knife protruding from his forehead. He collapses in a heap and Ori lets out a relieved sigh. He'd slowly started incorporating the nanites into his combat training not long after the catastrophe that was his birthday. The progress he'd made was mind-boggling. The nanites learned incredibly quickly, memorizing every movement, every twitch of a muscle. He only had to perform an exercise a dozen times before the nanites had mastered it. This included his skill in knife throwing, which he'd only spent 30 minutes on when he was bored. While integrating the movements into muscle memory wasn't as quick, having them assist him to perform perfect maneuvers every time sped up progress by stupid degrees. While he wasn't a master at martial arts yet, he could perform regular attacks perfectly. Basic punches, kicks, elbows, and knees all had been mastered. Shaking those thoughts from his mind, he tosses the thugs' bodies in the dumpster that had a bomb under it and quickly departs from the scene. Whatever evidence of his murders would be cleared up by the explosion. My part is done. I'll join you guys at the meeting point, he states through the comms. Just finished up too. We'll be there. 6. This shit's easy. It's like they don't expect any trouble at all. Rebecca. Probably because they don't. No one is insane enough to attack small Tiger Claw-affiliated businesses in the city center and Haywood. Kiwi. Get ready to donate the explosives. I'll need them when I sneak in. Sasha. Ori squints his eyes in thought momentarily before hitting Sasha up with a private message. Yo, what's Quentin's role in all of this? He won't get strung up for being involved, will he? He asks, not wanting to get implicated when the kid inevitably spews his guts. He's already long gone. To know what he's gonna do, but he took all the eddies he could and left. Don't worry about it and focus on the job. Sasha. Chapter 82. Biotechnically, Ori makes his way to the meeting point just within Memorial Park, which sat outside the Biotechnica building. There he found Six, who was lugging 2 heavy guitar cases on his back, both containing his and Rebecca's weapons. Rebecca arrives not long later, stepping to his side as they look up at their brightly illuminated target, its bright green logo on the front acting almost as a sickly green sun in the night. Ori checks the time and nods to himself, glancing at the others. It's time. Sasha, get inside. We'll be busy in a minute. Ori states. Got it. Don't take too long, Ori. The trio begin walking towards the Biotechnica building. Unlike its Arasaka counterpart, it didn't have much external security, barring the single checking point that could probably be easily disabled by any competent netrunner. The cameras lining the building all twist to face them, but their software along with Kiwi's support stop them from revealing their real identities. Becca, he states, the girl nodding with a grin as she reaches to her side. She grabs the explosive and flings it towards the building, allowing it to land almost directly under the door. We're going live, he shouts over the comms as he detonates all the explosives at once. Boom. All around the city center explosions go off, all in or around the buildings unofficially owned by the Tiger Claws. The alarms of cars too close to them begin going off, and almost immediately sirens could be heard. NCPD on the way, all looking for the terrorists dressed like Tiger Claws. Judy. Thanks, Judes. We owe you one.
Oi.
A cloud of smoke slowly expands from the Biotechnica's door, and Ori turns to Six with his hand held out. Six just unclips the guitar cases and allows his LMG to drop into his grasp, doing the same for Rebecca's shotgun guts after. I'm up the 4th floor. You got bots headed to the ground level. Sasha. More bots than that on the way. Be ready. Kiwi. The trio each dive into cover as the glowing red eyes of the Biotechnica robots shines through the smoke. Ori ducks behind a large concrete plant pot before resting the barrel of his gun on the side to stabilize it. Asterisk daga gaga gaga. He opens fire before the smoke can even clear, instantly putting down 2 pairs of eyes before the rest finally step into view. Stiffly built with green metal skeletons and holding large rifles, their beady red eyes lock onto the group. But before they can fire, smoke abruptly plumes from their heads. They stumble slightly but quickly recover, but not completely. Targeting systems down doesn't mean they can't shoot though. Watch their heads. Kiwi. Bong. Rebecca stands out of cover at almost point-blank range to one of the bots, unleashing guts straight into its chest. The force of it sends the robot literally flipping over in 2 pieces, both sparking and short-circuiting. The robots nearby its fallen compatriot all stiffly turn towards her, but she gets off one more shot before ducking into cover, their bullets peppering the decorative concrete slabs that mar the entrance of the building. More robots begin streaming out of the building, all immediately firing at the trio with a hail of bullets. Kiwi was working overtime to shut down their vital systems, but it was losing battle with how many there were. Ori's constant fire from his LMG continued to whittle their numbers down, but there was only so much he could. Six unloads all the bullets from his revolvers with pinpoint accuracy and tosses an EMP grenade before ducking back down again. It explodes and sends a dozen robots to the ground twitching, crippled but not completely disabled. Can't you bozos scream a little at least? Rebecca complains aloud as she destroys two robots with one blast of her weapon. Another gets slightly too close to her, so she thrusts her right hand forwards, her metallic fingers shining in the light. Shtayak. They go completely through the neck of the bot, and its head goes flying when she pulls her arm back out. Hee awesome. How's the NCPD sitch looking?
Oi.
Firefights have started all around downtown. Not just the police, but some mercs and civilians have started fighting the tigers. That isn't gonna look good for their rep. Judy. Ori dips his head under a wild spray of a robot before retaliating and blowing it to pieces. Any cops headed for us yet?
Oi.
Not that I can see, but the tigers won't last long like this. Judy. How long you got left, Sasha? Ori. 8 minutes. It'll take a bit longer than I thought. Found more on their systems than I expected, Sasha. Well, we can't do this all day. You go over the limit too long, we'll jump into the Delamain cab without you. Rebecca exclaims over the comms, but pauses afterwards as large circular panels start opening up around the trio. Large turrets sprout from the ground and all start aiming at the group, red lasers landing on any visible part of their body. Shit. Turrets. Ori shouts, turning to fire at one, but grimacing when the bullets just ricochet off of its metal exterior. I got it. Kiwi states, grabbing hold of their systems and twisting. 3 instantly go down while the 4th turns and start opening fire on the Biotechnica robots. Be quick. I don't know when, but the Biotechnica netrunners will try something soon. Might undo all my work, or might just target me directly. Kiwi. Ori drops behind his cover and shoves in his large magazine for his LMG. Sasha. ETA? 4 more minutes. Just hold on. Sasha. 4 more minutes plus the time it takes your fat ass to get out of the building. Rebecca. Concentrate. 6. Ori notices movement behind him and
Bang!
Dagaga. He fires at the stranger as soon as they fire at him. A bullet hits him directly in the chest, probably piercing his aorta judging by how much blood was squirting out of him, but his nanites jump into gear and quickly begin healing him. The stranger, on the other hand, isn't so lucky. Ori's retaliation completely blows him apart, separating one arm and leg while turning his torso into Swiss cheese. Shit, he growls, both at the pain and the fact he'd killed a cop. NCPD are on our position. Ori shouts over the comms.
No.
No units should be anywhere near you yet. Judy. Well, I just turned one into red mist, so I'm pretty sure you're wrong. Sasha.
Oi.
1 more minute. Sasha. Chapter 83, Brained. 1 more minute. Sasha.
Fuck.
Ori growls under his breath, clutching his chest that had only just barely stopped squirting blood onto the now stained ground nearby.
Bang!
His vision blurs slightly as a gunshot goes off somewhere behind him. He ducks forwards, placing his LMG beneath him to keep himself upright. Damage sustained to front lobe, permission to repair. The nanites quickly report as he blinks stupidly at the warning. Warm liquid streams down his face, and he raises his hand to find the origin, only to grimace when he feels a large gouge above his temple. A bullet had struck him and fractured a bit of his skull, bruising his brain heavily. Do it, he grunts, forcing himself to his feet despite his almost delirious state and resuming his fire on the robots, particularly the one that had somehow hit him.
Oi?
You all right? I just saw you take a hit. Rebecca screams over the comms. He locks eyes with her from her position. The girl is obviously shocked at the amount of blood coating his face and his jacket.
Infine.
We'll deal with the damage later. He reassures, not wanting to throw her off of her game. This was still in a firefight after all. Shit, he really hoped there hadn't been too much damage done. Brain injuries were body injuries. That shit might even affect his foot, so he had no idea if the nanites could properly heal all the damage. He was honestly lucky he'd had his skeletal structure enhanced. Otherwise, he'd probably be on the ground with his brain spilling out of his head. Robots kept marching out of the building with no end in sight. Rebecca and Six were doing work, but Sasha was simply taking too long. Not to mention, Ori turns to face the stairs behind them and spots a small unit of NCPD officers running between places of cover to reach them. Judy apparently wasn't completely aware of the cops' placements. NCPD. Drops your guns, you're under AR-1 shouts, only for Ori to raise his LMG directly at him. Drop yours first, asshole. He shouts as he fires a shot, punching 2 holes into the man and forcing him to the ground, bleeding.
Bang! Bang!
Ori coughs as the guy's buddies return fire, one hitting his shoulder and the other hitting his stomach. He shrugs it off and turns his weapons at them. They duck behind cover, but the flimsy plastic infoboards and Dropbox machines weren't nearly enough. A volley of fire puts them down, but he knew there'd be more coming. Sasha! He shouts for the nth time. Sasha! Ori's shout draws her attention from her work. She glances up at the computer she was hacking and nods to herself as the transfer completes. The pulls her port and turns it all off before reporting to the group that she'd finished. It's done. I'm headed out now. Get the car ready. Sasha. About fucking time. That annoying Rebecca girl exclaims with far more venom in her tone than Sasha had expected. The NCPD knows about their downed officers. They're on the way. Judy. Sasha was sprinting through the Biotechnica halls now. It was completely empty now that the bots were at the ground level, making it incredibly easy for her to escape. She slides into an elevator and hacks it, forcing it to quickly accelerate downwards. Its brakes creak agonizingly as she makes it stop. When the doors open, she's immediately greeted by a dozen Biotechnica robots standing in the entrance hall of the building, all of which slowly turn to face her with a hostile red light shining. Not today, she exclaims, lighting all of the robots up with various demons. Since she was no longer solely focused on acquiring Biotechnica's confidential information, all of her RAM was available. BBBZTCH. Some of the robots immediately have their heads explode while others simply fall to the ground inoperable. Two even turn towards the others and begin firing on her behalf, granting her the opportunity to flee the place. She runs towards the robots, flicking her hands and causing large metal claws to shoot from her nails. She hamstrings one robot while decapitating another as she makes her way past them. She hacks the security screen, causing the detection tech to overload and spark dangerously. One pass that she finds herself outside the building where Ori and his friends were fighting a small army of robots. Six was breathing heavily with numerous pockmark-like indentations on his cybernetic body, indicating just how many times he'd been hit. Rebecca wasn't doing any better. Small silver gashes revealing her under armor along her visible pale skin, along with bullet holes in the dark pink jacket that she seemed to cherish. Even the colorful shotgun she held had its paint marred by numerous bullet marks. Ori looked the worst by far, blood covering almost the entirety of his face, the right side of his head sticky with the coagulated fluid. His jacket was stained blacker than it already is, along with his trousers and the floor beneath him. She could only conclude that he'd taken a fatal wound. I'm out. Let's go. She shouts both verbally and via the comms, her voice tense from how much damage Ori had accumulated. I'm out. Let's go. Ori spots Sasha rushing out from the building, slicing and dicing any robot she neared as she agilely moves through them. He fires off a last couple of shots before waving at Six and Rebecca. Delamain should be waiting on the highway beneath the park. Rebecca blasts one more robot apart before sprinting away towards him. Let's Delta already then. 3 NCPD units approaching. Judy. 2. I've disabled one. They'll have to get there on foot. Kiwi. The group quickly disengage from the robots, which is thankfully helped by both Sasha's hacked robots and the turrets Kiwi hacked earlier. The group run down the steps onto the 3rd floor of the park. Sasha sends a demon at the automated turrets that attempt to attack them and they run for the stairs, only to pause when they meet 4 NCPD officers standing at the bottom of them. Chapter 84. Police Chase. Get the fuck out of the way. Rebecca roars, firing one shot before jumping onto the stairs and sliding down the railing on her butt. The first shot had forced the officers into cover, but she was already on top of them when they attempted to return fire.
Bang!
One guy's body literally evaporates, and she slams the next in the face with guts as if it were a baseball bat. Another attempts to shoot her but screams when Sasha hacks his system, causing him to fire off his weapon randomly. Ori sprints down, ignoring the discomfort of his injuries and the lead still in him, and slamming his shoulder into a female officer. She goes down, and he drops his foot on her face as she scrambles to point her gun at him. She struggles to force him off, but that ends when he fires a burst from his weapon into her chest. Get off of her, you fucking psycho! Her enraged colleague roars, firing off a flurry of bullets which all miss and strike the wall next to Ori. Six decommissions the guy with 2 shots to his head, then destroys 3 police drones that attempt to intercept them. Quick! Ori grunts, ramming through the nearby maintenance door which led down to the highway. The other follows as he steps out, spotting the Delamain cab that had abruptly stopped in the middle of the road. He almost falls into the back seat as Rebecca and Sasha follow, Six jumping into the passenger seat. Hello and welcome to Delamain Services. If you would all put on your seatbelt dash, the AI in the car starts, only to stop as Rebecca shouts at it. Will you just drive already? As you wish. Asterisk skirkery. Asterisk. The tires squeal as Delamain races off. Police drones and cameras had obviously tracked where they'd gone, and the sirens behind the car made the group well aware that the fight wasn't over quite yet.
Oi!
You all right? Rebecca hurriedly questions as she leans over him, ignoring the bombastic police chase around her as she tears open his jacket and shirt. I told you I'm good. Just get us out of here, he says, feeling the wriggling sensation of bullets being pushed out of his skin, like maggots or tapeworms. She forcefully turns his face to check his head, noticing a large patch of missing hair that had been obscured by the coagulated blood. Why you got shot in the head? With no armor. How the fuck are you still awake? Or alive? Sasha mutters while feeling somewhat responsible for his injuries. I heal fast and I've got a thick skull. Let's concentrate on not dying first. We can argue later, he exclaims, and as if to emphasize his point, a bullet smashes against the reinforced back window, cracking and splintering it. I'm cutting off comms. Corpo runners are trying to track my systems. Kiwi disconnected. Judy, we're headed down Peel Street. How are we looking? 6. There are 2 cars headed down that way. The rest are following you behind. Judy. Delamain speeds down the road, ducking and weaving through confused traffic as he approaches the intersection, sirens blaring behind them. Do try to hold on. The AI asks as it hits the handbrake and enters a drift, coasting past the intersection and barely missing an NCPD car that attempts to slam into them from the opposite side of the road. Instead of headed south towards Little China and the main police HQ, Delamain drives south through downtown Central. Automatic turrets attempt to fire at them, but the car's simply moving too quickly and too close to civilians to get a clear shot. Any bullets that do make it through can't breach Delamain's armor. They're setting up spike strips at Market Street intersection. Judy. Appreciate the candor, Mississippi. Delamain thanks as the wheel abruptly spins, sending the group down a side street as the police cars behind them accidentally speed past on the main road. Delamain smashes straight through a lamppost as it approaches a completely blocked right, driving onto the pavement and barely missing the people on it. They turn onto another road but encounter a police car. The officers stop in the middle of the road and get out to shoot them, but quickly realize what Delamain intended. They throw themselves out of the way as Delamain slams into the car, its body warping against Delamain's seemingly impenetrable bumper. The whiplash of the impact almost sends Delamain's passengers through the windscreen. Thankfully, they manage to endure it without injury, aside from maybe a headache. This freaking AI is crazy. Rebecca mutters with her legs forced against the front seats to keep her stable in the back, clutching Ori who'd headbutt 6 headrest. Sasha just clutches her bloody nose and nods in agreement. Wouldn't we be safer on foot? Let the police chase the car? Not with all those drones tracking us. 6 states, gesturing at the small fleet of NCPD drones that were hovering above the car nearby. With the police cruiser handled, Delamain accelerates again, 70 mph west down Palms View Way, then south towards Pacifica. You need to shoot the drones down if you want to get away today. They've got a live feed on you. Judy tells the group. 6 growls, opening the window and leaning out of it to start shooting. Bullets from the drones ping off of the car and his armor, but he grunts through it and steadily whittles down their numbers. Sasha hacks the rest, disabling them and sending them skittering across the road behind them. They make it to Pacifica over the bridge and continue driving down Central, then skidding into a car park where another vehicle was already there waiting for them. I hope you enjoy Delamain services. If you could, please send us a good review. 5 stars is always appreciated, and we will be willing to gift you a discount on your next per dash. Ori gets out and vomits onto the floor, motion sickness, mixed with his concussion, forcing him to void his stomach. Rebecca pats his back. There, Ori, better out than in? Uff. What does that saying even mean? I'd rather eat than vomit? He says before spewing another load. I always thought it meant better to throw up vomit than to eat it. She shrugs. Now let's get you to a doc. You're paler than I am. Chapter 85. Empire Business. Really, Ori, how'd you get yourself in these situations? Bats mutters as he checks Ori's blood pressure for the second time, not believing the first test due to how sporadic it was. Ori just shrugs from the couch, watching TV with Rebecca next to him, while Bats did his work. The nanites had already healed all the external wounds, so all that was left was to check his internals. Sasha had stuck around for some reason and was standing in the corner, presumably going over the data she'd mined from Biotechnica. A job's a job. None of us died, so you should be celebrating. Bats just sighs. That doesn't make me feel any better about this. Beep. He receives the results and sits on the arm of the sofa in relief. Vitals all normal. You're lucky. Not many people can shrug off a bullet to the head and heart, even with cyberware. Yeah, we're all surprised about it. Rebecca remarks, resting her weight on Ori's arm. Something you're not telling us, Lamppost? I told you. I've got cyberware that helps my healing. He shakes his head and turns to Sasha in an attempt to change the subject. Things go down like you expected? She smiles slightly, looking rather vindicated for some reason, I'd say. She looks at the TV and forces it to change the channel to 54 News. BZZD. I am Jillian Jordan, and this is 54 News. Earlier tonight, the city was shocked by a series of terrorist attacks around the city center. Bombs were planted around various businesses and detonated. Upon the NCPD arriving at the scene, firefights broke out between them and an infamous gang, but further investigation will need to be held before the instigators can be properly identified. She says, notably not mentioning the Tiger Claws names. The Biotechnica building has also sustained damage from this chain of attacks. Not serious damage was done to the building itself, but their reputation has taken a large hit. Not long after the attack started, 54 news and other outlets received damning information about their misconduct, specifically around their painkillers known as Securison. While everything still needs to be verified, we have discovered that not only was Biotechnica responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands over the years by ignoring side effects of the drug such as prolonged usage causing neurodegeneration, they have also knowingly committed fraud, perjury, and a litany of other crimes, including the Regional Food Safety Act. 13 people from Biotechnica have already been arrested in relation to this, including Celine Nels, the head of the company's advertisement department. Among the arrests, a partner of Mayor Lucius Rhine has also been named. Jacob Stocks will be investigated for his hand in aiding and abetting this catastrophic breach of the public's trust. A class action lawsuit has also been opened, though the sheer volume will likely cause it to take months to process. The mayor himself has commented on the situation, speaking against his former partner and decrying his negligence. He says he will be seeking maximum compensation from Biotechnica for the public. He also condemns the terroristic methods that were used to reveal these disturbing truths. I quote, "Utilizing violence and harming innocent people is not justice, but vigilantism. 12 civilians have been reported dead or injured so far, and while corruption has been outed, it will never be worth the lives it cost." End of quote. Biotechnica's stocks have also dropped upon this information going public, from $700 to a mere 500. There is no sign of this stopping either. So far, the loss has equaled to €400 million. Shit, Rebecca utters, shocked, surprised, and somewhat prideful. After all, she and her friends had helped reveal a sickening truth about a corrupt corporation, costing them hundreds of millions while giving those affected a chance for compensation. You planned for this? Ori questions the smug, cat-like girl. She nods. I've been working towards this for years. All my learning, injuries, debt, stress, everything had been for this. She smiles at them brilliantly. Thank you for helping me. I wouldn't have been able to make it out alive without you all. Ori blushes slightly, glancing away embarrassedly. Don't mention it. It's not like we did it for free either. It's pretty crazy to think about though. I've used and sold Securison in the past. Bats mutters. Don't you start feeling guilty about it now. No one but those corpo dickheads even knew about it. Ori retorts. Rebecca glances at Sasha. What are you gonna do now? Gonna kick Biotechnica while they're down? The woman folds her arms. I'm not too sure. To be honest, I always thought I'd die before I got this far. I say sit back, relax, and watch the corpo dogs tear Biotechnica apart. That shit show's only just gotten started. You've lit the fuse to a firework display of nuclear proportions. Bats adds. Sasha rubs the back of her neck awkwardly. Here's the thing. I'm kinda broke right now. Spent all my EDS hiring you guys and buying info from data brokers. I'm even behind on my rent payments since, I thought I'd be dead by now. She admits. Well, that's depressing. Rebecca snickers at her plight. Don't you have a sugar daddy you could turn to? You're pretty hot. I'm sure it wouldn't be hard to find one. Sasha grimaces. I think I'd rather bathe in acid. If you need cash, why not join up with us? At least until you figure out what you want to do. Ori asks, getting a jab in the side courtesy of Rebecca. Hey, ain't that something you should discuss with the crew first? Not springing it on us out of nowhere, she complains. We've been needing a dedicated netrunner, and Sasha's the only one I've seen who's actually willing to get her hands dirty. You know anyone who can do what she can while slicing bots to pieces? He questions. That ain't the point. No, she's right. I've been a solo so long I doubt I'd make a good teammate. Sasha admits, only making Rebecca scowl harder. No. Don't you start that pity act. I won't buy it. Becca, Ori mutters, locking her in a staring contest. Fine. We try her out, but one screw up and she's out, she angrily exclaims, wrapping her arms around her knees and pouting like a petulant child. Chapter 86, Zombie. After joining their crew, temporarily or not, Sasha exits the apartment and leaves Ori alone with Rebecca and Bats, the latter of which was very aware that his presence was unwanted, especially with how Rebecca glared at him when she didn't think Ori was looking. I think I'll go see what's happening at Lizzie's, he awkwardly announces as he gets to his feet. You two remember to turn the lights off, energy bills and such? You sure? Ori asks. This place is technically yours. I don't want to run you out. You, shut up. Rebecca states before focusing on Bats. And you, enjoy the rest of your night?
Ya.
You too, he says, grabbing his coat and stepping out just as Rebecca slams the door behind him. You owe me for this, kid, he mutters under his breath as he walks away. With Bats safely away, Rebecca turns her eyes on Ori, who scoots back on the couch after feeling her intensity. Hey, I did almost die today. Think we could just cuddle? Fuck no. We're getting down and dirty now that all the busybodies are gone. It's 4 a.m. Aren't you tired? Not tired enough. Now stop acting like some virgin princess and pants off, she states as she approaches him, hands reaching for his jeans like a perverted strangler. Beep beep. Both Mercs look over at the noise and notice it's coming from Ori's holophone. He snatches it up and opens it before Rebecca can stop him, answering the call for someone he hadn't expected. Hey, am I interrupting something? Rogue asks, taking a puff of her cigarette. Yeah.
No.
They look at one another after their opposing answers. I would leave you two to whatever you're doing, but this is kind of important. You'll both want to hear it. Rogue states seriously. Rebecca reluctantly drops onto the couch next to Ori with a huff. Get on with it then? So, what's the biz? Ori questions, not sure why Rogue would be calling. Bad news. You're famous. Congratulations, zombie. Zombie? Ori parrots. And how's that bad news anyway? Rebecca adds. Rogue just smirks knowingly at them. Being famous in our line of work ain't a good thing, kid. And that stunt you pulled last night? You're in the big leagues now. Of course you'd know about that. He sighs. It's my job to know, she retorts, taking another puff of her cig. What's this about a zombie then? Since people don't know your real name or face, that's what they've started calling you. Okay, but why zombie? Should I feel insulted? He wonders aloud. Rogue snorts at him. You really gonna ask why? She pulls out a device and begins playing a video through the call, clips of him getting shot in the heart, head, and other places, yet still continuing despite the shitload of blood he'd lost in the process. Rebecca stares at it with wide eyes, having not seen just how severe his injuries had been until now. Rogue tosses the device away. Yeah, lots of people wanting to check out what tech you're running. Most cyberware is based around not taking damage in the first place. The stuff you have, though, got a lot of people interested. Ori folds his arms. It ain't for sale. Rogue shrugs. I wasn't off-errand to buy. Getting whatever they cyberware out of you would probably cost more than it's worth anyway, especially if it can heal fatal injuries in minutes. I was actually thinking to call you tomorrow to give you time to recover. Looks like it wasn't necessary. Rebecca leans forwards. Any cool name for me? Robot Annihilator? Gun Gal? Goddess? More like that girl in Zombie's crew. Rogue snickers. Most people only got eyes for the kid there. The rest of you are gonks as far as they're concerned. So what, you just calling to warn me? Nothing else? Not the thing I hired you for? He questions. Still no sign of your sis, kid. I've got some leads, but telling you them might fuck the whole operation, not to mention outing my guy on the inside. But yeah, I'm here to warn you and give some advice. You should lay low for a while. Biotechnica, Tiger Claws, NCPD, anyone who wants your cyberware, and everyone who wants to claim the bounty on your head will be hunting you. Ori lets out a sigh. You sure they don't know who I am? Rogue nods. Yeah, no one's got a clue, trust me on that. You should also burn the clothes you wore last night, repaint your girlfriend's weapon, and try to keep your cyberware secret. You don't want anyone outing you right now, especially while the Tigers are looking for a scapegoat to pin shit on. Not to mention all the stockbrokers who got burned from your stunt. Thanks for the heads up. Let me know if you find anything on Cat. Don't mention it. When all the heat clears, you might be getting some gigs from me. People trust names, and you're definitely making one for yourself. Rogue out. Beep beep. Ori tosses the holophone onto the table and leans back into the couch. I'm not really sure how to feel about this. Me neither. No way in hell I'm burning this jacket. Rebecca states, ignoring the bullet holes the thing had sustained. Yeah, I'll just wear mine inside now. Better than letting it get any more holes, he says, poking a finger through a bullet hole in its chest. Rebecca strips off her jacket, revealing her black bra and panties before beginning to crawl towards him. Don't think I've forgotten. I'm not letting you get away this time. Ori raises a tired hand to his hair, grimacing at how sticky it was. He'd had a brief shower, but it wasn't enough to remove all the blood. Fine, but only if you promise to repaint Guts, and any other gun you got. She just snorts at that, like people are gonna care about my guns when all of my skin is completely white. I'm sure plenty of people are modded their SkiMFFPH. He's cut off as Rebecca latches onto his mouth like a leech, her tongue brushing his lips and teeth. Now, are you gonna carry me to bed, or do you want to be carried? An SFW part on Patreon, link in description. Chapter 88, Chill. Ori slowly wakes up as he feels something wet and warm encompass his lower head. Memories of last night flicker in his head as he glances down, spotting the bulge in his bed sheets. Thought I tired you out. He lifts the sheet to reveal Rebecca, her green hair a clumpy mess and her mouth wrapped around him. She locks eyes with him and smiles mischievously. You're the one sleeping like the dead. That mean your blowjobs can cure death? He retorts. You want me to suck off corpses? You're a perv, lamppost, she drawls. He chuckles and lets the sheet drop before resting his head in his interlinked hands. Don't let me stop you. Carry on, ouch. Did you just bite me? He yelps, feeling a sharp pinch on his member. Hee hee, this is my chew toy now. I can do whatever I want with it. She snickers beneath the sheets. Ah, I get it. Because you're a bitch, ouch. All right, I'll be quiet. Good boy. Rebecca finishes up and slides next to him, clutching his arm as both of them take in the other's warmth. They lie like that for an hour, maybe two, occasionally making small talk but mainly just cuddling. Another hour passes when Ori finally musters up the effort to extract himself from her grasp. Don't we have stuff to do today? We stay like this any longer and I doubt we'll get anything done. She just pulls him back down while wrapping her arms around his neck, allowing him to see the many bluish marks on her own hickeys he'd left. The afterlife lady told us to do nothing. That's what we're doing. Hey, let's rent a movie or something, she offers. Aren't we meeting up with everyone later? You know, to celebrate not dying? That's tonight. It's still morning if you haven't noticed. Just stop thinking so hard and chill here with me. Becca, it hasn't been morning for an hour, he states, glancing at the clock in his peripheral, 2 p.m. I swear, if you make me get up to pull your ass back into bed, there'll be a lot more than biting that you'll have to worry about, she growls, pulling on him harder. I guess we could stay like this a little longer. Wanna order food? And a movie, she all but demands. And a movie? Beep beep. Oh hell no. I'm not letting some asshole ruin this right now, she states, reaching for his holophone, only for Ori to grab it first. You're not wrecking my phone 'cause you're pissed? Huh, it's Quentin. Quentin? The kid I saved from Sasha, the corpo who used to work in Biotechnica? Ah, well, get on with it and reject the call. I hear some muffin burgers calling for us. He scratches the back of his head. Actually, why don't you order the stuff while I take this? Not the call, texts. I'd rather not greet the guy naked. Sends the wrong message. She grumbles but reluctantly accepts, turning over on her side and accessing the net to get some deliveries. If Night City was good for one thing, it was being able to get a delivery drone sent basically anywhere. Yo, what's up? Ori. Ori. I saw it on the news. You guys really fucked that place up. Nova. Quentin. I'd be more worried if you didn't see it. You know they're calling me zombie now. Ori. Zombie? Not something ID pick, but I guess it works. You sure you are alright? I saw you take some damage on the feeds. Quentin. If I was gonna die, I'd have done it already. You should watch out for yourself. Speak of, what you gonna do now? No, now that Biotechnica is biotechnically fucked. Ori. LOL, that's one way of putting it. I was actually calling about that too. You're talking to the next big fixer of Night City? I'm in the fucking big leagues now, son. Quentin. Fixer? Not to be an ass, but you sure you want to do that? You just got out of a sinking ship with whatever you can carry, after getting blackmailed to help punch holes in it. Ori. Ori. One guy's problem is another man's opportunity. I didn't just get out with bare minimum shit. I contacted everyone I could and warned him to pull their shit out of Biotechnica before you hit it. Sasha kept an eye on my shiz obviously, but what I could say was good enough. I've got so many contacts in the Corpo Plaza that I could take a piss off of a building and hit one of them. Quentin, Sasha let you do that? Wouldn't that have risked the entire operation? Ori. Well, it was hard to convince her, and she only let me go ahead after taking full control of my devices. Still, those warnings were good enough for some people. Saved some friends tens of millions of eddies from stocks alone. Not to mention short selling. Bro, I'm fucking rich right now. No kidding. Quentin. I don't know shit about stocks, but good job, I guess. You gonna hit a guy up with some of that too? Since I was the one to make it happen. Ori. Haha. Of course. You saved my ass with Sasha. Helped me out with my dad. We're practically, chums was it? The street slang you guys use. But yeah, you are my fave Merc, and as you are new fixer, it's my job to hook you up with the best shit I can. Quentin. That's great. They'll have to reject anything RN though. Apparently the heat on me is too hot to risk doing anything. I was told this by Tay big bitch of NC herself. Ori. That's fine, bro. You just let me know when you are ready and he'll hook you up. I doubt any fixer has as many corporate contacts as I do, nor as many who are indebted to me. You thank Sasha for me too. She was the best kidnapper I could have hoped for. Quentin. Thank her yourself, Mr. Big Fixer. Ori. I mean, it's kinda, you know? Quentin. Let me guess. You caught feelings for her, Ori. Good talk, Ori. Catch you later. Quentin. Ori just chuckles as he lays back into his pillow. Her wraps his arms around Rebecca and pulls her close, leaving small pecks across the back of her neck. You got the orders yet? She smiles, turning to kiss him. Yeah, for muffin burgers, 2 banana shakes, a box of donuts, and some popcorn for the movie. I got a Slitterminator 4, by the way. That classic? Groovy. He laughs. Chapter 89. Mama Bear. Bats comes back to the apartment not long after Ori and Rebecca had finished the first movie. The guy looked tired and haggard, as if he'd not slept the whole night. The new couple steps out of the shower with water still clinging to them. Not to mention both had forgotten to bring a change of clothes, leaving them walking through the place with only towels covering their bodies, much to Bat's chagrin. Sleep well, Bats? Don't, me, put some damn clothes on, he exclaims, looking away as he points a finger between the duo. Rebecca shrugs and heads back to the room, leaving Ori there with Bats. You not sleep or something? Bats lets out a long sigh. I made a mistake with the hotel. Turned out to be a one-night stay kind of place, with walls thin enough that I could smell a guy's balls in the next room. Not to mention hearing him and his buddy rail some girl all night. Your night better have been worth my suffering, or I might just throw myself out the window. Ori shrugs and grins. No complaints on my end. And hers? He inquires. Sore in various places. Even made me give her a massage in the shower. Bat shifts in place uncomfortably. So, did you? He shakes his head. Were you safe? Safe. I mean, birth control, condoms, all of that? He quietly asks, glancing at the door of Ori's room. He rapidly blinks, realization hitting him. Gimme a minute, he states, stepping back into his room. Hey, Becca, just a skin. You were on birth control, right? Since, you know? The girl turns to him as she ties up her hair into twin tails. HM? Oh, you want to start picking names then? Names? He parrots, entirely confused. For the kid, I was thinking Riori. Or Orabika. You what? He exclaims, his voice cracking from shock.
YU.
She burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you should have seen your face. I mean really, me, a parent? Guts could probably do a better job. Guts your shotgun? He asks and she nods as if it were obvious. So, you did take care of it then? Yeah, started taking the pills yesterday morning. I did say you weren't getting away, by then I'd already committed to it, she shrugs. But you didn't have them back at your apartment? Risks are meant to be taken. I'm sure you would have handled it, Daddy, she says, whispering the last part into his eyes and causing a shiver to run down his spine as she steps past, out of the room. The celebration for the Biotechnica job was held underneath Lizzie's bar, mostly to prevent anyone unwanted from finding out their identities. Not to mention the possibility of the Mox being implicated with it. The eddies for the job were distributed, and everyone shared a drink for a job well done, along with Sasha joining the crew. There they teased Ori and Rebecca about their new relationship, but the latter of the two just turned it back on them. Judy was a particularly easy target with how well Rebecca knew her, after all. After a long night of drinking, everyone slowly departed. Rebecca headed back to her own apartment, leaving Ori to stumble home with a bottle of bourbon still in one hand. Once he steps into his apartment, however, he abruptly falls flat on his face as something hits in the back of his head. He groans and looks up, spotting a tied-up and bound Bats on the floor in front of the couch. Two people were sitting around. Both he recognized. Kiwi, Pilar. What the fuck is this? He scowls at what seemed like yet another betrayal. Oh, I don't know you little cumrack. Maybe you should on it harder? Pilar spits as two large hands wrap around Ori and slip a thick metal cable around him. He struggles to get free, but he wasn't strong enough to break the stranger's grip on him, or break metal for that matter. This is not funny. Good, or there wouldn't be any point to this. A deep voice says from behind him, prompting or to turn. He spots the man who must have been 7 feet tall and made completely of muscle. He was black with bombastic blonde hair and goatee, and sunglasses covering his eyes. The fuck are you? Ori can't help but ask as his nanites hurriedly clear the alcohol from his system. Name's Maine. I run this crew, he states, tossing Ori onto the couch next to Pilar, who throws an arm over his shoulder. I hear you're pretty big shit yourself, or you think so at least. Kiwi told me all about that stunt you pulled on Biotechnica. Ori scoffs, sending a glare at Kiwi, who just shrugs and lights a cig. So what? You're here to claim the bounty then? Pilar nods erratically. Fuck yeah. Gonna sell you to the highest bidder and have the eddies roll in. No, we're not. Kiwi idly states, using an empty glass as an ashtray as Maine sits next to her, the couch creaking under his weight. Maine leans forwards, resting an elbow on his knee. We're actually here to talk about Rebecca Dash. Stay away from my sis, you twiggy shithead nobody. Pilar exclaims, interrupting Maine. It's the stay away from my daughter talk, just bear with it. Kiwi remarks, crossing her legs. Kiwi, do you gotta ruin it so quick? How are we supposed to scare the kid if you tell him everything? Maine says. Ori just stares at the trio with a deadpan. That's it? I get Pilar being here then, but you too? Maine shrugs. Far as I'm concerned, she's still part of the crew, but since Kiwi's vouching for ya, you're probably alright? Alright? I found this guy screwing my sis in my apartment. No way in hell that's alright. Pilar shouts, only to get ignored by everyone. Ori turns his gaze at the netrunner, prompting her to let out a sigh. Just making sure these two don't accidentally kill you. Rebecca would not be happy with me if you kicked the bucket. So, if you're done, Could you untie us and leave then? We could. Or we could toss you in the river and save Rebecca some trouble. I already know this routine is fake. Maine drops a large hand onto his shoulder while tilting his glasses down, allowing him and Ori to lock eyes. I'm not fucking around though. You hurt her and we'll come running. If you ain't serious, drop it, or we drop you. Got it? Ori just shrugs. You think Rebecca would let me go if I played around with her? Maine snorts and stands, I guess. Remember my warning. Chapter 90. Swole. Bats and Ori get untied and most of their home invaders begin leaving. Maine exits quietly while Pilar continues spewing curses at Ori, threatening to do a whole manner of things, including biting his nose off for some reason. Once they're gone, all that's left is Kiwi, who decides to finish her cig before actually leaving. While Bats obviously wasn't happy, it did give Ori some time to talk with her. You gonna tell anyone else about what we did at Biotechnica? Or just your crew? I'd rather to have most of Night City know who I am. Not yet, at least. Do you know why I accepted the job? She answered his question with one of her own. The Eddies, why else? She shakes her head. While that is a part of it, Maine was the one who asked me to take it when I spoke to him about it. Unlike your average merc who's looking for money, power, excitement, Maine's in it for his people. To know if he sees Rebecca as a daughter or something, but she's still family to him. She kills her cig and stands. Without the crew, I'm alone in this city. I can't be as selfless as Maine, but I've got a line too. She starts walking towards the door, but glances over her shoulder before she leaves. Take care of Rebecca for us. It's a full-time job though. Don't lose your head. Bats locks the door behind her, turning tired eyes to Ori. Your friends are fucking nuts. Your girlfriend better be worth all the shit she's gonna put us through if those three were any indication. Ori stares into the bathroom mirror with an odd expression on his face. It had been 2 weeks since the Biotechnica job, and they were finally starting to get back out there again. The heat had died down enough that taking small jobs wouldn't be a problem. While he hadn't made much progress on finding Cat or making eddies, he'd used all his free time working with the nanites. The upgrades were significant. His height hadn't changed in the reflection of the mirror, but everything else was a different story. His previously average-looking body had been thrown into a wood chipper and remolded into what could only be described as perfection. Six-pack abs with pecs to match, arms big enough to look like some customized cyberware. He was absolutely shredded. Even his face had undergone an indirect change, his increased muscle mass giving him a firmer jaw, larger neck, and a more distributed layer of subcutaneous fat, making his features sharper. He basically looks like a Baki character now. Yay for plastic/nanite surgery. He must have spent 10,000 or more eddies on nutrition packs alone to keep up with nanite's demand, but it was all worth it in the end. His muscles were like corded steel wrapped taut around his bones. He raises his arm and tenses his bicep, his eyes glued onto the bulging mass that swells. It was a weird feeling, suddenly being this buff without having to do most of the work. It was good, while also a bit awkward. Was this how people felt after they got full body modifications? Of course, it wasn't just his muscles that had gone through a change. The nanites had also upgraded his ligaments, though this was more to prevent his new muscles from tearing them from his bones accidentally. There were still improvements that could be made, but any of that would need to be done after extensive monitoring and testing of his body and its limits. Organic material, or at least the material the nanites currently had access to, could only get so strong before you start getting drastically lower returns. For instance, if Ori wanted to be able to lift 100 kg more, then the nanites would need to expand the muscle groups used in it by 40%. That didn't sound bad until you realized the prior improvements would only increase the muscle mass by 5 to 10. So, the only real things he had left were upgrades to his organs, his brain, and biological enhancements, such as the alterations the nanites had made to his skull after examining the woodpecker. While he was incredibly wary of having the nanites mess with his brain, it was a little too late for him to worry about it now. If they were going to take him over, they would have done it by now. Not to mention the fact that any significant upgrades to his base body now would need to be done via his brain. Improvements to his reaction time would only be possible via his nervous system and the parts of the brain responsible for it. He remembered well how stupidly fast the tiger claw that had the Sandevistan was, so he was well aware that even with his physical upgrades, he wasn't close to a fully tetched-out chromejock yet. Speaking of cyberware, the nanites refused to allow anything huge, like a cybernetic arm cannon or something, but he had managed to convince them that subdermal armor was integral for their survival. The only problem now was actually finding some that suited him. Unsurprisingly, subdermal armor needed to be customized to your body identically since it was literally as close to skin tight as you can imagine. Add the fact he wanted to best quality possible, and he was having trouble finding one good enough. He had bats on the case, but he doubted he'd find anything anytime soon. He'd also searched around for a Sandevistan, but most were either death traps that would fry your brain in a couple of uses, or so expensive that they'd make a corpo blush. There was a reason why those who had one were considered around the same threat level as a tank. Made him wonder if Arasaka had so many they could just toss down to their Tiger Claw lackeys. The Nanites also had a problem with the Sandevistan, in that they'd probably need some custom software to integrate into it, though that was only speculation from both the Nanites and Bats after looking over everything. Chapter 91. Mystery Box. Ori nods at himself in the mirror and grabs a towel, drying his messy hair while turning to get his clothes, only to pause as Bats open the door, the Ripperdoc's eyes widening as he looks him over. Kid, you hulkied out? Can I get dressed? Or did I turn you gay? Ori asks as Bats continues examining him. Dash, right? Clack. He sighs and throws on his clothes. Rebecca had been the only one to know how much he'd improved. She was the only person lately to see him naked. Of course, he just played it off as some cyberware. As much as he wanted to, keeping the secret of the Nanites limited to as few people as possible was the best thing to do. He cracks his back one last time and steps out. He had a gig arranged today, a simple delivery. Normally, you'd only need an average solo for it, but the delivery site was deep in Maelstrom territory, and the cargo itself was something expensive. The Ripperdoc who'd commissioned them would obviously install security locks to prevent Ori and his crew from trying to club it. Not that they would. Their rep was the line, and the client's shit going missing would ruin their cred. He grabs his equipment and gets into his piece of shit car. Yeah, probably need to think about getting a new one. Or stealing another. That works too. Group chat created. Ori, Rebecca, 6, Sasha. Yo, meet at Dr. Chrome's shop for the gig. Bring your shit. We going Maelstrom turf. You guys remember what happened last time. Ori, K6. Got it. Rebecca. Wait, what happened last time? Sasha. Nunya happened. Rebecca.
Nunya?
Sasha. Nunya fucking business. Huh. Got him. Rebecca. 6. I think I hate you. Sasha. Ori turns off his comm and starts his car, wondering if Rebecca and Sasha would ever drop whatever shit they had going. They'd be almost fine when they first started taking jobs, but not long after that, they'd started bickering. Well, mostly Rebecca, but you get the point. Still, at least he had 6 keeping the peace. Without him, he might have been forced to put his foot down, putting him in the dog's house where Rebecca was concerned. Ori parks his car and makes his way to Dr. Chrome's shop, waiting outside for the others to arrive. 6 is the first, walking over and taking the fist bump Ori sends him. Sup 6, how are things? You look like something was on your mind after we finished that last job. 6 shrugs, still have doubts about our new teammate. How do you mean? Sasha's been great so far. At least I thought so? Don't know, something just doesn't feel right about it. He shakes his head. It's probably nothing. Sasha arrives next, hopping off of her motorbike and locking her helmet to the handlebars. I figured I'd beat you guys here. Especially you, Ori. No offense, but your ride sucks? Yeah, I know. He glances at 6. How'd you get here so fast anyway? Walked. I was in the area. Yo, 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 bitches. Rebecca exclaims as she struts over, a repainted neon green guts and some other rifle hanging from her shoulders. Wait long? She asks, hopping up and planting a kiss on Ori's cheek before throwing a glance at Sasha, waving her hand at her. You probably shouldn't have bothered though. Sasha just lets out a sigh, which is mirrored by 6. What's that supposed to mean? Mean we won't need a techie to do this one? It's just a delivery, right? She questions, looking to Ori. Ori just rubs the bridge of his nose. She's not only a net runner, you know. I invited her because she's flexible. Yeah, I bet she could do that cat thing, you know, licking her own dash. You know what I mean. Now, stop stirring shit and let's get on with this. We'll probably need her help anyway with where we're going, he states, stepping into Dr. Chrome's shop. Hey, Ori, right? Know you through Bats, here to pick up the order. The tall, uniquely normal-looking Ripperdoc says as they walk in. Yeah, got any info on it before we take it out? Better knowing what we're handling. Ori asks. Dr. Chrome thins his lips. Nah, not for you at least. Just take it where it needs to go and we'll be smooth. He walks over to the back and wheels over a sack truck trolley with a large, metal container sitting on it. Huh, that's bigger than I thought it'd be. Ori mutters. The Ripperdoc just shrugs. The thing itself is small, just all the cushioning and shit it needs makes it this size. That gonna be a problem? Ori shakes his head and picks it up like the 200 kg box weighed nothing. We got it. Contact you when we've dropped it off, he states, shuffling out of the store. You bring a car, Becca? I don't trust mine to hold up with all of us and this thing in the back. Nah, got a cab. He sighs. Well, it's not gonna fit on Sasha's bike either. Guess we're trusting my scrap pile not to die on us. I don't want us to be the first Merc crew to fail a gig because their car died. That would be embarrassing. Sasha admits. No kidding. My bro would never let me hear the end of it. Rebecca exclaims at the thought of Pilar having something over her. She's heard about his threats to Ori and beat the snot out of him, so giving him any kind of validation was the last thing she wanted to do. Ori drops the crate in the back of his car as its suspension cries out from the sudden weight. Get in. Let's just hope we don't need to make another getaway, or we'll be truly fucked. Shotgun. Rebecca calls, hopping in the passenger seat.
So,
Anyone want to take a peek? Rebecca casually asks the group, obviously referring to the crate they were delivering. No. It'll have verification chips and whatever else they decided to add on. We open it, and they'll call us on it. Sasha argues. Chapter 92. Run in with crazy. Yeah, so, let's just leave the box alone. Becca, Ori says, taking the next turn off of the highway.
fine.
But if this gig blows up, I get the first peek at it. Now you're just asking for trouble. Sasha mutters, resting her cheek on her fist. Maybe you should have covered your skin, Rebecca. Six states from the backseat, and he puts on a ridiculous-looking sombrero, along with a colorful poncho, Raiden's stealth clothes and revengeance. Why? Because we have bounties on our heads, and both of us are very identifiable. Rebecca shakes her head. No. I mean, why the fuck do you think anyone's gonna leave us alone with you wearing that? She gesticulates at his outfit. A disguise. I am just an average, everyday Mexican culture enthusiast. Bull. Shit. We're gonna get shot because some gonk's gonna think you're being racist or something. I think it might work. Sasha adds, drawing a glare from Rebecca. Ori stops on a curb and next to a large apartment complex which was placed next to an industrial estate. He pulls the handbrake up and looks over his shoulder at them. I'm on point. You guys keep an eye out for trouble. Sasha watches the car. He gets out, grabs the crate from the back of the car, and marches towards the apartment as Rebecca and Six keep a good distance behind him. You wanted return business for small jobs like this. It was best to not scare off your customer base. Hopefully they could take a couple more gigs if they finish this one quickly enough. The Maelstrom were certainly a threat to them. They'd driven past 3 groups of them till now, and it wouldn't surprise him if they patrolled the area. The gang wasn't as orderly as saw the Mox or 6th Street. He knew well that them kidnapping innocent people off of the street at random was happening, not to mention the fact that Six and Rebecca would be big targets, not only because of their bounties, but because they looked like they'd have valuable cyberware they could extract. Ori walks up to the 3rd store via the fire escape staircase and soon reaches his destination. Room 092. The door sat opposite some railings that overlook the car park, allowing Ori to see Sasha from up there. He lays the metal crate on the floor and gives the door a couple knocks. Yo, here with your delivery. Hello, he calls after some silence, not hearing anything. Guy not there? Rebecca asks via the comms, watching him from down the hallway. Doesn't look like it. And no, you can't open the box. Ori. Sasha checks the apartment cams. 6. Got it, Sasha. Ori rests his weight against the railing, resting a hand on his hip where his pistol lay. His LMG was in the car, but he felt safe enough with Rebecca standing by with guts. Shit. Our guy's short Cerseiing in his kitchen floor. Sasha. Just let him flatline then. Report that to the doc and take the box. Rebecca. Help him. We're not losing anything. Sasha. Ori chews his lip. He wanted to help. He really did. But breaking into this guy's apartment could put them all at risk. Since no trauma unit has turned up, it meant he was uninsured, so they'd have to pay out of pocket to get him treatment if he needed it. 6 thought? Ori asks the Merc, wanting a tiebreaker. Up to you. 6 answers neutrally, uncaring. Ori rubs his face and lets out a sigh. Fuck sake. With that, he steps forward and kicks the door straight open, leaving a large foot-shaped indentation in its metal. Hey, you all right? He shouts again, taking a single step into the apartment. Wait, he's stopped shaking. He's on the move. Sasha. Ori blinks as he hears rapid sounds coming from the end of the apartment hallway, a blur springing from it. It was a small, skinny guy with deep black bags under his eyes. He wasn't wearing a shirt, showing his heavily modded body covered in surgical scars and cybernetics. His eyes were completely black, modded to look like pools of the abyss. Even his bald head looked heavily modified, with bits of metal jutting out from it. The only other thing Ori was able to see about the guy was that his hands were covered in a white fluid, which seemed to be dripping down his nose liberally. Synthetic blood? He thinks just as the guy reaches him. Ori's eyes widen as he realizes the guy wasn't in his right mind, especially when the guy's fist smashes into his face. Thud. Ori sent flying, straight out of the apartment and over the railing as he plummets 3 stories below. He groans in pain as he lands atop a car, caving in its roof as its alarm begins blaring. Holy crap. Ori, are you alright? Rebecca shouts from the balcony, just as the guy who'd hit him hops on the railing like some kind of spider monkey. Fuck no. That fucker's crazy. Shoot him. Ori shouts as he peels himself off the roof. You're right. It's a cyber psycho. Sasha reports to the group. I knew we shouldn't have helped. I blame you for this, kitty. The cyber psycho had dropped off the railing after spotting the metal crate they delivered, and was in the process of trying to open it. He was failing, of course, the security measures requiring someone of sound mind to actually access it, The fumbling psycho would have better luck headbutting it till it cracked. Hey, asshole. If you don't want to get shot in the face, get those hands up. Rebecca shouts, walking towards the psycho with guts raised. The guy just blinks at her a couple times, but before he could verbally reply, she fires a shot at him, hitting him in the chest and throwing him off of the building, in the same manner he'd done to Ori. Feels good, don't it? Ori watches the guy as he hits the ground, bouncing slightly but not showing any indication of pain. He gets to his feet and glances down at his chest, which had been riddled with birdshot, none of which seemed to break through his subdermal armor. The external layer of skin was bleeding synthetic blood profusely, however, meaning he'd taken at least some damage. Chapter 93, Cyber Psycho. Aya! The Cyber Psycho abruptly screams, loud enough that the nanites had to suppress his hearing in order to not disorient him. Then, the guy takes off, sprinting down the street like an Olympic athlete who had rockets attached to them. Get on him, Ori shouts, drawing his pistol and chasing after him. While the guy was not technically their problem, allowing him to run around killing civilians and whoever else he ran into didn't sit right with him. Rebecca, 6, get in the car, Sasha exclaims, taking the driver's seat and starting the vehicle. Maybe we shouldn't chase the guy who shrugged off a point-blank shotgun blast? Rebecca, just get in. Or are you scared? Sasha. Ori tunes them out and the psycho leaps upwards, his ankle springing as he flies 15 meters off of the floor, landing on a nearby rooftop. He followed, ducking into an alleyway and using the 2 parallel walls to scale up. He reaches the roof and spots the guy jumping to the next, obviously using some kind of mobility cyberware. He fires a couple shots at him, clipping him in the side as he's mid-air, causing him to tumble to the road below. Just as Sasha drives past, he hits the car's bonnet and ragdolls over the roof as she skids to a stop, the front windscreen thoroughly cracked. Are you serious, Sasha? Ori, no one told you to shoot him. Sasha. Rebecca kicks open the passenger door and steps out, firing 2 shots at the downed psycho. One hits, causing him to roll again, but his body twists and contorts suddenly, dodging the next blast as he jumps up high, intending to land on her. Bang! Her 3rd shot sends him flying again, however. 6 jumps out and sprints at him, delivering an uppercut so strong nearby people might assume they were juggling him. Hold on, I'll try hack him. Maybe then we can call someone to fix whatever's wrong. Sasha. Hell no. I'm gonna kill this asshole. Rebecca states, reloading some shells before cocking her shotgun as she strides forwards. Ori hops down from the roof and lands beside the psycho who is on all 4s on the ground. Chill out and we won't flatline you. Don't bother. Once you go full cyber psycho like this, there's no coming back. Rebecca states. Maybe. Maybe not. 6 remarks. What is your name? In name? The psycho mutters, his body twitching incessantly. Yeah, tell us your name. Ori adds, attempting to keep his tone compassionate, but it came out harsher than he'd liked. In name? I don't know. I don't know my name. My name! The guy looks up with mad eyes, his head twitching to the side as if he had a tic. The skin of his forearms begins retracting, revealing long, shiny blades that extend from his hands to his elbows. Fuck this, he's getting ready to go again. Rebecca spits, preparing to shoot him, only for the guy to sit back on his knees, then launch himself upwards, doing multiple front flips before landing in front of the car. My name. Tell me my name, he roars, saliva flying from his mouth. Bang bang. The guy dodges Rebecca's shots as if he had eyes on the back of his head, leaning to the left before falling to the right as if gravity suddenly became heavier. 6 fires his revolver, but the guy just spins on one kneecap before smashing his other foot into the Merc's leg, causing him to stumble from the force. This guy's gone, ain't him? Ori exclaims, unloading his own weapon, only to pause as the bullets flatten against his skin and fall off. The psycho readies his arm blades to run 6 through but shouts in pain as sparks buzz the back of his neck. Take him down. His icy walls'll shrug that off. Sasha, 6, Rebecca, and Ori all begin firing at the prone man as his cybernetics go haywire. Bits of skin and flesh fly off, revealing his almost completely robotic structure beneath. They keep shooting, however. The guy continues to scream despite the fact any regular human would have died by now. Bang! Rebecca blows half of the guy's face clean off. Why isn't this fucker dying? Watch out. He's got a berserk chip. Sasha shouts over the comms. It was too late, however. Clank. Thud. Crash. 6 goes flying with a large gash across his reinforced chest. Rebecca gets slammed against the ground from a heel kick, and Ori finds himself grappling with the crazed Cromer. He grips the guy's arms and strains against him, trying to not get slashed by those big-ass arm blades. Why you want to know your name, don't you? I know it. Just listen for a minute, he grunts, actually causing the guy to lessen his assault, if slightly. Tell me. It's Wells. Wells truly. Ori states. Are really? Ori nods. Yeah, Wells and truly fucked. Hit him. Bang. The psycho stumbles as Rebecca shoots him point blank in the spine, allowing Ori to throw him to the ground, cracking the concrete from the force. He follows it up and smashes his foot against his head, sending him to the sleep realm. Huh. Fuck, that was rough, Rebecca mutters, giving the guy a prod with her foot to make sure he was properly out. Are all psychos like this? Ori mutters, that fight was harder than that super speed tiger claw bitch, even with an upgraded body and his whole crew fighting them. Dunno, this is the first I've ever dealt with one. Susie usually told us to let MaxTac deal with him. She shakes her head, focusing on the guy. A pool of white, synthetic blood had gathered underneath him. He was definitely going to die with the number of wounds he'd taken. What should we do with him? Maybe we can strip him of cyberware? No point letting them go to waste? Ori remarks. No, they would have taken too much damage. Sasha steps beside them, not to mention the risks of using a cyberpsycho cyberware. I've read that some parts are corrupted afterwards. Beep beep. Ori squints as he receives a message. Hang on, don't kill that man. Oh? Chapter 94, Clep from Dead. Don't kill that man. Oh? Who are you and why the fuck are you telling me what to do? Ori texts back, the others noticing his change in demeanor. Something up? Rebecca asks. Yeah, someone's asking me not to dome this guy. I'm Regina Jones, a fixer here in Watson. I'll say again, don't kill him. Regina. Why not? He's already dying. Plus there's no cure for cyberpsychosis from what I've heard. I'd be putting him out of his misery. Ori, there's not a cure. Yet. I'm working with various people, who shall not be named, who are researching cyberpsychosis. That man, Joel Juarez, is someone we've been keeping in contact with. Regina. And? You expect me to waste my time with this? I'm not that friendly. How'd you even find my contacts? Ori, a mutual friend of ours. And I'm not asking you to do this for free either. 9k EDS to bring him to me alive. Regina. Make it 10. Ori. Deal. Drop him off at Instant Implants. Trust me, you're giving Joel there a second chance, one he deserves. Regina. Ori, hate to interrupt, but we've got Maelstrom incoming. Sasha states, her eyes glowing as she takes control of nearby cameras. Ori just sighs, Sasha, Rebecca. Take the guy in the back and keep him alive. Someone's paying us to deliver his ass to a Ripperdoc in Kabuki. He states, climbing into the driver's seat as the others shuffle in. Rebecca and Sasha had to put the psycho over their knees, staining their trousers in synthetic blood as they attempted to patch the numerous wounds covering him. Six borrows his LMG in the passenger side as Ori starts the car, just as two Maelstrom vehicles tear around the corner. He kicks it in reverse and starts driving backwards down the street, doing a sweeping turn and barely preventing the can from rolling over as he drifts around the corner. Unfortunately, his car wasn't anywhere near as fast as the Maelstrom gangers, and they quickly gained on him. Bullets punched through the back window, forcing Rebecca and Sasha to duck while Six responds with some of his own. I know you. You're not getting away this time, albino child. Not you either, Black BOT. One of the Maelstrom thugs shout as they drive beside them. Bang. Rebecca blows the guy's head clean off with guts. I'll kill whoever made those names. She shouts as the car skids and slams into a nearby lamppost after the death of its driver. Fuckers. Another danger shouts as the second car pulls up. Six fires at the driver, but they duck out of the way, allowing the guys in the pack to start firing. They try and shoot Rebecca and Sasha, only for the bullets to hit the unconscious cyberpsycho instead, some deflecting off of what was left of his subdermal armor and going through Ori's roof. Sasha just leans out of the window as the Maelstrom car gets close and cuts their guns in half with her cybernetic claws. Six then lights up the confused gangers, killing most of them as they drive out of view. I've got a jammer up. Get us out of sight before more get here, she reports, using one of her claws to dig out a bullet from the psycho's arm. Got it. Ori turns and drives through an abandoned construction site, past a roundabout then onto the main road headed to Little China. Thankfully, that was all. No one else from Maelstrom managed to track them, allowing Ori to turn into Kabuki Market and towards Regina's Ripperdoc. All right, we're here. Dump the guy off. I still want to go back for that crate, he states, prompting the group to crook a brow at him. What? He's not going to be using whatever it is, and I'd rather one of us have it than some gangster. Rebecca grins. I'll tag along. Six and the cat can deliver the guy. Isn't that dangerous? Maelstrom will still be looking for you. And your car. Sasha says, gesturing at it. Indeed, Ori hadn't realized just how much damage it had taken. One of the tires had been shredded, and the rubber was barely hanging onto the rim. Most other vehicles had alloy mesh instead of regular old rubber, but his piece of crap didn't have any of that. One of the doors was basically just a scaffolding too, with so many holes in it that it was like it wasn't there in the first place. He lets out a breath and walks over to the front, raising the hood. Yep, oil was leaking out and the engine was scuffed to fuck. He was honestly surprised it had run until now. He tries to start the car and it failed, obviously. Whatever, We'll get a cab there. 6. Sasha, get the psycho to the dock. I'll send you your split later. All right, just be careful. Ciao, Ori. Sasha says, leaving with 6. What are you gonna do with it? Rebecca asks, nodding at the wrecked car. I kinda liked it. She admits. Just leave it here, I guess. Not worth paying to have someone drag it to a scrapyard. He calls up a cab and has them take him and Rebecca back to the psycho's apartment. Thankfully, they got there just in time to see a homeless guy trying in vain to drag the heavy crate away. He got it to the staircase but lacked the strength to carry it down. After kicking him away, they drop it in the back of the cab and have him drive down to Lizzie's bar. Ori wasn't trusting taking the thing home since it might have trackers, and the Mox bar was one of the safest places he knew. He confirms the delivery for Dr. Chrome, who didn't ask any questions since he'd already been paid for the product, then contacts Regina. Job's done. Your psycho's with the doc. Ori, alive, I hope? Regina, should be, unless your doc trips and stabs the guy. Ori. Chapter 95, Contacts made. Good work. I'll have the EDS sent once it's confirmed. I do have something else to talk about though, might be of interest to you? Regina, depends on what it is. Ori, I've only recently started work in this kind of biz, but you're the only Merc I've found that did what I asked. Finding someone who's not just a lead-brain lunatic in this city is hard enough. Add the fact they'll be tasked to capture cyber psychos alive, and most will just refuse the gig. Regina, I've tried 12 solos and 3 good rep Merc crews. Want to know how many cyber psychos they managed to catch in one piece? 0. Regina, sounds about right. Most people realize that cyber psychos aren't like your regular madman. I'd hazard to bet that every single one of them is violent, a big difference from normal psychosis from what I've heard. Trying to bring down a super chromed up animal with who knows what hardware is hard enough, let alone bringing him back alive. Ori, you managed it. Before MaxTac got there and blew the sorry guy to pieces, and without doing it yourself. See where I'm going with this? How'd you feel if I hired your crew for some similar tasks? Obviously, they won't come up all the time, but having you on call when they do would help a lot. Regina, yeah, he didn't know about that. The psycho they fought today was nowhere near as strong as the guys he'd seen on the news, yet he'd kicked his crew around like they were footballs. Then again, they'd be able to ambush the target given prior warning. Not sure my crew would be able to handle most psychos, not while holding back. Ori, that's fine. Before any job I'd send you the debts on the target, what known cyberware they got. I'll even pay if you end up flatlining them. Less than you would have got but enough. Regina. Alright, you've got me interested. Only thing left to discuss is pay. It was 10K today, but I want more depending on how dangerous the psycho is. Plus extra the closer they are to high prio areas. MaxTac won't care who's who if they arrive before we get your guy. Ori, sounds good to me. I'll talk to my team, see what rates we can give. Cheers, Ori. Thought I was gonna have to beg Rogue for contacts. Regina, beep beep. Looks like we've got another fixer on call, he states, glancing at Rebecca who'd been, patiently, while sitting atop the metal crate. That's so? How many we got now then? Q, Rogue, that Mr. Hands guy, Padre Quentin, this Regina bitch? She idly lists off as she stands, examining the box to see how to open it. You're forgetting the others. She shrugs. They don't count as fixers, more like dime a dozen helpers or talent finders. You're not gonna say that chum of yours Alan something was a proper fixer? Ori just shakes his head, not replying as he leans down to the crate. It had a hand scanner and number combination lock, one that required a 6-digit combination. Yeah, I have no idea to crack this. Move, I'ma do it the old-fashioned way, she states, shoving him off to the side and kicking it over while pointing guts at locking systems. Yo, that ain't gonna dash. Bang. Scratch. The mangled systems instantly start sparking from the damage they'd taken. Once that stops, she gives the lid a prod with the barrel of her gun, causing it to just fall open and allow the contents to sprawl out. Huh, that definitely shouldn't have worked, he remarks. Ignore that, look at this stuff. All total shit, she exclaims, gesturing down at the contents. Whatever ideas he'd had to what was in the crate, this hadn't been it. Multiple bottles of extra potent immunosuppressants, likely to stop the guy from going cyber psycho. A bit late for that though. There were also many bags of white, synthetic blood that had been previously packed to the brim. A couple were leaking their contents thanks to Rebecca's rough opening, but neither cared. Synthetic blood was somewhat expensive, but that was only for those purchasing it. The market was entirely run by corporations. No one was going to trust getting something as vital as blood from a pawn shop, especially not something stolen. What a letdown. Rebecca bemoans, clearly unsatisfied over what should have been at the loot box. Ori sighs and turns it up the right way after dumping some of the stuff out. He wasn't gonna let anything get by him. He vaguely remembered his sister using a false bottom in one of her scavenged shelves to hide her female products. He reaches down and gives the bottom of the box a few prods, eventually finding a depressible area in the previously completely sleek metal. He presses it and a click sounds out, the sides of the box falling away, causing it to go completely flat as it reveals the hidden item. The fuck is that?
Dunno.
Looks cool though, Rebecca remarks, squatting over the strange device. Obviously, it was some sort of cyberware that needed to be implanted, judging by the size, connection points, and immunosuppressant ports. It looked like a bundled cable, some kind of titanium alloy if he was reading the marking on it right. The bundle ended with a vicious-looking tip, one that'd open up at will. Oh, a grapple hook? He questions aloud. So that's what it is. I thought it was some kind of gun with the launching system, but a grapple hook makes way more sense. Why is it a grappling hook? I've never seen one on the net or in a chop shop, not that great compared to everything else you can get. Ori shrugs. Well, that guy could move, imagine him with the hook. He'd be flying over buildings and we'd never catch him, he says, picking up the cyberwar and weighing it in his hand. Chapter 96, Corporate Corpse Climbing. Elsewhere. So, has anyone here discovered the perpetrators of the recent incident that has harmed our interests? A tall, fat man with balding black hair and stark black glasses questioned the people gathered in the room. No, Mr. Daffords. We've attempted to secure the identities of the group that attacked us, but everyone who might know is refusing to cooperate. Even if we sent our security teams or requested the NCPD to accelerate their effort.
Bang.
Roger Daffords slams his palm on the glass table, prompting everyone to go silent as he points at the previous speaker. I didn't ask you to explain why you failed, Miss Fay. I asked if we knew the criminals who cost Biotechnica hundreds of millions of dollars. Forgive my language, but I don't give a shit what, why, or fucking how it happened. He scans the room. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't have you all thrown out of the building right now. Humph. A woman sitting far from him huffs in amusement. Is something wrong, Dr. Coke? Roger questions with a sharp glare. She smiles slightly and waves him off. Oh, it's nothing. Just that you have no authority to touch any of us, not anyone. And why do you say that? Unless you have forgotten, I am the regional manager of this company location. All of you fall under my authority. All of you answer to me. She sniffs again and shakes her head. No. As of 3 minutes ago, you aren't the manager of anything. Headquarters have deemed your abilities inadequate to run such a substantial marketplace, or so they said. I'm inclined to agree with them, given how you're still just sitting back and blaming all of us while Biotechnica's stocks plummet. Is this a joke? Do you think this is funny? I'm the only person here keeping this company afloat. Besides, I would have received notice, earlier than you anyway. He gestures at her, glancing at the armed man guarding the door. Take Dr. Coke outside and strip her of her access card. She will no longer dash. He pauses, eyes visibly glowing as he sent a message. Joanne stands from her chair and starts walking over to Roger. I heard the news before you because I just received a promotion. She slides Roger's wheeled chair away and stands at the focal point of the table, staring at the other directors, doctors, and other partners present. I am Joanne Coke, the new regional manager of this area, and I believe some changes are due. But first, she glances at the guard. Have that witless idiot dragged to the NCPD officers outside. HQ wishes him to admit his guilt and culpability with the Securison incident. The guard nods, walking over and grabbing Roger by his arm, forcing him out of the daze he'd entered upon reading the message, his termination. Wait. They wouldn't do this. I have worked at this company for 30 years. He begins pointing at various people along the table as the guard struggles to drag him out. I stopped the NCPD from finding out about your dalliances with that preteen. I bribed officials to prevent you, Gerald, from getting life in prison. Dr. Coke, I backed you up when you unleashed bioweapons on innocents to test their effectiveness. If I'm going down, I'm taking the rest of you with me. Do you hear me? Joanne just smiles at him, holding a hand up which causes the guard to pause. Oh, we heard you loud and clear, Roger. She glances at the pale, guilty faces of those present. And I believe we've all come to a consensus on what to do with you. She nods sadly. A shame. Your suicide letter was written with such haste, you just couldn't wait to end your guilt. Roger's eyes widened as a few people turned away from him, not willing to meet his eyes or acknowledge what was about to happen to him. And no, you can't do this. I have backup saved. The moment I die, every scumseller in the damned city knows of your crimes. I sincerely doubt that. You were never so smart. Perhaps if you'd attended your duties properly you might have seen tomorrow. Take him. With that, a dozen more guards arrive and carry the screaming man away, all while everyone gathered attempts to tune him out. They all knew how cut-through corporate life was, but never had they been so close, or so directly responsible for a man's death. Not only that, a few realized the power play. Dr. Coke had literally just had her former superior dragged away to be framed for the crimes and executed, all while indirectly implicating everyone in the room. No doubt she had cameras present, so unless they immediately contacted the authorities to report what was happening, they could face consequences for their inaction. That's even if they got that far too. since Dr. Koch had shown how eager she was to remove threats to her new position. The new regional manager takes her seat and folds her legs. Now, since the late Roger Dafford's strategies haven't been working, why don't we discuss some alternatives? I'll start. Let's have the bottom dwellers of this city do our jobs for us, hire some mercs, have them hunt the zombie and his band of criminals, she states, not recommending but actually ordering it to be done. We will also need some plans to recover the financial hit Roger caused the company in his negligence. First, rebrand most of our products and advertise them as triple-tested alternatives we've decided to release in response to Securison. Next, we need a controversy for one of our competitors. I don't care how it happens, just draw the public eye away from us. With our former regional manager's departure, we should be able to buy some goodwill, donate to some foundations, have some clinics built, etc. Chapter 97, Spooderman. Ori kicks his feet up onto Judy's desk as she looks over the cybernetic grappling hook with bats. So, you two a thing now or something? He asks while throwing a paper plane made from one of Judy's files at them. Judy sighs and backhands it out of the air. No, we're just friends. He comes in occasionally to help with a project. I pay him for his time. Regular stuff? That didn't answer my question. Because you already know the answer. I'm not into men, remember? She blandly responds. Hear that, Bats? She's not into you. Bats just shrugs, adjusting something on the cyberware. Means you still have a chance, though. Maybe she likes kids instead of men? Did you just call me a Como? Judy questions with a glare.
Ar, Norge?
Unless Como technically means pedophile, then kinda?
Bashi pichli admi.
She wets her lips in a moment of silence. If you two are going to keep playing around, then I'll kick both your asses out of my lab. He started it. I did. But can either of you tell me about that chrome yet? Any good?
Ori asks.
HM. It reminds me of something the NCPD used to use when they still had police bikes. They had hooks like this on the front with winch systems. Punch one into a fleeing car, then activate the stabilizing clamps. Didn't know anyone would want to install a version of it as cyberware? Judy remarks, sounding curious. Why'd they get rid of him? Were they trash? Or did they not want to be on the bike train like the Tiger Claws? They actually worked from what I read, until cars started getting more powerful. The bikes would need to be 4 times more expensive to keep up, which doesn't really fit a public service budget. Still, the tech got downsized major, she says, holding up the grappling cyberware. Indeed, it was actually quite small compared to most cybernetics, around the size of a man's fist, most of which was just the cables themselves. How'd you install it?
Ori inquires.
He was somewhat interested in it, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to commit to it. If it replaced muscle on his arm, then he'd be far weaker since the cyberware itself likely wasn't designed for strength. Looks like you implant it somewhere at the end of your forearm, maybe 5 inches away from your wrist. The cables seem to stick out externally and be easily detachable, probably to stop them getting stuck to a running train and tearing your arm off accidentally. Bats states before pausing. I'm guessing it's incomplete, however. This thing will latch onto a surface and send you flying at it, fast. You'd need some suspension systems in your elbow, shoulder, neck, head, and brain to stop you from knocking yourself out or tearing yourself apart from the massive acceleration. All of that, just for a grappling hook. Doesn't worth it. Ori remarks, though, he knew he'd be able to handle such forces with the modifications his body already had. Well, this would make you like the old superhero if you practiced enough with it. What was his name? Spider something? Judy offers, her brow quirked in thought. Spider-Man? But you'd need 2 of them if you wanted to keep up in the air. We're not in an old comic book either. If you used it to swing from buildings, you'd cause so much property damage the NCPD would send MaxTac at you. Bat says, it'd be cool though, wouldn't it? Judy retorts. They both chuckle. Yeah, I guess it would. Surprised no one's tried it before, to be honest. Ori drops his feet and leans forwards as he thinks back to what he knew of Spider-Man. Hey, think you guys could fashion that thing into a wrist-mounted dash thing? Like an arm guard? Judy asks. Yeah, like that. Something I can wear instead of having to install it. Just seems like a waste to implant it, to be honest. That doesn't fix the problems I brought up, dash. He mutters, realizing Ori had methods to assist in that. He glances at Judy. Think there's a way of doing it? I'm not all that great an engineer, he admits. Judy ignores whatever was being unsaid between Bats and Ori. We would need to relocate the launch system, strip everything but the actual machinery. It'd need some new batteries too, since fuel cells would be too bulky for an arm guard. I think I could make it work. Might take some time though. I'll pay you for the help, plus it's pretty interesting too. Ori offers. Yeah, but if I start seeing reports of Spider-Man on the news, I'm coming to you first, she jokes. Ori stretches his arms and back out, yawning lightly as he glances at the duo. Hey, either of you know a good place to buy a car? My old one is busted. Not really. Bats mutters. Haven't actually ever bought a car, just stole them from someone else. What's your budget? Judy asks. Not sure. 10K sound good? Ori questions, not entirely sure how much a vehicle actually cost. His last one was stolen too. Maybe that ran in the family? Or all nomads for that matter. She snorts, piffed, 10,000? What you trying to buy with that? One of those little electric cars you buy for kids? All right, smartass. How much should I spend then? He grouses. Well, depends. You care whether it's legal or not? Not particularly. Then I know plenty of places that'll sell a nice ride on the cheap. Stolen, obviously, but with all trackers and identifiers scrubbed. 20K would be enough. 30 if you want something nice. I'll bite. Where's it at? Don't bother going alone. I'll tag along and make sure you don't get burned buying some pile of crap. Unless you know something about cars? Ori shakes his head. Not at all. I barely know how to change a tire. Sides, don't you have things going? Wouldn't want to ask you to waste your time with me. It's fine. I've been wanting to check out what they got anyway. Chapter 98. Captive. Elsewhere. A teenage girl with grimy, filthy black hair glares at the door of her cell from her floor-level stained mattress. She didn't know how long she'd been here. Not even a window to allow her to track the days. She'd attempted to count the hours and track them via scratches in the wall, but that turned out to be useless. She'd consciousness occasionally, waking up however long afterwards feeling sore and sticky, with a smell that made her retch. It was hell, kidnapped from her family, held prisoner and abused with no end in sight. She wanted to fight them, scratch their eyes or tear their throats out with her teeth, but they never came near her. The only time she caught a glimpse of them was when they slipped food through the hatch in the door. Unfortunately, she was well aware of what they'd done to her. She'd learned it from some other prisoners she'd met as these scum were moving her. A doll chip, an implant that would erase her memory and force her to act however her controller wished. Judging by her state whenever she comes to, she was lucky to be unconscious during it. She sucks in a cold breath at the thought of it, her stomach roiling and her muscles aching, almost screaming at her to find a way out. Her captors were lucky they installed the chip, otherwise she'd have attacked them, or tried to her life already. Clack. Her eyes shoot to the door as someone unlocks it and steps inside. Girl, you have a visitor. Enjoy. The oily voice of a man states as he pushes another into the room. She tucks herself in the corner as he looks at her, his scarred face, short black hair, and gray eyes focusing on her with intensity. I'll kill you. Stay back or else. She growls with as much force as she can muster. Her hand quickly found the plastic plate beside her mattress. This was the first time they were going to assault her while she was awake. She wasn't going to let it happen. The man glances back at the door before raising his hands placatingly. Sure, I'm not going to hurt you. I am here to save you. Get you away from this place. I just need you to trust me. Okay. Fuck you. She spits knowing that this guy was just like all the rest. She slams the plastic plate on the ground, snapping it and leaving her with a large, jagged shiv. Don't. I'm serious. If you want to leave here, you need to hear me. Understand? Just get away from me, she screams, swinging the shiv at the empty space in front of her. Hee hee, get that bitch's mouth shut already, Kiyoshi. Or do you want one of us to do it for you? Someone shouts from outside the room, causing the man to freeze up. No, I got it. Fine, but if you don't shut her up soon, some of us will have to help. The man, Kiyoshi, sends a pleading look at her. Please, both of us are in danger right now, he hurriedly whispers. She glances at the shiv and looks between it and her captor, doubting her previous thoughts. This was too elaborate to be a complete lie. At least, she hoped it was. What then? Listen, my name's Fujino Kiyoshi. I'm a tiger claw, like the rest of these guys. But I want out. I don't want to do this anymore. Not Dash? He shakes his head with a scowl. I want to take you with me when I leave. I don't know how I'm going to do that yet, but I'll try. Where are we? She quietly asks. She didn't even know if they were still in Night City. A Japantown, I dash. He starts but pauses when someone approaches the door of the cell. He slaps the shiv out of her hand and pushes her to the mattress as she struggles against him. Hey, Kiyoshi, on second thought, I'm feeling it today. A pudgy Japanese thug steps into the room, quirking a brow at his friend. You not even got her clothes off yet? You slow or something? Or she putting up a struggle? Kiyoshi glances at his friend while blocking his victim's mouth with a hand. I was planning on taking it slow. My kink. He admits while swallowing the feelings of disgust such a statement brought up. Just use the chip and have her act all scared. Speeds shit up. He reaches his belt. You mind if I join in? I do, he quickly replies. I can do threesomes, but with women only, he states.
Fine.
I'll come in afterwards. Just remember to clean up. I see you spunk and I'm punching you. Kiyoshi nods and waves him off, leaving the duo alone once again. I'm so sorry. I can only do so much. If I stop him, it would look suspicious. Screw you. Why, you're just like the rest of them. She scowls, tears pooling in her eyes. I know. I'm sorry. I promise, I'll make it up to you. He rubs his face, his eyes slightly bloodshot from the stress of the situation. See, could you tell me your name?
No.
I'm no one. I don't exist, she states. The guy wasn't trustworthy at all, and she'd rather die than put her family in danger. Knowing the scum holding her, they'd probably enslave her brother and father by threatening her, all while keeping her locked here in this hellhole. I'll hear it. Once I save you, I promise, I will take you from this place. No one deserves what they're doing here, he says harshly, with clear emotion. Kiyoshi then stands and begins pacing. I'll stay for however long I can. Save you from that.
Thanks.
She mutters, unsure if she truly meant it. Chapter 99. Haggle. So, this the place? Ori looks at Judy and questions. Yeah, why? Well, he trails off, staring at the place. He, Judy, and Bats were currently standing before a large maintenance tunnel that was nearby a bridge overlooking the river. The tunnel was so close to the water level that he feared it might actually flood. Considering there was apparently a whole fencing operation going on, he figured it would have been better situated. I'm thinking the same. Why would anyone use this place? I'd be afraid of drowning from a random large wave. Bats admits. Judy just snorts. It's because it's so stupid that it works. This is one of the only places in Watson where you could open something like this without it instantly getting raided. So unless you two want to drive down to Pacifica? Nah, I'm good. Ori mutters, remembering the time he'd spent in Pacifica, outside of Delamine, dropping them off to a replacement vehicle after the Plaza attack. He had done a few jobs there, and surprisingly, it was as the media presented it. A lawless shithole that not even the NCPD dared to enter lightly. That wasn't even mentioning the combat zones, which had been blocked off almost entirely and guarded. The skyscrapers, arena, and areas around them were in complete chaos. Even journalists refused to enter, so everything he'd heard had basically been secondhand or thirdhand. Still, considering most cyberpsychos in Pacifica get forced into the combat zones, along with any gangs that got too ambitious, he suspected it might actually be more dangerous than the Corpo Plaza itself. Anything we should watch out for? Bats asks. Judy shrugs. Don't be stupid, I guess. Let me do the talking and oh, yeah, if someone steps to you, man up. No one respects soft steel here. The trio make their way inside, the flickering fluorescent bulbs above them illuminating their path. 5 minutes later, they reach the end of this tunnel, a large makeshift metal door blocking the rest of the way, along with a few guards for good measure. Got biz? One of them growled at them. Yeah, looking to buy some wheels. Judy states, folding her arms as if waiting for them to do something. They shrug, punching a button that slides the door apart, revealing a huge room with signs that it used to be part of the sewer. It had been so heavily modified, however, that the only evidence of its former functions was the slight smell and the large circular grates you could spot on the walls. Around the place were various stalls and huts that reminded Ori and Bats somewhat of Ksenia. People milled around, but almost everyone kept their heads down. No one lived here. It only served as a black market, a place you could acquire stolen or illegal goods. This place got a renovation, Judy remarks as they walk to the left side of the room where a bunch of cars seemed to be gathered and worked on, sparks flying from the welding equipment people used. Wait, you mean it smelled worse than this? Bats asks in surprise. She laughs. Heh, you think this was bad? You should have seen it when it was still a sewer. I'm honestly impressed it's come so far, or lasted this long. Ori adds, spotting a half-rotten human body laying at the side of the large concrete hall. See anything you like? Judy asks, gesturing around at the vehicles. I'm not really a car guy. I'd probably get scammed by some fake bodywork. He pauses his steps and glances at a nearby car. This looks pretty cool though. Huh? Judy wonders as they stop and stare at it. What? She gestures at it. See all the scratches? They scrubbed the paint off. This is an NCPD enforcer. Wonder how they got it? Cops might be lazy, but all their shit comes stuffed with trackers and markers. A fellow motor enthusiast? A short man states as he walks over, visor flashing with holographic light. Call me Locker. Any of you find people interested in buying this piece? He places himself beside the not NCPD enforcer. Depends on how much it is. Ori says, straightening his back slightly. For this? I could let it go at 40,000. Rip off. Ori instantly retorts, I could buy a brand new car for that. Locker shrugs, yes, but would your brand new car come complete with armoring, bullet-resistant glass, tri-turbocharged 6-cylinders engine, and access to private NCPD communications? He smiles at Ori's speechlessness. I thought so. To be perfectly honest, I'm giving this away for far too little, given how difficult it was to acquire. How'd you manage it? Judy asks. A former officer needed a bonus, so I had him lose his vehicle. Unfortunately, things are never so simple. The department sent 3 whole units in search of it, sending my hires on a wild goose chase around the Badlands. The state they brought it back in, they might as well have left it out there. He admits. Still, 40K is a bit much for me. Ori says, while he had the money, he wasn't exactly happy to spend it on a car, especially with Kat still missing. He also promised to help Six with Charlie. God, he had so much shit to do. Locker nods, a little less than? Come, I've got something you might like. You're an Edgerunner, correct? How can you tell? Locker taps the side of his nose. I've got a talent for these things. Plus, you perked up when I mentioned armor on the car. You don't look like a suit executive, so someone who willingly steps into danger is next on the list. Well, you got any cars from Mercs under 30K? How about this one? Wow. Chapter 100, Me Erdus. Ori and the others stare at the presented vehicle. Far larger than the NCPD Enforcer, it was double the height, wider and longer. With large, armored wheels, shaded reinforced windows, and a Vanta black paint job that almost made it look like a giant shadow. The Ogre 420 Magistrate, and a longer version of the Emperor 620 Ragnar, modified obviously. The previous owner must have replaced its parts so many times that it probably isn't the original any longer. It comes equipped with a carbon alloy roll cage with enough space to fit 4 or 5 people. The windows are third tier on the protective index, should stop most caliber weaponry for a good amount of time. Don't expect it to stop an explosive, however. 500 horsepower, 8-cylinder engine, with a top speed of around 140. This should suit all of your mercantile needs. It's worth around 500,000, but I'm willing to let it go for 35, given the few problems it comes with. He adds the last part with a small frown. Problems? Judy asks for Ori, who was stuck staring at the truck with a gleam in his eye. Indeed, he'd never been quite as stricken with a vehicle as he had with this one. It just looked right, like it fit him completely. Locker, ignoring Ori's awe, nods at them. Yes, the previous owner wasn't happy with its loss. I've done my best to make it as unidentifiable as possible, changed the paint, added a few pieces here and there, and even reinstalled all of its software. That does not detract from the fact that you may be pursued for it. That's professional. Bats utters in surprise. I do try to run a professional operation here. The less people I anger, the longer I get to live. Had I not warned you of this and you learned it later, I'm sure you would have returned to object. Judy nudges Ori in the side with an elbow. Hey, you hear all that? Or are you going to keep drooling? Ori touches his lips and sends a glare at Judy at the lack of moisture. Yeah, 35. Still a lot, but... He wets his lips. It's nice. Who'd you take it from again? Don't worry about them. I'm sure you'll never end up meeting them. Not with all the measures I took modifying the vehicle. I'd rather no, thanks.
Ori preces.
Locker size, Dexter Deschamps, a property flipper in Haywood. Knows a lot of people but isn't dangerous. Most he'll do if he finds out is send some thugs at you. I'm sure someone like you can handle it. You say that, but he doesn't sound like someone who'll settle. He's a property flipper now, but later? You're trying to get rid of this truck quick for a reason, aren't you? Judy remarks with a small, knowing smile, causing Locker's brow to become damp with sweat. So, do you want it or not? He quickly says, attempting to re-divert the subject. Flipping properties isn't something easy, especially not in this city. 24K to take it off your hands.
Ori hajgles.
T24? It took 10 merely modifying it. The man splutters. Then you got a discount. Getting rid of a time bomb for that much sounds like a good deal to me. T30,000. I have kids to feed. Locker states. What are their names? Names?
G groszeta.
Greta. He affirms. Ori snickers at him. Nice. Even if you weren't dogs at lying, someone who won't even give their real name wouldn't tell me their kids. He says, not believing someone would call their kid Locker. Like some kind of RPG monster or something. Besides, he highly doubted any woman would touch him. He wasn't exactly good real estate. Locker bites his lip. Fine. 28, that's the lowest I can go. I'd rather drive it into than get less. Deal. Ori grins brightly, drawing a chuckle from Judy and Bats. Honestly, he'd have paid the full 35. But since the guy clearly wanted to rid himself of it, he might as well take what he can get. Hee, this is fucking Nova. Ori laughs as he revs the truck, the vehicle rumbling dangerously as people around the exit of the tunnel make way for them. Could you drop me off before you start? Bats asks. Don't listen to him. Hit it, Ori. Judy exclaims, prompting the Merc to put his foot down. Tires screech as they accelerate, zooming out onto the road and skidding around a corner next to the river, Bats screaming the entire time. He races up through Kabuki, cars honking their horns at them as they speed past, until he eventually pulls into an empty parking lot. Bats opens the door and falls out, almost kissing the ground. Okay, I think I'll walk home from here. What's wrong, Bats? I thought you were manlier than this. Judy smirks down at him. I guess you're just more of a man than I am, Mr. Jude. Ouch. He yelps as Judy kicks him in the shoulder from the car, causing Bats to quickly shuffle out of the parking lot. He's got you there, Judy. Ori adds, attention more on the interior of his new truck. Dexter Deshawn knew his shit. Amazing synth leather upholstery, wide foot space, top-of-the-line radio system, and even 4 cup holders. Whatever.
Ah mierda.
I was going to look for my own ride, wasn't I? She sighs and turns back to Ori. I'll do it another time. How about you let me have a go at the wheel?
Yeah.
Ori awkwardly answers, pretty unwilling to let her drive his new truck. I promise I'll be gentle, she assures, causing his ears to redden. What? She asks, confused at his reaction. And nothing. Just don't use that sentence around me. Here, just don't crash it for the love of God. He says, scooching over and letting her sit in the driver's seat. All right, she hums, getting comfortable. I know an abandoned race track down in Santo Domingo. Let's check it out.